The bow is a weapon that can control human life from a distance. An arrow as fast as lightning, as strong as thunder, and sharp as a snake's fang. Let just a person imagine a weapon being aimed at them that can't even be seen. What could be more frightening than that? At this time on Changbeek Mountain, a little boy was practicing his archery skills. The girl told him that the martial art practicing archery is called Kyudo. So the boy decided to release the arrows. You could tell by the look in his eyes that he was very confident. Immediately he hit right on target. His grandfather told him that normal shooting in Kyudo is called pensa, but when there are many opponents, he will not have time to aim. In such cases, saksa, speed shooting, is used. And the next level is envansa, already involves firing multiple arrows at once. Only those who have reached Yanhuangs can achieve the title of a true archer. You must be able to shoot 3 arrows at a time. So the grandfather fired all 3 arrows and told the boy that each one was for a different purpose. And lastly, archery with internal energy. Grandpa picked a target and chose a bunny that was passing by. But the bunny felt that he was being hunted and immediately ran away. But Grandpa fired an arrow, and immediately the arrow caught up with the hare and pierced its body. Grandpa told the boy that you can reach any target with a sword, so why can't you reach it with an arrow? Grandpa demonstrated to him, and killed 3 more birds that were in the sky. In short, he calls archery a podiyusul, a bounty hunting technique. After teaching his grandson, Grandpa came home and lay down on his hammock to rest for a while. But his loud snoring could be heard from the mountain. Just then his grandson came running to him screaming for his grandfather. Stark slowly opened his eyes and looked to see who was yelling at him. When he saw his grandson he asked what was wrong. The boy was so happy that he said he wanted to show something to his grandfather. How much he excelled at archery in the strong wind. Clenching his fist, he was overwhelmed with emotion. The grandfather heard these words and hit him on the head with his cane. He asked the boy how he had dared to wake him up during meditation for such a trifle. After all, he had almost reached the top, and he had ruined it. But how was he going to answer for it? Grandfather asked. The boy told his grandfather that he was not meditating but drooling from his mouth. The grandfather immediately punched him again and replied that his stick was banging on him. When the grandfather came to the forest, he asked the boy once again if he had learned to shoot in strong winds. The boy replied that it was time to check, the wind was blowing. And he would try to hit that limb. Grandpa looked at that knot and thought about it, but then suddenly told the guy to stop. The grandfather approached the target and raised his hand telling his grandson not to hesitate and to shoot. The boy hearing these words did not believe, and thought that the grandfather is crazy, or he has hemorrhoids. The grandfather saw his grandson's eyes and asked, "Isn't he sure?" The boy replied that he would definitely hit the target, but just in case, let the grandfather move away. Grandpa smiled and replied that if he didn't have the guts, then let him not waste Grandpa's precious time. The boy saw that the target in front of him was too small and his grandfather was too big. Grandpa was yelling at him to shoot. He was hitting smaller objects in stronger winds. The boy raised his bow in front of him, and in a moment hesitated and decided that he would not shoot. Grandpa yelled at him not to chicken out there. He's a man, so he should gather his strength immediately. The boy still didn't dare to shoot and they walked back to the house. Grandpa started practicing his techniques. But then the boy came running again and told his grandfather that he had found a wild pigeon bleeding in the mountains. Grandfather told him to show him. The boy covered him with his body and replied that since it was a gift from heaven, he would eat it. The grandfather could not bear such disrespect and hit him on the head with a stick. The boy cried out in pain and asked his grandfather, why is he hitting him? The grandfather examined the bird and asked the boy, and does that mean a wild pigeon? It's a bird called Haedonkian, otherwise known as the Lord of the Sky. The boy told him, what difference does it make, it will turn into food later anyway. His grandfather told him that she was of the falcon family. Brave in battle and serves only one master throughout her life. So let the grandchild choose whether to starve or to take care of her. The boy was surprised and asked, how? Grandpa asked him, have his ears fallen off? Let him decide, will he go without food for 2 weeks, or take care of her? The boy answered that it turns out that he should not starve. The grandfather answered him that he should make efforts and they would surely justify him. There's a big wound on the bird's wing. Have the boy gather healing herbs and stop the bleeding as soon as possible. After treating the wounded wing of the bird, he began to treat it further. At this time the pot with the medicine was already boiling. His grandfather had told him that the most important thing when preparing the medicine was not to make a mistake, and to cook it only over low heat. And then the day came when the boy shouted to his grandfather that the falcon was flying. He was so happy that he was able to heal his bird. Holding out his hand, the falcon immediately sat on his arm, and the boy said with joy that his bird was very beautiful. The boy looked at him and thought he should be named something. When he first saw him, his face was powerful and his wings were bleeding. It turns out, Cheol in honor of the bulk, and Kiol Menpi in tribute, his fortitude. And so he gave him the name Fat Man. Grandpa told his grandson the next day that since he was decent at archery, then they would start learning something else from today. His grandson asked him, different? Grandpa answered him that he would be mastering his family's Cholhanran walking technique. It's a technique based on the wolf's gait. The boy asked, does that mean you can walk in different ways? The walking technique has two subspecies. The first is for attacking. This is, say, the Yunshinbob of the Shaman clan. And the other is for defense. For example, Ami's Humvee. Have the boy stand here and watch carefully. Grandpa immediately started jumping in different directions, but his speed was different and fast at all. Grandfather stood before him and asked him if he had seen. He will repeat it several more times, so let him look carefully. Grandpa started to show him again, and at high speed demonstrated how it should be done. The boy was surprised and thought, is this something he needs to learn? That's crazy. It's not a combat technique. It's more like frog jumping. Grandpa stopped and asked his grandson how he liked it. He agrees with his grandfather that it is very cool, doesn't he? The boy pointed his fingers and replied that it was top class. He realized that if he told his grandfather no, he would scold him again, and he wouldn't even feed him until he supposedly had an epiphany. The grandfather thought and told his grandson that he didn't seem to understand. What is the peculiarity of this walking technique? Now he's going to show him. His grandfather moved farther away from him and told him to watch and not yawn. The boy was just falling asleep from boredom and replied that he was watching. And so the grandfather began to demonstrate that this time the boy had lost all his words that he knew. He saw his grandfather in front of him and from him he felt a strength that was comparable to that of a wolf. The boy just opened his mouth and froze for a while. His grandfather asked him, what's wrong with him? Thin is his gut, let him wake up immediately. And then Grandpa saw that he had pissed himself and said that he was such an adult and he was still doing such things. What should we do with him, such a coward? The boy asked what was that. The grandfather replied that it seemed his grandson had finally gotten his wish. Immediately the boy began to agree with him. His grandfather answered him that Cholhanran involves repeating not only the gait of a wolf, but also a burst of energy resembling that of a wolf. The wolf, before attacking its prey, first paralyzes it and only then attacks. And as the boy has already noticed, the wolf shows its predatory nature first. And this unrestrained flow freezes the victim's movement. Next, the wolf delivers a fatal blow in one leap, cutting the neck, and that's where the whole hunting process usually stops. The way the boy was stunned when he sensed his intent. If something like that suddenly happened in a real battle, he'd be dead by now. The grandfather asked the boy to tell him how far away he was. The boy answered that it was about 10 paces. The boy suddenly saw that he was laughing at his movement because it looked like a frog jump, and it turns out he was jumping such a long distance. The grandfather told his grandson that Cholhanran is mostly used for defense rather than offense. The boy asked, is that true? Grandpa replied that it was to the fact that, he had no reason to use the walking technique when attacking. The boy said that meant he could only use it when he was running away. The grandfather said he was a fool. And let him tell me what his main weapon is. The boy immediately replied that it was a bow. The grandfather asked, then why would he go to the enemy's nose with that bow? Will he hit with a bow or with an arrow? The bow is not a weapon for short range, but for long range. Already noticed, probably, this technique allows you not only to get to the enemy in a short time, but also to bounce away from him. Let him imagine that he was sneaking behind the enemy's back, and the enemy felt a surge of predatory energy. Would he be scared? Chulhanran allows you to keep a respectful distance from your opponent. Shall I show him again? And then the boy raised his hands and replied that he didn't need to. Grandfather said that the Shaman and Konrian clans, who had gathered the best martial artists in their ranks, were constantly arguing among themselves about whose technique was better. And yet, both the technique of the Jiaozhen clan shamans and the technique of the Shi de Palsik are so complex in their essence that it is simply useless to compare them. The boy asked, "What about their techniques then?" And then Grandpa heard this and immediately smacked him upside the head. He told his grandson to think about what he was saying. Their technique is the only and unique walking technique in the entire universe. How can he compare their technique to such a pacifist? The boy grabbed his head in pain and realized that he didn't know. He was just beginning to learn. Grandpa said that, as they say, it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. Let him watch carefully and try to remember. And then Grandpa immediately started showing the guy how it even happens, and what he should pay more attention to. The boy looked at his grandfather and saw that every step was like this. Over 180 footprints, each looking in a different direction. Grandpa said that each pair of footprints corresponds to one rack the body must hit when moving Chulhanran. And the boy immediately began to look at Grandpa's footsteps and said, first to go forward, then backward, then to the left, and now. The boy stopped and asked his grandfather what happened next. The grandfather answered him that he was a fool. Who asks him to do everything on his own? He still needs to follow his example. Can't he even do that anymore? The boy started looking at his grandfather's footprints and ended up flopping on the ground. Grandpa saw this and told his grandson that he couldn't even walk. Tell him to get up immediately. Why is he lying down? The boy eventually got used to these acts. The grandfather told his grandson that he was going to go for a rest, but until he executes the movement perfectly, no food for him. So let him practice hard. By late afternoon, the boy was starting to get the hang of it, and he was trying his best to match his grandfather. Grandpa crept behind a tree to the practice area and saw that his grandson was stubborn, not even going to bed. In the morning the boy shouted loudly that he had done so. At that time the old man fell asleep by the tree, and was immediately awakened by his voice. Grandpa asked the guy, it took him a whole week just to repeat his moves. What a failure, why did he have to suffer such a misfortune on his head? He asked the boy what he looked like. Was he tired? Why was he breathing like that? The boy's father, who was considered a genius, had been practicing for a month, but he had been practicing for a month and a half, and this guy learned the technique in a week. In just over 7 days. How is that even possible? Grandpa told the boy that using internal energy should be very smooth, but what is he doing? Isn't he tired already? The boy immediately apologized to his grandfather. His grandfather replied to him that if he learns the Banyasim Jendohi technique, which is the best branch of Nagan Simbab, but still can't manage it properly. The boy asked his grandfather what he was talking about. What's Banyasim Jendohi? And then the grandfather realized that he had said the wrong thing. Grandpa thought and agreed, and decided to let his grandson in on the secret. The technique he had been learning since childhood was Banyasim Jendohi. To reach the level of a true warrior, Banyasim Jendohi is a must-know. The boy asked, why is it so hard for him? Is he really so weak? And then Grandpa laughed and replied that it was because he had placed a restriction on his inner strength. Grandpa told him to take his time. And in a moment realized that he had misspoke again and said something unnecessary. The boy asked his grandfather what he meant by imposing the restriction. The grandfather began to deny everything and said that he meant that the Banyasim Jendoj would work. His inner strength must still grow and reach at least the 10th level, or else it wouldn't work. And until he does, he won't be able to show his full power in practice. Don't let him worry, he's just not there yet. The grandfather sighed at this point and realized that he had a very good excuse. His grandson is level 8 and the overlay might not work. He should check it out tonight. The next day the boy went to the waterfall and started practicing. And using the rocks to keep his balance. Through the agony and pain he was very tired, at which time his falcon spun around him. His grandfather told him not to stagger. Can't he still stand up straight? When is he going to eat then already? The boy felt he was having a hard time. He hadn't eaten anything since morning, and his grandfather was frying fish in front of his nose. He'd go crazy. Grandpa told his grandson that he had an hour left. What a bummer, is he going to fail and still not be able to eat? Let him hang on till the end. This training will help him to increase by another level the movement of chi energy in his body. Now let him reach that big boulder using his newfound technique. No matter how long it takes, but let him remember, his training will end when, and only when, he can get to that rock. The boy knew his grandfather would come up with something else. This isn't training at all, it's just bullying. And then Grandpa remembered that he had forgotten to warn him. He can't move more than 3 meters in 2 hours, so he can't finish before lunch. Does he understand? The boy shouted to his grandfather that he didn't understand. How can you move for 2 hours and still be trampled on all the time? Grandpa replied that he just needed to step very slowly, show him how to. Grandpa immediately took the rocks on his body and entered the water. The boy looked at his grandfather and could not understand how he was doing it at such an age. The boy didn't realize how he was taking 15 minutes for one step. And then his bird flew over his head at the same time and made screaming noises. And then the grandfather noticed and told his grandson that his stone was wobbly. If he fell, he would have to start all over again. The boy could not keep his balance and immediately fell into the water. The boy told his grandfather that the current was too strong here. The grandfather replied that he didn't care, let him start again. If he had already finished, he could have eaten the tasty fish by now. The boy was so persistent that he tried everything again every time. In the morning, the boy finished his task, and immediately shouted with joy to his grandfather. The times of the year were changing fast, and the guy had been practicing hard all along to excel. His grandfather brought him into the forest and told him to now show what he had learned. The boy immediately like a flash, went through all the trees at the speed of light. Grandpa saw and thought he had restricted his internal energy, and he still shows such an incredible result. I wonder what will happen when he takes off his shackles. Grandpa raised his hand and told the boy to stop. And he sees that the technique has been perfectly mastered. The boy stopped and said his grandfather praised him, so does that mean his technique is that great? The boy remembered and told his grandfather that he had shown him teleportation last time. Let him tell him how he could learn it. Grandpa replied that if the guy practiced walking technique more and himself would succeed. The boy got upset and asked, is it practice again? The grandfather replied that if he didn't want to learn, so be it. The boy started to deny everything and said that he loved to exercise. When he arrived at the new place, the grandfather told his grandson that he would live in another place and pointed his finger. Upon opening the doors, the boy was surprised and said that he didn't know there was such a big cave behind the door. The grandfather told his grandson that now he would carry him clothes and food here, then he was never allowed to go outside the cave. The boy smiled and asked, really? But then a roar came from the cave, and he turned around and saw that it was a wolf. The boy told his grandfather out of fright that it was a wolf. Grandpa replied to go ahead, the wolf will come in handy for his training. Let him try to make friends with him. The boy told his grandfather that he could practice by himself. At that time the grandfather went outside and was closing the doors. Grandpa told him that he would live here for a while. He would bring water and food to the door. The boy asked, but with a wolf, what should he do? The grandfather replied that the wolf is certainly very fast, but he has mastered the technique of walking. Reality was different from training, and he would soon realize that. And then he used magic and broke the wolf's chain. The boy seeing this was frightened and headed for the short, but his grandfather had already closed them and he was left alone with the wolf. The boy started to get nervous out of fright and said that he wouldn't get anything out of the dark. He started knocking on doors and shouted to his grandfather. Grandpa stood at the door and realized that no matter how hard it would be hard. But he must endure, this was his first real test. Grandpa saw that the weather had gotten worse, and now it was snowing outside for the first time. He tried to make sure he wasn't distracted by his grandson now. The boy shouted to his grandfather asking for it. Is this really what training should be like, and what would he tell him to do? And then the boy turns around and says the whole mood is down. He felt as if someone was looking at him from behind. Just then the boy heard a roar and red eyes that were heading towards him. He asked, "What the hell is this? Where did he come from?" The boy shouted to his grandfather to open the door. Is there any grandfather in the world who would give his own grandson to a wolf to eat? The boy thought it was a curse. But if he had a bow, there would be no problem. And he felt the ox coming toward him, and then seeing the movement and the air of someone coming at him, he immediately applied his skills and stepped aside. From each wolf attack, the boy walked away and realized that only he could save the animal's life. Vol didn't understand his words, and he needed to tear the boy apart, but he couldn't do that. The boy kept walking away. The boy said that it would be problematic for him to catch the wolf. But what should he do in that case? And then he remembered his weak spot. But where is this place in the wave? The boy saw it at the moment of the attack, and immediately allowed himself to be knocked down and attacked on his stomach. From such a strong blow the wolf moved aside and started whimpering. The boy immediately showed the wolf who was the boss. The boy shouted at the wolf to come near him. Let him try to poke his nose in his face again. Next time he'll make the wolf pee his pants in fear. The boy started meditating and said he was very lucky. Unless his physical strength increased, he might not be able to do it next time. In the evening the little window in the gate opened and Grandpa said, "Here is his supper. Let him take it and have a good meal." But here Grandfather did not give it in his hands, but threw it in the middle of the cave. At this moment, the wolf immediately grabbed the food. The wolf tore up the hay and started eating the meat. The boy told the wolf that he ate it all himself. Tasted good? Greedy wolf. Let him eat until his stomach bursts. After a while, the boy would say that he himself was already hungry, about to go crazy with hunger. And then again drops of water began to fall from the top of the cave, and the boy went underneath and drank this water for 3 days now. The boy said that if he wanted to stay alive, he should be much faster than the wolf himself. But already from fatigue and hunger he was falling asleep, but he kept repeating to himself that he must not sleep. If he passed out, he might be eaten. Vol approached the guy to sniff him, but the guy used the split while he slept in the air. The boy said this wolf was incredible. Had he guessed the boy was asleep? And then the window opened and the food was thrown out again. This time the guy was faster and smarter. He immediately pounced on the food and grabbed it. The boy took out his meat and in front of the wolf lived it as if it were the last time. He told the wolf to starve a little too. The old man saw this and was happy for his grandson, saying that he was doing a great job. That's the way to do it. The boy that night grabbed the wolf and tied up all his limbs. Lay on top of him and said he would finally sleep. It's so warm. In the morning the grandfather opened the doors and was surprised. The grandfather said to his grandson, "Grandpa is standing in front of him, shouldn't he say hello?" The boy replied that he needed to find another such grandfather who had banned his grandson from the cave with the wolf. The grandfather asked him if he had forgotten that this was his test. The lad replied that it was very good that he was capable, or else if he wasn't he would already be decomposing in the wolf's stomach. Grandpa said that was it. He thought that his grandson had already overcome a lot of things, and wasn't this kind of trial a good lesson for him? The boy said that since it was already finished, could he come out? The grandfather replied that it was only the beginning. The boy told his grandfather that he wasn't afraid of that wolf anymore. He can't walk anymore either. Grandpa told his grandson that after a while he too would not be able to run anywhere, that's when they would watch him show off. Grandpa told the kid that he was already used to running away. However, it felt like it was just a skill. But in reality, his heart still hasn't gotten used to it. As his grandfather had told him, he had to sense in advance when the enemy would lose his fighting spirit. And as long as he lived next to a wolf, his fighting skill should increase. He has yet to experience real terror and pain. And when he leaves the battlefield, when he has gone through the weight of battle, he will be able to experience it for himself. Does he understand what he is being told? And then the boy answered menacingly that he understood everything, and would do his best to reach the highest level. His grandfather told him that his skills had already increased a lot. Could a young wolf be his rival? The boy replied that it was fine, and he would be outnumbered one wolf at a time over the vast journey of 100 days. And from now on, no more handouts. He must find his own food. The wolves will be in the same position as he is, and to catch him, they will need strength too. The boy replied that either he or the whole pack would die. Then his grandfather gave him a dagger and told him to take it. The boy stood in front of the gate and told the wolf to come in. He saw that this wolf did not seem hostile, even strange, he was so calm. Even though he wasn't afraid of it at all, he couldn't stop worrying. A few days passed, and the wolves became more and more numerous. The boy thought today was the 4th day, the starving wolf's eyes already reddened. But he still hadn't eaten anything either. A shroud of fog already covered his eyes. He needs to come to his senses. From now on, the wolves were his food. If they attacked him, he would return the favor. Immediately, the wolves chose the weakest of their pack, and began to maul him slowly. The guy didn't do anything this time, and seeing this kind of thing said they were wimps and attacked 3-on-1. He didn't starve either and began to slowly approach them, but the wolves didn't like that. After all, they were not ready to share their food. The guy asks with a wolf, do they call it a battle? But he needs food to survive too. And immediately went at them with a knife. The lad didn't foresee such a thing, that the wolf would go at him. Immediately he let his hand bite down and pierced the wolf's chest with his dagger. The wolves became one pack and in such a case surrounded the lad on all sides, for he had attacked his own. The boy saw the wolf pounce on him and realized they were unrealistically nimble. The boy set up his dagger and stabbed it straight into his neck, seeing it hit, knocking him to the ground. The boy believed in himself and shouted to them, who else here wants to die, let them not stay away and attack. When the wolves saw that the boy had killed the wolf, they immediately moved aside. And immediately he started to cut it up, but he was so hungry that he didn't care what he ate. He took a bite of meat, and he began to vomit. He smelled a nasty odor from that wolf. But he had no choice this time. The next day there were even more. The boy realized that every day he would kill one wolf, then in the end there would always be 4. The dead wolf will become food for him and the other wolves. So the others will eat and rest. After killing dozens of their brothers, he will stay alive, escape, and gain a better practical survival skill. But in the moment when everything is realized, he can finally move on. And when that moment comes, every wolf that will only become his target will be numb with fear, unable to even move. But then there were 5 wolves again, and the boy said that those 5 relatives had apparently already become friends with each other. From the moment that brown one walked in, he seemed to be their leader. Agile, big and full of life. All it takes is to finish him off, and he wins. This leader always attacks his own first, and then all the wolves started attacking the boy, he only had to fight them. Dropping one wolf underneath him, the ringleader immediately pounced on him and the lad put up his hand. This wolf mastered him and began to slowly maul his arm. The boy began to scream in pain. The boy pushed the main wolf away, but then another went after him to bite him, and grabbed his leg. The boy was not confused and immediately plunged his dagger into him, for he could not leave his leg to be injured. Standing in front of the other wolves he glared menacingly at them, and with bloodthirsty eyes was ready to tear them apart. The boy told the ringleader that he was strong, but there were much stronger than him here. And immediately teleported to attack him from above. With a strong attack, he stunned both of them with a single blow and left them unconscious. The boy sighed and said that it was all over now. And then the grandfather asked Seo Mun, is he okay? Why did it suddenly become so quiet? If he's alive, let him answer him. Seo told Grandpa. If he was so worried about him, he shouldn't have brought the wolves here. Seo told Grandpa to open the door immediately. Grandpa immediately opened the gate at once. The grandfather told his grandson that he could see that he had been through a lot. With an angry voice he replied that it was like that. Seo went straight outside, and breathing in that fresh air he relaxed. At this time, his bird was already flying in the sky to meet him. Seo shouted with joy to Fatty and said he was glad to see him. How was he doing without him? Seo stretched his hand out to the side and told it to fly to him. But the bird turned back around in a moment. Seo was immediately surprised and asked what was wrong. It was him. Had he already forgotten him completely? The grandfather replied to his grandson that it was because of the anger that now overwhelmed him. But the wounds on his body were too serious, and they needed to fix him first. At this time the grandfather began to make medicine for his grandson, and patched up all his wounds with bandages. Having prepared it he told his grandson to drink this. Seo immediately grabbed the plate and raised it above his mouth. Seo told Grandpa that the herbal concoction was made with heart. But he's getting better slowly, so maybe Grandpa didn't work hard enough. Grandpa didn't expect such words and asked his grandson how it was. Let him feel a little pity for Grandpa. He is here making medicine for him, and this is how he responds. Grandpa tried to throw a punch, but Seo dodged it and said that he could see his grandfather's soul pouring out of his fists now. Grandpa told Seo he's got a lot of nerve. So that's all he learned in the cave. What kind of goals he has set for himself? Seo asked Grandpa, can't he ever get over his anger? He spent 4 days in that lousy cave, and all he had to do was give him a reason to tell him off. Grandpa asked Seo, did he think it was that easy? Besides, why would he get rid of something he had worked so hard for? Immediately, the grandfather used his strength and attacked his grandson. But this time Seo didn't even flinch and was expecting such a thing. Seo asked Grandpa, and then what? He doesn't really want to fight, does he? But let him know that this time it's going to be much harder. After all, he's a little more experienced. Immediately Seo started laughing loudly. Grandpa thought it wasn't funny at all. He was even a little scared. Grandpa sat down next to him and said that he would probably back off for now. But let them do something to get rid of all the anger they had built up. Seo replied that his grandfather himself had said that one should not get rid of what one has earned through hard work. The grandfather asked his grandson, he's used to fighting, right? But now he needed to learn to control his emotions. To learn to use his anger only at the right moment. And as soon as they're done, Seo will be ready to hit the road again. By the way, is he not dizzy anymore? And immediately they headed for the waterfall and Grandpa said so, let them try it. With the inner breath, Seo told his grandfather that the days were still very cold. Would he really have to go under the waterfall? The grandfather replied to his grandson that this was right. He would sit under the streaming water and when his gut was spiritually balanced, the anger would dissipate and the remnants would be under control. Seo was surprised at Grandpa's words, but as the youngest he went straight to the task. He meditated underwater. Standing under the water Seo began to shiver from the cold that even his teeth were chattering. His grandfather heard his teeth cracking and told him to pull himself together and concentrate. The grandfather saw that his grandson had not yet mastered the Heart Sutra technique. But having learned the wolf's gait, he had already realized how to control the flow of spiritual energy. But let him not try to move against his will. Relaxing, let him give himself up to the pleasure as his strength spilled over. Seo realized that he needed to have no doubts and trust in the power of the reading. His body was strong enough, he would be fine, but he's already frozen to the bone. I think his head's about to split open. And now he's probably going to die, and now he didn't realize what had happened. The cold was beginning to recede. Could it be that, thanks to this technique, the whole world was one big illusion to him? And then Seo realized that he should then increase this power. The powerful energy immediately began to return to him. Seo tried to take more of the warmth to himself. But in a moment, he felt cold again. Grandpa yelled at him for being a jerk. He made such a mistake. Let him come to his senses. He must trust his body to take care of everything. His father had also learned to control anger by being locked in a cage. Seo said it was all going to hell, whether he died or lived the fuck out of it. Grandpa was immediately speechless when he saw such a miracle. Seo used his technique and surrounded himself with warmth. Seo opened his eyes slowly and said that he had succeeded. Grandpa immediately sighed in relief at that moment. Seo immediately got out of the water and was telling his grandfather that it wasn't cold at all inside the waterfall now. So before he could even get out of the water, Grandpa smacked him upside the head and told him he was a big dummy. Seo asked him why he was hitting him. The grandfather replied to his grandson as if he didn't know. And he was told to just trust the current and relax. He was gripped by the thought that his only grandchild was about to die. Seo said that then his grandfather should stop torturing him to death. Grandpa told his grandson that his healing kicks were strengthening him. Seo immediately ran away and shouted that he didn't need that kind of hardening. In the evening, grandfather was telling his grandson the teachings of the Heart Sutra that the founder of this lineage, the master of the sixth lineage sect, Huainan, had discovered. This innovation is not about martial arts, but a technique that was invented for weak monks. And what's amazing is that everyone who learned the teachings turned into an all-powerful master. These guys are literally unrivaled in battles. Seo replied to his grandfather that this was strange. So, just reading old books is enough to be successful with breathing practices. For the morning, Seo immediately went under the waterfall, and began practicing his skills in anger absorption. He remembered that the foundation of this teaching is emptiness of mind. If he does everything only out of self-interest and for the sake of merit, he will never finish his studies. His grandfather told him that the truth he should strive for was the absence of superfluous thoughts, gratuitousness of labor, and unselfishness of action. And even if he doesn't succeed, eventually he will still achieve enlightenment. He will have to learn the teachings of the Heart Sutra before he goes out into the world. Let Seo sort out his thoughts. Open up like a perfect person and then everything will work out. After a couple hours, the electric field under the water covered him completely. It sparkled so strong and bright that the whole thing could have caught fire. Grandpa saw it all, and in a moment froze with amazement. He thought it was the third gate of the underworld. It was an unimaginable power that could only be comprehended by passing through the gates of the afterlife, and such a thing was only rumored. The grandfather asked, could his grandson really open all five? Immediately Seo opened his eyes and they shone very brightly. The lightning bolts that surrounded him began to fly everywhere, and the water from such began to dry up. The grandfather saw that his grandson's thin veins had completely opened. And then he cried and said that he had nothing more to regret. Walking home, Grandpa told Seo that when he learned the teachings under the waterfall, he planned to start training him to be a monk. However, that wasn't necessary now. Seo asked, had he done something wrong? Grandpa replied that everything was fine. He meant that he no longer needed to learn from him, he had learned everything himself. Seo asked his grandfather what exactly had he learned. Grandfather replied that recently, when he was practicing under a waterfall, he had seen his third gate open. Grandpa asked Seo how he felt then. Let him tell what happened. Seo replied that at first he had a headache and felt nauseous, but at some point he became lively, lightheaded and in a good mood. Grandpa said that was right, for his gate had opened and his body had recovered. Even striving for enlightenment throughout one's life, it is very difficult to achieve this result as well. Seo became curious and asked, isn't that a good thing? Grandpa replied that he would say that it was the greatest martial artists who considered it a miracle. And then Seo saw his pet Fatso and shouted for him to come to him. And immediately held out his hand. She immediately flew over and sat on his arm. Seo said he'd been avoiding him for a while, but now they were friends again, right? Seo told Grandpa to watch it too. Looks like the bloodlust has dissipated after all. Grandpa said that Seo opened the gates of the underworld and cleansed her veins, no wonder she's down. However, it's very strange. Seo asked his grandfather what he was talking about. Grandpa slapped him and said he was so dumb like a stone. Immediately the eagle looked at him strangely. Fatty began to get indignant and shout in his own voice. The grandfather asked his grandson to tell him how he had achieved this. A whole year passed and winter came again. It snowed so fast that all the forests were covered in white. In such a span of time, Seo learned a few more techniques as his grandfather's multiple arrows killed everyone at once. Grandpa was telling his grandson that he could now feel the wind and hit moving targets with ease. Again, he seems to have learned it well by now. Seo asked his grandfather, what are the basics? After all, he is a never-missing, top-notch archer, he won't miss during a wolf step. Even with 3 arrows at once, he always hits the target. Grandpa punched him and told him not to get cocky. Seo said to Grandpa that this is the truth, isn't it? Grandpa said that an arrow filled with inner energy is the true pinnacle of craftsmanship. Seo said that he had heard in a similar vein about the sword, but didn't understand how the flight of an arrow could be controlled. Grandpa replied that it means that if this way is possible, then that way is possible. Does he already know how to hunt without arrows? Seo replied that it was unrealistic. Grandpa said that without mastering the no-formal attack he would never get close to a truly great power. Seo told his grandfather to prove to him that such a thing was possible. Grandpa refused and replied that he had already shown him the limit of his abilities. But there was someone among their ancestors who had more than surpassed his accomplishments. Co realized that even without arrows there would be only the crack of the bowstring. The grandfather asked his grandson how old is he now. Co replied that he was already 17. Grandpa said that by comprehending the wolf's gait and multiple shots, you could say he became a full-fledged hunter. Grandfather told Co that tomorrow, at dawn, he would go to their family's patriarch's village directly to the hidden shrine. The secrets of the Wu Mei technique and the triple unity sword style left behind by their 17th ancestor are kept there. And then he handed Co a notebook and told him to take it. This incredible book contains all the basics of the technique of improving internal energy. Coming to the spot, Co shouted to his ancestors that it was him, their humble ditzi, LGCO Moon. He intends to accomplish a goal that has been in their hearts since the beginning of their family. He asks you to generously guide him on the right path in his endeavor. He started to keep his way onward, and at the cliff he stopped abruptly and said that just looking down and taking in the spirit was breathtaking. He saw that there were vines here. Grabbing onto it he climbed down a bit and saw the tunnel where he needed to go. It was the gate of the Great Hall of the LG family. And then he stepped inside and felt that there was something here. He immediately had a terrifying bloodlust. Co immediately shuddered and asked what was it. Was it some kind of animal? And then he decided to see who was stronger. Co headed deep inside and felt a very powerful energy. That even he could no longer resist it. Co turned on his fiery hands and said that just as he thought, thanks to the sutra, defeating any spiritual attack would be easy. Co shouted that this technique was truly indispensable. And then he saw a bright light and didn't realize, what was this incredible energy? Co tried to confront her, after all, he didn't want to lose this battle. But she was so big that he couldn't even take a step. Co resigned himself to it and squatted down, wondering if he had reached his limit. But then he saw something familiar to him and froze. Co immediately said it's just amazing. How can this be possible? These are martial arts techniques. As he got closer, he said there was something strange. What kind of unimaginable energy is emanating from the paintings? But then he came across a box that lay in front of the scrolls. He reached down and said it was a family heirloom. Co immediately opened it and saw that there was a bow in the box. But when he picked it up, he said it was very heavy. Examining the bow he saw that it was only a foot long, but weighed over 100 pounds. How do you use it? I'd have to hold it first. He saw that there was not only a book in the drawer, but also a notebook, which became interesting to him. And immediately he began to read it. It was written in the notebook that the past owner of the bow was called LZ Heck. And he loved his bow very much, but he always loved his blades much more. But unfortunately he's well into his 40s. It's a little late to start learning, no matter how much you want to. As the saying goes, being good at one thing doesn't mean he'll be good at everything. But since he was able to fully experience the main weapon, he decided not to give up after all. Flipping to another page, Co read that after 12 years of training, he had finally managed to create his own style of the triple unity sword. Since this technique was exceptional in its kind, he considered it the greatest. Co was surprised and said that the guy was a pretty selfish guy. But there was one flaw in the guy's style. If his internal energy was weak, then using this style, he would use up all his energy in one fight. Also, with a weak ki, learning this style would be incredibly difficult. Therefore, his next step was to create a special cultivation method. Breathing, that's the basis of any such technique. He still had much to do, and the sun was already sinking below the horizon. There's very little time left, but why is he so fixated on it? Because when he dies, there's nothing left but emptiness. And now it's time to leave all the silly contrivances behind and enjoy the remnants of a fading life. And at that moment, an idea struck him. A technique that follows the laws of nature. A technique that became the defeat of worldly desires and vices. This is it, the way to solve all problems. He will leave the sword of triple unity to his descendants. And this method will become part of Wu Wei. Co was amazed and said, you have to invent such a complicated art right before you pass away. It's unbelievable. After flipping through another page, Co didn't understand what was going on here. Why is there even different handwriting? It was the next descendant, whose name was LZ Mugyuk. Unlike his late grandfather, he despised blades. Co thought it was the 15th ancestor. That's very strange. After all, his grandfather said he was the first to enter this hall after the 17th. But that didn't seem to be the case. LG said that his grandfather had tried to become the strongest without ever using the art of Wu Wei, without learning how to wield a sword, but only using a bow. The technique he wants to tell them about, however, is to control the arrow with internal energy. He was confident in himself. After all, his ki was large enough. It was necessary to try to combine his own style and the sword of triple unity. After trying his techniques a few times, he said it was impossible. He could not master even 1 out of 3 of the true power of the recycled techniques. She's not just great, she's a saint. Such incredible power, and it's far from over. He decided to call this style the incomparable sword of triple unity. Although he was only partially satisfied, he was still overflowing with joy for the next generation. But since he personally liked the bow better, he decided to recreate a style superior to the arrow led by Ki. His ancestor erected the foundation for an incredible sword-wielding style. He also laid the foundation for the same for the bow. After going through untold suffering and hardship, he managed to form the best archery technique. It was called the formless attack. Just as the name implied, when using it, he would not be walking arrows. Immediately, he lowered the rope, and the energy went straight into the stone. But similar to the materialization of the sword, when using the advanced grandfather technique, the formless attack requires the creation of an arrow from one's own internal energy. This energy was so great that nothing could resist it, and only small pebbles were left behind. When Seo read it, he said it was truly unimaginable power. So Grandpa wasn't lying to him. But unlike the sword, you can strike with a bow at a great distance. Therefore, the formless attack can be considered the strongest technique of this direction. However, even she couldn't surpass the incomparable triple unity sword. He realized that he had only managed to defeat his grandfather in his own dreams, but only if he were a real person, he would definitely lose. Turning back, Seo said that this incredible technique is a compilation of 3 great styles. He knew they were unusual drawings, but now he was no longer the least bit surprised that they sent shivers down his body. It looked like this hole had been made by a formless attack. Was he ready to embark on this path yet, Seo thought. Seo immediately took the bow for himself and said that he was sure he would still need it. A normal bow couldn't withstand Ki's fuse in a formless attack, so he decided to make his own. Made of pure metal, weighing 100 pounds. And immediately Seo began to meditate, and become even stronger. Seo realized that he had already been studying Wu Wei's art for 10 days. He managed to gather all the inner energy at the base. And right now there are 2 incredible forces writhing there. A combination of the internal energies that were created by the Heart Sutra and the Wu Wei technique. This style is truly incredible. In such a short period of development, its spiritual power has exceeded that of the Heart Sutra. Seo now realized that the 2 keys were fighting each other. He had to decide right now whether to continue training or retreat. Seo recalled his grandfather's words that a lot of his ancestors had crippled themselves with this technique. If he felt his KTs begin to conflict, it was best to surrender while it was still possible. Seo thought at that moment, what should he do? He doesn't want to give up halfway through. He will just believe in the Heart Sutra. And now it's time for him to begin. Seo decided that he was using the Wu Wei technique. But he didn't expect it to be so difficult that even the energy would tear him apart. Seo felt like his body was about to explode. But he decided not to give up, and to go all the way to the end. Seo was beginning to doubt that it was a stupid idea. And things are getting worse and worse. And now his life was at stake, so he had to make up his mind. And after a while, Seo stopped and said he'd done it. If the 2 energies had pushed each other away, he had already met his end. As expected from the Heart Sutra. It has the ability to merge with other martial energies. Seo thought and wondered if he had reached Wu Wei's limit. But here, he didn't expect that he had been standing in the air the whole time. Seo said as only he decided to stand up and his body soared into the air. Looks like it was time for the triple unity sword. Seo drew his sword and wondered if he should try a formless attack. It felt like he had become much lighter. Out in the woods, Seo started trying new things. And without arrows, he shot at the trees. And immediately he released the rope. He didn't expect the energy to flow. Seo said it was unbelievable. Is it even possible to resist something like this? That energy made a hole in the tree. Seo said that he was now a master of archery. That leaves only the incomparable sword. It's time to go back to the cave. Seo immediately jumped into the air and said he never ceased to admire this style. And he hadn't even learned how to fly. Entering the cave, Seo said that there was nothing else to oppose him. And immediately walked over to where the technicians were standing. Seo asked if there was an instruction manual. He didn't know how to use a sword yet. He immediately started making a sword out of wood and said that a wooden sword would do for the first time. Seo stood in front of the technicians and demonstrated how to handle the sword. He said that first you have to take it out and then strike from top to bottom. Seo asks, and then what? He can't figure out what's going to happen. Would someone please tell him? Immediately, a sword flew at him from the painting technique, which made Seo startled and unable to believe that such a thing could happen. Seo immediately dodged him and moved away from him. He was even out of breath from fright. Seo got ready and told the painting to try again. Then a sword flew at him and he realized what was wrong. Seo thought then the rest of the scrolls did too. Immediately, he called an upward strike. And out of the scroll flew the sword again. He dodged again and said he almost lost his head. And I think he's starting to figure it out. Seo thought and asked what about the third one. But then a strong bolt of lightning came from the scroll, which made him afraid again. Seo said, what strength this scroll has. The first is speed, the second is dodgy movements, and the third is combat power. In essence, that was the point of the divine stand. And the path to Wu Wei was recreated with the sole purpose of eventually mastering it. So Evening went out and started practicing and trying some new techniques. He started practicing so much, and from such strength, he started tearing all the technique sheets. Seo said it was disgusting. It took 6 months for the first scroll, and a full 10 months for the second. And now there was one last scroll left for him to study thoroughly, and he headed into the forest the next day. Seo immediately applied his strength on the tree, and tried improving his skills to become even stronger. He used his new powers and chopped the tree in half. And then he attacked again and broke it into pieces. Seo came to the scrolls and said after 2 years and 3 months. The first step of the Peerless Sword Triple Unity Reckless Blade. The second step of the Peerless Sword of Triple Unity, the Blade of Solitude. This technique is for defense. To run without needlessly killing. And for the final third step of the Peerless Sword of Enduring Unity, the Blade Piercing Essence. Lastly, Seo immediately applied his technique on the last scroll, and crushed everything around him. It was time for them to say goodbye, great ancestor. He immediately collapsed from his helplessness, and headed for his home. And then Grandpa said for the morning that how could he be so careless in such a place at his age. With his strongest, one could safely become not just a general, but the strongest warrior in Zhongyan space. Seo replied that he already had a goal. Grandpa asked in surprise, is that true? Let him tell about it. Seo replied that it was good to live in peace. How nice it is to just lie there and bask in the sun. Grandpa immediately hit the homo with his stick and told the guy to try to duck. And then Seo put up his hand and told his grandfather that he had surpassed him long ago. He was wasting his energy now. For the evening, Grandfather told Seo that he would not reproach him again. But couldn't he at least find a wife? There must be a way to continue the family. Seo said to Grandpa, he thinks there are women in these mountains. The grandfather replied that there are not, but his is in Zhongyang. Grandpa told the kid that when he was 4, he met the head of the Sichuan Dan family and arranged a wedding. The Dan family is the strongest in the Sichuan region, making it one of the 5 most powerful in Zhongyang. This jade badge would prove that he was the long-awaited son-in-law. The head should have just kept the other half. Also here is his favorite book, said Grandpa. It belongs to the Shaolin Palace monks, so let him leave it at their temple on his way to Sichuan. At this time a strange fellow rode out of the woods on horseback, and moved so fast that it was as if someone were running after him. He was telling his horse to keep it that way. And he realized now that he should not blindly trust the scout's words. But something happened, and the horse fell down at once. The guy cried and told the horse to forgive him. And it was all his fault. The guy immediately killed his horse without any hesitation. The people chasing him were saying that this guy was here and they should capture him. The head of the troop said his name was Teru, and he was the chief of the Baiha tribe. If the boy surrendered, he would gladly spare his life. The boy immediately grabbed his sword and sent them away saying they were Yaku's followers, he would rather die than serve such filth. Let him come to him. The guy immediately rushed to attack, but his strength was so low that Teru repelled his first strike immediately. Teru saw that this guy was very fast and in a moment he saw his sword in front of him and managed to get his hand up. The sword flew out of the boy's hands and went straight into the wood. Teru held out the spear and said, "Pretty good, for his age." "What's his name, then?" The boy replied that he was the deputy chief of the Yaku tribe, Gu Yuk. And asked Tara to make his death honorable. Teru replied that everything will be fine. He's a man of honor too, so he'll honor his request. Immediately he raised his spear and said that they were saying goodbye. And then an arrow hit Teru's arm and stopped his attack. He didn't realize what had happened at first. Teru came out of the Bisaya and asked, "Who did this?" And immediately so, with his bows, came down from the tree in front of them. Seo said it was a disgrace to be attacked by a bunch of people. Teru immediately introduced himself and asked the guy who he was. Seo stretched and replied that he was just a sleeping man who had been awakened by the surrounding noise. Gu thought, how could this guy be so carefree? Teru called him an uncouth bastard and ordered him to bow down to the chief. Seo replied that it was they who should bow down. And immediately he began to shoot at the feet of the enemies, and after him went already spears at him. Seo immediately fired 2 arrows straight into their hand and told their leader to attack him again and everyone here would die. What Teru didn't expect was that he was bleeding already and had arrows on all his limbs. He realized at once that this guy was strong. Gu told Seo that he had saved him and immediately thanked him. Seo asked why they were trying to kill him. Aren't they from the same tribe? Gu replied that he was one of the Zhanzhou Zerchen, while they were from the Haishi Zerchen. Intertribal warfare reigns in the county now, so, Gu asked Seo where he was going. Seo replied that he was going to Shaolin Temple. Maybe he knows the way. Gu replied that Shaolin was 20 days south of Peking. Seo asked, what about the Dan Sichuan family? Gu replied that Sichuan is southwest of Zhangyang, but it would take about 5 months to get there. It's not an easy road. Seo immediately grabbed his head and asked, is it that long? He immediately remembered his grandfather's words, as he told him to hurry up, he would be able to get there in about a month. Seo immediately shouted to his grandfather, why would he do such a thing? Did he have to deceive his grandson? Gu said to Seo, wherever he was going, would he like to stop at their village? Before continuing on his way, Gu said his name to Seo and asked if he could call him Big Brother. Seo replied to just call him Seo Mun. And then a group of warriors who were unmarked were heading towards them. Seo asked Gu, who are these people? Are they their enemies again? Gu replied to his brother that it was their people. It looked like they were looking for him. Gu immediately raised his hand and shouted to the chief. The chief immediately rejoiced and said that he was very glad he was alive. Gu told the chief that he was ashamed, because of his stubbornness hundreds of people had died. The chief said they gave their lives for their tribe. It is unfortunate, they will remember their deed. The chief asked Gu who was there with him. Gu replied that this guy saved his life. Right, just an incredible marksman. Gu told Seo that this was their tribal chief. The chief said his name is Marinanta. He is grateful for the rescue of his deputy. They all set off in friendship to join the others, and came to the location of their tribe. Gu ordered Mossad to serve this man. May he obey him until the day he dies. The guy immediately got down on one knee and said his name was Mossad and welcomed him. Seo responded by introducing himself too, and said that there was no need to kneel before him. Mossad immediately stood up and called him Mr. Seo asked surprised, Sir. Let Mossad just call him by his first name. Mossad asked, how can one address the man he serves in such a manner? Seo asked Mossad how old he was. Mossad immediately replied that he was 19. Seo said that he was younger, so he should call him brother. And then Mossad was surprised and started denying that it was wrong. Gu told him to do as So says. All he has to do now is obey his orders. Mossad told Seo that there are two communities in Zhongyan. One under the emperor and the other a group of warriors who called themselves Gangos. Seo said, that's right. Zhongyan is divided into Gango country and Ming dynasty. Mossad replied that this is not the case. Gango is not a country, but a community of warriors that settled in a territory outside the dynasty. Seo asked, so it was founded by the warriors of this space, and Shaolin is the strongest clan here, right? Then suddenly Gu came in and told his older brother that it looked like war was about to break out again. Seo asked him, is it serious? It had been pretty quiet the last couple months. Gu replied that the Baiha tribe stopped at a pass near the Mita Mountains, which is 20 miles away. Seo went outside and told Gu to be sure to come back. Gu replied that the news of their victory would not be long in coming. Gu ordered Mossad to take care of Henim while he was away. Mossad immediately responded to Mr. Gu that everything would be fulfilled. Seo asked Mossad how strong is the Bai tribe. Mossad replied that as far as he knows, their army is 3 times larger than theirs. They will definitely lose if they send all their men. Seo said that didn't sound good. Immediately the temples met in a large field, and the number surprised everyone around them. The leader said they were outnumbered, but the enemy troops were scattered and disorganized. He immediately ordered an attack on all of them. The enemy saw that their opponents had begun to move into battle and sent their men to attack as well, and ordered the cavalry to attack from both flanks. There were several hundred more enemies, and their advantage lay in strategy and horses. The chief immediately ordered his troops to prepare their spears, and let loose without any hesitation. At this time, So arrived at the battle site and asked Mossad, they are losing, right? Mossad replied that Bei had many more soldiers. Seo told Mossad to bring him as many wooden branches as possible. He immediately began sharpening their tips and making arrows for himself. The battle was not for life, but for death. The enemy saw that Gu was fighting alone and immediately came at him. Seo saw all this and said he didn't want to kill anyone, but to prevent unnecessary deaths. He immediately released his arrow right into the hand of the enemy who was on his way to kill Gu. And then Gu pounced on him to end it. Seo realized to kill a snake, you have to cut off its head. He immediately released the arrow and said that was it. The arrow was so accurate that it immediately pierced the chest of the head of the enemies. And for them, Seo immediately fired several more arrows. Mossad said it was unbelievable. How fast? The chief was yelling to his men not to retreat. They'll let those pigs go to meat. The head of the enemy told them not to retreat either. The reinforcements are on their way. The warriors hearing this immediately set out to attack once more. Their numbers were very large. The chief asked what kind of monster was sending those arrows. The guy said it looks like it's the guy who caught him and killed their deputy. The chief said his skills are amazing to the eyeballs. He just refuses to believe his eyes. The boy told the Lord that now was not the time to be surprised. We must order the cavalry to return. The chief said the battle was already over when their warriors lost confidence in victory. The only thing they can do now is retreat. An archer single-handedly deciding the outcome of a war, what an idol. The guy immediately raised his hand and ordered his men to retreat. Immediately, a trumpet sounded. Mossad told his brother that the enemy was withdrawing. And now they had won this battle. Seo and the boy headed back. When the wars came home they told everyone to drink as much as they could, they were on a roll today. We can rejoice. The warriors asked each other if they had seen those bastards panic. One can't recall such a resounding victory so immediately. But then Gu came running in and saw Seo shouting. Gu told Seo that it's all thanks to him, the eldest. He helped them a lot with the arrows. Gu told Seo that his father and the generals were waiting for him. Seo replied that he would come later, but now he wanted to rest. Gu told Seo that he was the one who won the war. Seo replied that not now. He was tired after shooting so many arrows. Heading to his tent he saw that the wars had started burning the place down and killing all the people. Seo asked the guy who the hell are they? Mossad replied that they were Yaku soldiers. Seo asked that. After they win, they burn villages and take all the inhabitants prisoner. Mossad replied that it seems that someone from this tribe helped Beha. Seo said, then shouldn't they have just taken away the guilty ones? So why make such a mockery of the rest of the people? Mossad replied that he is saying to sell them or make them slaves. Seo said how heartless that is, and it looks like it's time to honor that celebration with a visit. They lined up all the people and executed them one by one. The warrior spoke before the treasury that for giving support to the enemy, he was sentenced to death. At the moment of the man's execution, Seo came and shouted at him to stop. No one expected this to happen and everyone started looking around. The chief told Seo to let them welcome him. And Gu invited brother Seo to sit down with them and eat. The chief said that they won the victory only by his grace. From the bottom of their hearts, they thank him for his support. Seo said the war is already over. So why don't they let these people go? The chief laughed in response. He said the guy's shooting skills are already beyond all imaginable limits. And yet, he's still so soft. But he understands his feelings, but there's nothing he can do about it. Let him relax and sit down to drink with them. Seo replied that and yet he heartily begged them to let the people of that village go. Immediately one of the warriors put up his sword and asked him how dare he. Does he even realize who stands before him? The warrior said to Seo, he thinks because he helped them once, he can ask for anything he wants. Make him disappear quickly. The chief told General Li to calm down. It's a holiday after all. The warrior said with all due respect, Chief, but this guy is being overconfident right now. That bastard got so cocky with his mediocre equipment. Gu told the general that it was because of his brother that they were able to win. The general told the deputy not to interfere. By disrespecting the chief, he is disrespecting the whole tribe. The general immediately ordered his men to capture him. Seo looked at them and stood still. Seo immediately told them to disappear. The general replied to Seo that he was the tough gunner there, and he had blade throwing skills. Immediately, he released the blade and told Seo to try and catch it. Seo stood right in front of the blade and stared intently at it. And then Mossad came out in front of him and shouted to Seo to be careful. And the blade went straight into his body. Seo immediately grabbed him and yelled to Mossad to hold on. Mossad replied that his body twitched on its own. Mossad didn't even have time to live his life, he was dead in a second. Seo screamed at Mossad to wake up, but it was too late. Mossad told Seo not to be upset, because it suits him so well to smile. Seo replied that he was smiling. Just don't let him die. Mossad told the gentleman that he was happy to have met him. So fell to the ground with him and shouted his name. Seo lost his temper and with his red eyes was telling the general how dare he do such a thing. And then Seo pulled out this blade and told the general that now they would see how he handled himself in such a moment. Before the general knew it, Seo was already flying at him with his blade overhead. And sliced him into a couple of pieces. Seo told the Yokoi tribe that he would wipe every one of them off the face of the earth. Every single one of them. The incredible sword of triple unity. The third step, the blade that pierces the essence. Its power was so strong that the energy would tear apart anyone who would stand in front of it. Gu stood behind Seo and shouted at him. He had already kneeled down and was already addressing him as an elder. Seo told Gu that he thanked him for everything. He would never forget, him and Mossad. And he immediately said goodbye to him. Gu fell to his knees and told Seo to only remember him. He would wait for his return forever. Seo went on the road again and said Mossad was a glorious little guy. And he hopes he's in a better place now. He hasn't seen anything in 4 days. It was a shame, of course. I wonder how his grandfather is doing, he thought. And then he looked up and saw a bird circling above him. He immediately recognized the thick-skinned man. Seo held out his hand and the bird descended on him. He asked what fate had brought him here. And how had he found it? Seo immediately asked what was wrong with his grandfather. Had something happened to him? The bird immediately handed him a note. His grandfather sent him that the thick-skinned man had been looking upset lately, so he sent him to him. Let Seo stay focused and come back quickly. He knows Grandpa hates to cook for long periods of time. Immediately Seo and the bird set off on a long journey. After a while, Seo got hungry and decided to do some hunting. He went up to the forest and saw a tiger and started hunting it. The tiger did not realize that he was being hunted and walked on his own. In a moment, the tiger saw Seo and immediately headed for him. But Seo had time to release an arrow and pierced the tiger in midair. Seo killed the tiger and went to Beijing. When he entered the city, all the people were frightened because all they saw was a tiger. People asked, "Why does this tiger walk like a human?" Seo got tired of carrying it and immediately tossed it aside. And then Seo shouted to everyone to give him a moment's attention. "Let them come over, there's a fresh tiger on sale." He had just killed it, so it was still quite warm. People came up and said, "What a jinata. Is this guy trying to sell it?" And then the guy raised his hand and said he was offering 10 gold coins. What does he think? And then the next guy said he was offering 15. The bids went up each time and Seo was very happy about it, because he needs to sell it anyway. Seo said he decided to hunt to cover the cost of the trip. And here, who would have expected it to turn out like this? And then one of the old men looked at the tiger and said that there was only one hole and that was in the neck area. Truly a perfect specimen for display. His bones will go for medical ingredients, and considering his size, how many are there? And his claws will also go under the hammer as valuable accessories. And his meat will be valued much more than any other. And then the old man told Seo that he was offering 200 gold pieces. Would that be enough? And then Seo did not expect to hear such a thing and was speechless. Seo did not hesitate and immediately agreed. The old man did not deceive him either and gave him 200 gold pieces in his hand. Passing by the stores he immediately entered the charter house. The guy immediately greeted him and bowed. Seeing Seo's clothes the guy said he apologized, but this place is clearly beyond his means. Seo immediately took out a single gold coin and showed it to the guy. When he saw it, he immediately fell silent and couldn't say a word. The guy said to Seo, what could be of use to him? He could find Zhongyan drinks as well as other varieties in their establishment, preferred by an almost overwhelmingly large group of local men. Also, their food is widely recognized as the best in all of Beijing. Seo said nothing to him and walked beside him. The boy thought that 1 gold piece was a lot more than his annual salary. After all, the guy told Seo to let him walk him to a nice place. And immediately offered one place right away. Covering all the words, guy tells Seo that here is his and the drink, and recognizes that it is an excellent choice. This green bamboo liquor has been aged for generations by masters of their craft, in the enro family. And that's the duck, the guy said was delicious. The pride of Beijing, what can I say? And then Seo said he needed new clothes. The boy replied that he would bring him the best they had right away. White dresses were in fashion nowadays, and black capes on top, honestly a favorite type of clothing among warriors. Seo thought for a moment and replied that it sounded good. Immediately the boy said that he understood the master and would be back soon. Halfway down the road, Seo told him to stop and asked him if he needed money, didn't he? The boy replied that what he had given him earlier was enough. Seo tossed another gold coin and told him not to worry. That was just his payment. Going outside, the guy started shouting that it seems like he hit the jackpot. And then he brought Seo's clothes and said that his outfits were made of the finest silk. The guy put them on the table and Seo thanked him. Seo asked the guy if it was a long walk from here to Sichuan. The boy replied that it was true. The road there is long, and it is ancient. And it would be especially difficult for someone who decided to go there for the first time. Even so, there are some people who go there as if it were a neighboring village. Seo asked, and who are they? The guy replied that it's an organization that calls itself an export agency. These guys can get to any place in Zhongyang, no matter how dangerous it is. The boy said he assumed the Lord was trained in martial arts. Seo replied that he was moderately trained and could stand up for himself. The guy showed the class and said there was no problem then. If he joined that agency as a guardian, he could find good company. Besides, he would be well paid for his hard work. He'll notice that that's where the whole bunch of hustlers work, for the most part. Seo went outside after eating and changing his clothes. He started looking for where the 1,000-mile escort agency was. When he came to the crossroads, he again wondered whether he should go right or left. After all, he had not even been shown the way. Seo didn't realize where he was going next and whistled once. Thick-skinned Seo immediately appeared and crouched on his arm. Seo told Tolstokoju that the guy at the Harpies said that if he went straight down the big road and turned left, he'd see a store. Next, he should turn right and walk to the White Tower, turn left near it. Immediately Tolstokaz shook his head. Seo asked him, did he understand? The fat man immediately took off and led Seo to where he needed to go. And when he saw the sign, he said it looked like he was there. Upon entering the town, the man asked Seo where he was going. Seo immediately replied that he was looking for a job. The man said guard recruitment was over, let the guy come next time. Seo replied that he was from far away, he couldn't just go back. The man said, what can he do? It's too late for him to complain. Seo asked, when will the next enrollment be? The man replied that no one knows. As there is more traveling, they will see. Seo immediately stood in front of him and told him that he was asking him to give him any other job until a spot became available. The man laughed and asked Seo if that meant he was willing to labor as anything. Seo replied that's right. All for the good of the dream. To become a guardian of an escort agency of 1,000 miles. The man asked Seo if he could go as a laborer. Seo couldn't answer and made a sad face. The man asked him what he didn't want. Seo replied that he would do anything for such an opportunity. The next day the guards were setting off and Seo set about helping them load up. The man told Seo that he's pretty strong. How long has he been working here? Seo replied that it's been 2 months. The man asked him how many trips he had taken. Seo replied that he had none so far. The man thought about it and said he always sees him with a bow, even though all he does is load and unload. How badly does he want to be a guard? Seo immediately started denying it and said the bow was a family heirloom and all that. You can't give it up. On the way, the guy told Warden Seo that the fate of the agency depends entirely on this trip. They would have to be more careful, didn't he think the same? Warden Seo replied that there are more than 30 trained guys here, no need to worry so much. This time the man suggested that Seo should go with them. And then a warrior came up and asked the chief what would be the fastest and safest way there. The chief replied that if they went southward, they could reach the Changam Mountains, known as steep cliffs, in half a day. There is also a way through Ganam, but it would take more, 4 days. The guy thought and said that then, they'd have to pick the first one to make it in time. The warden replied that the only problem was the tiger's den. On the previous journey, supervised by Io, the company had encountered little difficulty just because of them. Of course, there was another gang on the way to Cheongju, but that one was already worn out and was no longer a threat. If they can get past the mouth's den, they'll be fine. And then reaching the mountains, the overseer said to keep everyone alert. Keep your eyes open, they're approaching location X. The guy asked Tu if he thought it would be easy to be bored this time too. Tu replied that it's better that way. And he's watching, still trying to swing his sword. Guy said to Tu, does he know what he'd do if he saw them? He'd chop off the heads of those assholes and be done with it. And then Seo looked around and felt the bloodlust 30 pounds away, at least 50 men. Twice as many as their guards. The warden raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop. He immediately saw a group of men coming towards them. The overseer ordered the guards to protect the goods. And then the enemy asked them, who is this here? The escort agency of 1,000 miles. The warden replied that this was correct. They are members of the 1,000 miles, his name is Li Jin. The enemy said he didn't recognize him. He's the leader of the Tiger Mouth gang, and his name is Zhou Ryuk. Li said he was a man of honor. So why did he block their way? Zhou replied that he didn't and they had come to greet them. Do they know that the last hail storm destroyed all their fences? Li replied that he understood. It will cost them a lot to fix them. And then the guard sighed and said that they thought a battle was about to break out. My heart is still beating. And then when Li was handing over the money in the moment he froze, and immediately looked back and was surprised. And he said, shit just happened. And then Zhou's thugs started to get indignant and the leader yelled at them to kill them all. The guards asked who was first. Of course it doesn't matter anymore. Now it's just a matter of blowing them to smithereens. The guard killed everyone in front of him and said that this bunch of lousy, talentless thugs needed to be destroyed. Lee shouted to his men to hold the line and fight hand in hand, all together. Joe shouted to his men that most of them had no combat experience. Hit them with a number, and while you're at it finish it quickly. Head and Seo sat in the wagon and watched the guards fight. But the man was a little worried. Seo said it was all because of one yellow-haired goon. And then there was earlier that the guy told the guard that their bosses made an agreement. And he thinks it's okay for them to meet too. Just then the guard grabbed his sword and was telling the guy to stay away from him. The guy replied that his name was Den, from the tiger's mouth. And as the boys also nicknamed him, the Purple Wolf, honorable, immediately he smiled and roared at the guard. The guard got scared and waved his sword and told Dan to stay away from him. And then he killed him in front of everyone. Seo didn't stand by and climbed onto the wagon. The man told him to stay back. He would surely be killed if he got involved. Those guys don't usually touch outsiders, so just sit tight. And then Seo lowered his head and smiled. Seo immediately got to his feet and began pulling out his arrows, and stabbing anyone who came near them. And then Joe turned around and asked what was going on. And who dared to shoot at them anyway? Lee immediately told Joe that his opponent was here, standing in front of him. And immediately slashed his enemy's chest. The others, when they saw that their head was killed, they got scared and fled into the forest. And used a tactical retreat. Lee started looking around and seeing the pile of corpses said, "What a mess this place is anyway." Just then Lee's right-hand man came in and reported 11 dead and 17 wounded. Lee told the supervisor that they were leaving as soon as they took care of the bodies. Immediately, the supervisor replied that he agreed. Lee told the guards who are unable to ride, have them climb into the wagon. Lee approached Seo and told him that he had done a good job and ultimately saved their lives from death. Lee asked what his savior's name was. The guy immediately replied that his name was Seo Moon. Lee said that with his abilities, he shouldn't be moonlighting for such a pittance. Seo said, "You're welcome. He's just an ordinary amateur. As a kid, he had a couple of fun hunts, nothing more." They immediately set off on a long journey, and so they finally arrived at Taewa Bank. And then the guards would stand in front of the stoves and say that because of these daily medicinal infusions, everything was imbued with a strong bitterness. But they have nowhere to go, they'll have to do this until all the guards are cured. It would be worth it to at least visit the Shaolin temple if they were going this way. The boy said there's no harm in dreaming. Does he think the captain's gonna let him sightsee? And then Seo walked up to them and asked the guards if they knew if the Shaolin temple was somewhere nearby, right? He pointed his finger and said that behind that mountain was another mountain, Mount Sung. There is a monastery on that mountain. Seo asked how far is it to get there. The man replied that it was about 50 miles. When he got to the main warden asked Seo why he had to go there. Seo replied that he had urgent business there. Seo says he'll be back quickly. And he hopes they don't mind. Lee says not to let the guy worry, as long as the guys are patching up their wounds, they'll be here. He can do whatever he wants. On Seo's path, it was as if he was an extended man, for the animals were all following him. And in a moment he saw children who were practicing. Seo looked at them and said, "Hiking, on Mount Sung, even children are amused by Shaolin martial arts." Coming to the temple, Seo said, "So this is what it is like, the Holy Land progenitor of the 1,000-year-old Buddhist martial art, Shaolin Temple." Once inside, 2 monks stood guarding the temple. They told Amitabha and asked him to stop. The second monk said that the service was over for today, let him come tomorrow, but a little early. Seo told them that he was not here to pray. And then he thought, what should he say? He had to return that strange book. Seo asked if he could see the abbot. The monk asked why he needed to see their patriarch. Seo replied that he would like to greet him. The monk said that the patriarch was not the kind of person who could be seen so easily. Let him explain the reason. Seo immediately gave his name and said that he was here to bring back the volume of the Heart Sutra teachings. The monk asked his friend, does he know what a mu is? The monk replied that he was not sure. He had once been told of such a thing, but what was this certain volume? They decided to bring him to the person in charge. The patriarch came out and said his name was Young Gak, the person in charge of receiving guests. Had he heard what Seo knew about the Heart Sutra? Seo replied that this was pure truth. And then Gak was surprised and said that in the name of the Buddha, finally to hear news of the Heart Sutra volume that was stolen more than half a century ago. Gak told Muka to run and report it to the patriarch as soon as possible. Seo wondered how it was stolen. Grandfather said he'd borrowed it. Who would give up their clan's greatest treasure? Gak told the boy to let him escort him to the patriarch. Sitting down at the table, the patriarch said his name was Jungo, the abbot of this temple. Was he told that he had information about their great teachings? Seo realized that the monks would kill him if they knew his grandfather had stolen it. And he couldn't escape. Just then Seo was thinking and the monk turned to him. Seo immediately replied that he had heard of him. Jungo, hearing these words, rejoiced and said that they had been looking for him for so long, and at last. Buddha is definitely favoring them. Jungo asked Seo, so where is the location now? And then Seo pulled it out and immediately put it on the table. Jungo seeing this immediately began to say, Amitabha. When they opened it, they saw that it was the same book and began to bow to him. Jungo told Seo that he thanked him from the bottom of his heart. This treasure was stolen by a fellow sinner about 50 years ago. They thought they would never see him again. He doesn't even know what they can do for him now. Seo replied that he didn't need anything. He had stumbled upon it completely by accident. Jungo asked how by accident. Seo replied that he works for an escort agency 1,000 miles away. A couple days ago he had to stay in a cave deep in the forest. There he found a wooden box, on which it was written that it belonged to the Shaolin temple. So he came here. Jungo asked Seo, did he say he worked for an escort agency 1,000 miles away? Seo replied that was correct. He works there as a laborer. Jungo said, what a coincidence. His leader is a former monk from the temple. That's right, his name is Yuan Sam. I remember personally training him. That guy's really something. Seo replied that he was glad the tom had found its owner. Now he had to go. Jungo stopped him and said that it would be a shame to let him go without showing his gratitude. Would they try to fulfill his wish? And then Seo replied that it was all right. Just then the next monk entered the room and asked, is the volume of the Heart Sutra already here? Jungo replied to the elder that it was correct. The monks immediately said that they were paying their respects to the great elder. Seo immediately realized that this man seemed to be in charge. The monk asked, and was it this young man who brought him back? Jungo replied that it was so. He found it by chance in a cave and decided to return it. Seo looked at the monk and immediately realized that he was strong beyond his years. The monk said his name was Sunj. Sunj said he wanted to have a word with their guest, let them take the sutra to the vault for now. Sunj told Jungo to get Mumu here. Jungo asked the head monk why. Sunj replied that lately he had stopped growing at all. Jungo said that he understood and would do it now. Sunj saw Seo off and thanked him for his decision to give it away. For them, the book is indeed of great value. Seo replied that of course he was just lucky to find one. Songjae laughed and said that the guy was a naive old man. But he couldn't lie to him anymore, could he? Seo didn't expect to be caught out already. Sanj asked the guy, was it Ju or Bo? Seo asked him, what did he mean by that? Sanj asked him, is he still going to play dumb? And then Seo realized that the monk already knew everything. Seo replied that of course it was Bo. Seo asked, really? Given his power, it makes sense. But how does Seo know him? Seo had to answer and said it was his grandfather. Shinji said that he was really an incredible guy. He managed to dodge his attacks using just a movement technique alone, and he was only able to touch it with the help of 9 consecutive orders and the sacred fist of 100, and he certainly generally believed that he could achieve his goal. Before he left, he said that one day he would return the volume of the Heart Sutra. Seo realized that the monk was ranting about the wolf step. I think his grandfather himself had guessed that the technique of 9 consecutive orders was compatible with it. Shinji asked the boy, had he mastered the Heart Sutra? Seo replied that the teaching was no longer of any use to him, so he decided to return it. Shinji laughed and said he could see. Truly a great fortune for their space. Then a monk stood in front of them and said he had come. Shinji told Mumu to come over to them. There is no one in the neighborhood who can match this guy. He is the next generation of Shaolin protectors. Divine guardians. Throughout Shaolin's history, two legends have woven their way through the history of Shaolin, and one of them is known to one and all, is the tale of the Shaolin army of 108 Nahanjin. It was formed by the Shaolin Nahanjin, and consisted of 108 monks. The greatest invincible army of all. For centuries ago, when the notorious evil appeared, the butcher formed a bloody clan that swept away all living things in its path and no one in the world was able to resist it. But even he fell before the army, 108. Without ever touching them. 3 centuries ago, the zealous demon that had fought all the Jiangang clans and was considered the strongest in history, also fell at the hands of their brave warriors. The 108 Nahan army was the first unshakable legend to reach the ears of many, many people. But about 40 years ago, a new great warrior revealed himself to the world. He beheaded a bloody priest who called himself Lord of Death. And then the devil of the 9 schools, the god of thunder, and Yulsa fell victim to him. For 3 years, he wandered around Zhangyang, fighting every strongest martial expert of the past. The guy shouted back then that all the evil in the world would fall by his hand. He is the true Lord of Darkness. After 477 battles, he became known as the God of Dark Space. Gu Yen, heaven-destroying sword. The people who followed him came together to establish a clan on the highest peak of their space, the Beijing. But one day, he came to Shaolin Temple. And single-handedly defeated the entire horde of monks. Laughing at them said they are all lowlifes. Let them praise the heavenly destructive sword. He called the monks names and called the last strongholds of this world fallen. Would they mind if he took over Zhangyan? And then the monk told the guy to let him show him the true power of Shaolin. The guy said, somewhere around here there is someone stronger than the entire 108 Nahan army. The monk approached the chief and said he came with the deepest apologies. All the brave warriors had fallen, now he was the only one who could protect the Shaolin. As punishment, he will lay down his laurels as patriarch, and will not go back on their word for the next 10 years. And then monk told the patriarch not to worry, powerlessness is not a vice. This guy has a way of surprising. Reminds me of a man who came to them about 10 years ago. The guy told the monk that he didn't know who he was, but would ask him to step out of his way. The monk laughed and replied that the guy was very good-hearted. And it seems that people are afraid of him for nothing. The monk said he would give the 3 best attacks. Let the guy try to dodge. And then the guy replied that he would not tolerate insults. And then at the point monk attacked and asked the guy, hit a slip. Well, he'll start over. Let him try at least this time. The guy felt that he was truly an unrivaled master. However, he didn't have time to turn around and saw several attacks that he tried to defend against. The monk did not spare him, and immediately launched numerous attacks with his sticks. And at the end, the boy again failed to defend himself. The guy realized that if the monk wanted to really kill him, he would be dead by now. And then the monk said, here comes the final attack. The boy told the monk to stop. It showed him how vast the world was. It looked like he was just a frog in an incredibly huge lake. Could the monk please say the name of this martial art? The monk replied that it was the sword of the triple teachings. A secret technique of their hall that only the defenders of the deity possess. The guy said that the sword of triple teachings, one day he would come back with a technique that could surpass it. This was the moment when the entire world learned of the existence of divine protectors, and it was then that a new legend was born. Shinji said he has been in the position of elder for more than 60 years, it is past time to retire. But this guy's a real problem. He's overconfident, and now his skills have stopped progressing. You know, I can't tell you the excitement. And he sees that Seo has plenty of power to fold his pride. What will he say? Will he teach him a little lesson? Seo immediately started waving his arms around and saying that he was just keeping fit, that's all. And then the guy gave him a really weird look. Shinji said that divine guardians have been around for generations and only the leader knows their true identities. Let Seo teach Mumu a lesson. He thinks he should have no trouble doing so. Seo replied that he didn't think he could. Shinji thought for a moment and asked, is that it? Then, there's nothing he can do to help. The Hall of Elders probably doesn't know that it was his grandfather who stole the Heart Sutra volume. And then Seo thought about it and realized he screwed up. All old men are the same. They're all sneaky, devious bastards. At this time, Mumu was thinking, just how strong is this guy? Talking like he'd lose to him at any rate. Mumu told the man in charge to let him get a word in. He fully understands his excitement, but he does not believe that their guest can overpower him. Let the main ones not force them to fight. Shinji replied to Mumu that now he should just follow his command. Shinji asked Seo, he agrees, right? And turning around Shinji said it was time to look for the abbot. Seo could not refuse and replied that he agreed. Immediately they entered the battlefield with Mumu. Mumu thought he'd make the move first and be done with it. Seo thought the opposite, that the guy would take one hit and then he would end the farce himself. Mimi immediately used the energy circle, and demonstrated it with great power. Seo stood still and immediately saw that it was the attack of 1,000 palms. He didn't defend himself and took it all on himself. The attack was so strong that Seo even crashed into the gate, which he broke from his body. Mimi thought about it and realized he put a lot of thought into the punch because he thought he was an expert. Seo got mad and told Mimi he was a goddamn monk. You let him play, and he threw him with such force. And then Seo wiped the blood from his nose and said that now they're going to fight. And then he started to pull his strength out. Mimi saw this and immediately realized that the guy had definitely changed. And immediately Seo shouted to him that he was coming. The attack was so stealthy that Mimi didn't even see it, and had to be retaliated against. Mimi managed to resist this attack and thought, what kind of speed was that? Shinji said, what did he say earlier, this kid will break his pride. Mimi said he wasn't done yet. Immediately, he got into the monk's posture and stirred up his inner energy. Shinji said an unbreakable defensive stance, a very good choice. Immediately, Seo threw a few strikes at him. Shinji saw that it was very excellent. 12 enlightenments of the golden dragon. Blocking his fists with gripping palms. Mimi immediately launched a kicking attack and Seo managed to dodge it, which even tore his clothes. Shinji shouted that it wasn't bad. Retaliating with an unprecedented kick, and still reaching for the holy cheek of his fingers. Seo saw what was flying at him and started running in different directions so that this energy wouldn't reach him. Seo said he had some tricks up his sleeve too. He immediately pulled out his bow and said that this was his trump card. Seo didn't feel sorry for him and immediately fired his bow without an arrow. Mimi didn't realize at first then he was hurt. Mimi fell to his knees and thought, what kind of power is this? En had not yet reached an indestructible body. There was no way he would be able to handle this kind of technique now. Seo immediately attacked him again, but Mimi managed to dodge and crouch to the ground. He realized it would kill him. Seo launched a couple of attacks at once, but Mimi managed to dodge. Shinji shouted that the fight was over. Shinji walked over to Mimi and said that he hoped the kid realized how vast their world was. Let him take this lesson with honor and keep practicing. Mimi replied that he apologized, Master, but he would like to try another technique. Let him make the last move. Shinji asked Mimi, does he want to use the triple divine sword? Mimi replied that he did exactly that. Shinji replied that there was no such thing. He wasn't strong enough to fight him yet. And it didn't look like their guest was fighting at full strength. Seo replied, who knows? He wouldn't mind showing off one of his strongest styles. Shinji said that's what he thought, and Mumu doesn't seem ready to admit defeat. Couldn't he show them some of this technique? Let him fulfill the old man's request. Seo asked Shinji if he could borrow his cane then. Seo said that the first phase emits the most powerful bloodlust. He thinks it would be unacceptable to display it in their temple. So that's why he'll start with the second one. Seo immediately began to show them his technique, which was his strongest. He immediately pulled his energy out again. Shinji was surprised and couldn't believe it. Seo bowed and said that was the end of it. Shinji asked, what is the name of this technique? Seo replied that was the second step of the peerless sword of triple unity, the blade of solitude. Shinji asked, blade loneliness, unbelievable. He never thought he would be able to see such an amazing technique in person. Mimi told the master that maybe he was imagining things, but he didn't see anything special. What did he see that his eyes didn't see? Shinji replies to the guy that he is about to, he still has a long way to go. He assures, no martial art in the world can surpass his style. Mimi asked what about the triple divine sword? Shinji replied that his third step might be able to resist such a blow. But it could not fight back. Mimi asked if that meant their guest was stronger than the master himself. Shinji replied to the kid, didn't he hear what he was told? Their guest's strength is an order of magnitude greater than his. Mimi said it was impossible. Shinji told Seo that so he's one of those escort agency guards. Seo replied that he was a laborer. Shinji laughed and said he was too strong. It was already evening and Shinji saw the guy off in front of the temple. He said he was honored to meet him. Mimi too said that he would never forget his lesson today. Seo replied that in that case, he was deflecting. A warrior doesn't need flowers. And immediately he set off home on foot through the forest. There were a few other people heading home at this time too. One of them was very wounded, and the guy was carrying him. The guy was telling his senior to hold on just a little longer. The senior replied to the guy that he had caused him so much trouble. The guy who was walking in front was saying that if they hadn't been tricked and sent the Beijing guards elsewhere. The man in charge replied that it looked like they couldn't escape. The boy shouted at him not to give up hope. A little more time and they would reach the Shaolin temple. The guy said they wouldn't dare move a finger in the face of the full might of his defenders. And then the boy said to his lord, here is the city of Sunday. Let him hold on, for they are very near. Lord replied that he had always wanted to visit this place again. But he did not even think it would happen under such circumstances. And then a silhouette appeared before them and said, it is time to surrender to them, and called one of them a friend. The guy said the sword of the blood stream, Ningak. Is that him? How could he betray his lordship? Ningak replied that he didn't have to answer anything. Let them keep their heads down, he only needed to see him off and not cause any harm. Immediately, Ningak raised his hand and a bunch of fighters appeared in front of them, ready to kill them. The guy asked, a group of bloody murderers. Are they in league with them too? Ningak replied, Dok Gojuk that they were asking him to lay down his arms and hand over the Lord into their hands. Dok told him to shut up. The first one who dares approach him will go straight to hell. Which one of them wants to taste his blade? He knew there was no way to defeat them all and escape. So have Chun take the Lord to the Shaolin. While he holds them off, Chun realized how humiliating it was for him to rely on old enemies. But their master must not die here. And then Doc saw that they weren't attacking him and said he'd go first. And he jumped into the fight. One thing Doc realized was that he couldn't hold them off much longer. Let his boys go faster. Chun told Doc that he would make sure his sacrifice was not in vain. It was an honor to serve him. They both immediately ran straight into the forest to save their lives. Ningak looked at all this and thought. At this time in the morning Seo woke up and said that because he was hungry he couldn't sleep. So he asked the fat man to catch him a hare. Seo smiled and apologized to him saying that Grandpa just went wild yesterday when he caught the rabbit. And then he accidentally scolded the thick-skinned man. Don't let him take offense. He'd better catch someone. And then the thick-skinned man said nothing and just closed his eyes. Seo asked, he pretended to be asleep, so what the hell? Seo sighed tiredly and said he would never do that again. Just then he saw someone running toward him. Seo froze in the moment and thought, what is this guy carrying? Could it be a dead body on his back? Seo said nothing to them and just watched. Chun carried his lord on his back and stopped in a moment. Chun told Seo that there was a threat coming and he better get out of here. Seo asked surprised, threat? Chun answered him that the man chasing them would kill him. Seo spat and didn't believe him, asking why he would kill an innocent traveler. Chun replied that no matter who he was, they would wipe out anyone who came their way. Immediately those guys jumped out in front of him. Ningak started laughing loudly in front of him and told Chun that he didn't want to do it the good way, then he would do it the bad way. Chun was saddened and realized that the Shaolin was so close, but they didn't get there unharmed. Chun immediately placed his lord against the tree and realized that he would have to fight them alone. Chun pulled out his sword and said that this guy was innocent of anything. Let them keep him alive at least. Ningak started laughing again and replied as soon as he saw them, his fate was already sealed. Chun asked, since when did the Fian clan start killing everyone indiscriminately? So they had discarded their pride like all the cesspit dark clans? Ningak replied that that wasn't the point. It's just that they can't leave an eyewitness alive. Co realized that these guys were discussing his life as if it belonged to them. Co wondered who the dead man was. He went over to look at him and saw arrows sticking out from behind his back. Chun swung his sword at this time and was ready to fight them without even being intimidated by their numbers. Chun got angry and told them to just come over and finish what they started. Ningak did not tolerate such disrespect and jumped on him first. In the air they clashed attacks, and fought to the last. After all, only one of them was to remain. Chun thought and used the dancing butterfly sword. And united it with a beautiful sword dance, but the bloody stream guaranteed that the target would always be hit. Immediately, he dodged his strongest attack. Ningak saw that, just as he had expected from the commander of the Peihan warriors. The style of the blood rain sword. No matter which way you look at it, it's perfect. Chun told Ningak that it looked like the rumors about him were true. Ningak smiled and thanked him. Cho watched the battle and saw that they were both good. Especially him. He'd say he was even stronger than monk Mumu. Ningak saw that it would not be easy. If he sent his warriors out, some of them would surely die. But they must not lose men yet. Ningak gathered his strength and said he could handle it himself. And immediately attacked the guy. Chun at this time was already ready to receive and dodge the attacks. Chun decided to bring him something new, and formed a vortex around him. Ningak looked at it without realizing what it was. Chun finished his attack and used an invulnerable blood rain. Immediately, he aimed it directly at the enemy. Ninga saw that the attack was coming straight at him and realized that Chun wanted to kill him at the cost of his life. He immediately cut Chun in the moment of attack with his sword. Chun fell to the ground and crawled with slow steps to the head. And looked at him for a long time, realizing that he had lost. Chun spat a strange liquid from his mouth and tried to say something. And then the wounded head said something. Co looked at it and was surprised, for he thought he was already dead. Chun fell down in front of him and apologized for not bringing him to the end. Ningan walked over and told the Lord that unfortunately his time had come. And may he forgive him for that. The Lord asked him, "Is it like this?" Co looked at all this and realized that his was their lord, then the man must be a traitor. And then Co looked at him angrily and realized he was clear. It's all that bastard's fault. Ningak told the Lord that he would spare him unnecessary agony. And then he stopped and felt a wild thirst for blood. Ningak turned around and thought, where is it coming from? He immediately ordered his men to disperse and stand guard. The men obeyed him and surrounded their ringleader. In a moment, he saw Co teleport behind him. Co told him that when he betrayed his master, he was no longer a man. An animal shouldn't be waving a weapon around like that, didn't he think? Co immediately launched an attack and Ningak managed to get his sword up and deflect the blow. But the particles wounded him and ordered his men to capture him. They immediately found Co and attacked him. Co laughed and said that now they would see who was faster. Co was so fast that he had time to dodge and shoot invisible arrows from his bow. Ningak saw that the guy was trashing his warriors and ordered them to gather in formation and attack together. Co saw that he was much stronger than them, and in a moment of withdrawal fired a couple more shots and hit right on target. From his powerful strength, he blew everyone around him that even a tree couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Ningak said it was unbelievable. The strongest squad of bloody killers of the Peihan clan couldn't handle one person. But who is this guy, anyway? I've never heard of an expert using a bow without arrows. Ningak came to his senses and realized that it didn't matter to him, this old prick was going to die of his wounds soon anyway. Ningak immediately ordered his men that they were retreating. They quickly packed up and flew off into the sky. The Lord said it was unbelievable. He defeated them all with such ease. Co asked how his wounds were. The Lord replied that everything was terrible, and as the boy could see for himself. Co asked if there was still a way to save him. The Lord replied that he could use his inner energy and take care of himself on his own, but unfortunately things were too messy. Besides, you can't find any medicine around here. So he thinks it's over for him. Co asked him to wait for him for a while. He'd bring it over. And then he disappeared right before his eyes. The Lord was surprised and said he had never seen such movement techniques in his life. Co immediately moved like lightning into the Shaolin temple. The guards didn't even notice him and asked, "Who passed through here?" Mumu met him and told him that the guy had come again. Co apologized and asked if he could meet the older man. Mumu asked, "Does he want to see the great master?" "But why?" Co replied that there was a reason. The master met him and told him that they welcomed him back. Co was surprised when he heard his voice. Master said he felt his inner energy. Did something happen? Co replied that by a happy coincidence, he had found one half-alive man in the mountains. There, so he raced to them at full speed to get the medicine. The master said it was amazing. Of course it is. When a man's life is at stake, a medicine is worthless. The master told Mumu to go quickly to the old men to get the heavenly pill. Mumu was surprised and asked, "Heavenly pill?" Master told him to hurry up. Didn't he hear what condition the master was in? Co took the medicine and thanked them, saying he would never forget their services. Immediately, like a flying man, he strode from the top of the temple. The master laughed and said, "Truly unimaginable luck for their space." At this time the man was bleeding and getting worse. Co immediately came to him and told him that he had brought everything. He immediately took out a pill and told him to take it. The Lord was surprised to see such a thing and asked if it was a heavenly pill. Co replied that it was. They said it was a very powerful and valuable medicine, which means it should definitely help him. The Lord said that he did not think there was any measure of its value in the world. As far as he knew, there was nothing like it anywhere else in the world. The Lord at the cost of his life ate it and immediately gulped it down. He realized that he had to survive. Co told the Lord his name so there would be no misunderstandings. The Lord asked him if they had a long way to go. Co replied that they definitely have to have another day. The Lord said how slow the boy was going, no wonder it would take so long. Let him pick up the pace. Co replied that as he walked faster, Lord said the carrier was shaking and he was in pain. Lord responded by telling the boy to try to step more gently. Co thought that Lord had gotten quite naked. He shouldn't have saved that old man. Co asked why he had been betrayed. The old man replied that it was his fault. He'd forgotten, you know. I had forgotten that there are no obedient dogs forever. Here, apparently, the collar was starting to give and they decided to get rid of the owner. What's gone is gone. Co listened to him and asked what he planned to do next. Starkey replied that he didn't know, that the wound would have to be dealt with first. What was next, he would think about later. Co replied that he meant where was he going to go. The old man replied that as the boy could see, nowhere yet. Co said he was traveling with an escort agency. So when they reach their destination, they will have to part ways. The old man rejoiced and said that it meant he could find work where they were going. Co answered who would hire a wounded man. The old man replied that he had a good knowledge of the area. He doesn't know what their boss is like, but he's sure he wouldn't mind having someone like him. Co immediately realized he's a crazy old man. Does he think they only exist for his sake? Co told him that their boss didn't hire just anyone. The old man said, why not just anyone? He has one. Co asked if it was him. The old man replied for Co to introduce him, that he was his distant relative and that was that. Co immediately realized that he couldn't get away from him and thought that this old man had a lot of nerve. Co told the old man that it wouldn't work. He would have to go to Sichuan right away. He would love to help him, but unfortunately, circumstances don't allow it. The old man told Co that he had to help him. Co replied that he would like to, but unfortunately it would not be possible. The old man told Co if he knew that his life was in danger, he was literally being hunted. The old man told Co if he knew that his life was in danger, he was literally being hunted. The old man said he wanted to die beautifully, to show his death and preserve his honor. But thanks to the boy, all his efforts went to waste. So if his mental wound isn't healed, there's no point in his life anymore. He will become a simple helpless old man who has lost all his fighting skills. He has never once needed anyone's help in his life, but now he is humiliated because of it. So Seo has a duty to put things back the way they were. Obliged to take care of him and help him find himself. If Seo refuses him, he should kill him right here. Seo was surprised and said he could do that. The old man told the guy, or he'd have him call those he'd chased away and ask to be finished at last. Seo said, how could he know where they were now? The old man replied that alas, it was the only way he could regain his honor. Seo was very upset because he had saved a man so much, and now what he was getting in return from someone like that. Seo thought about letting the old man do what he wanted to do. He wouldn't be hired anyway. Yeah, he definitely wouldn't be hired in his condition. When he arrived at the pass site, Seo told the chief that he was back. A lot of things happened on the road, so he had to be delayed. The warden said he understood. But did the guy do everything he planned to do? Seo replied that yes and thanked him for his concern. The warden asked the guy who he had there. And then the old man opened his eyes and replied that his name was Ken. He's a distant relative of his. He lives around here. So the kid decided to pay him a visit. He was so happy to see him. The boss said he understood. And his name is Kong Riang. But what happened to his body? Kong replied that when he met Seo he wanted to go with him to his native land. But by a great accident, he fell off a cliff on the way here. Kong said that Seo has to finish the job here. Kong replied that he understands. He plans to wait for him here while he finishes all his business. He hopes the supervisor doesn't mind. Kong replied that unfortunately it was beyond his duties, he would now ask the owner and come back for them. And then Seo looked at the old man and said that his lies were excellent. So looked at the old man and said that he was a good liar. Seo told him it's very strict here. I'm sure he would be turned down for such an offer. Ken laughed and said they'll look into it. He feels straight up that he's going to be lucky today. And then Kong came out and said that the master had authorized it. Seo had recently accomplished 1 feat and they didn't know how to thank him. And now the opportunity had just come up. The master was very pleased. Ken was pleased and thanked them all. Ken thanked Seo and said it was all thanks to him. And immediately the next day they were on their way. And then on the road, Kong joked and said he had a stomach ache. Kong turned around and said that the boy knew how to joke. Ken said he decided to just occupy that time with a couple jokes. Seo said what's so funny? What's everybody so giddy about? The night before the storm, Ningak went to his chief and decided to report the information. The chief said that Sabu, as it turned out, was not an idle man. The head asked Ningak what's wrong. Is it strange that he's laughing despite the teacher hitting? Ningak said that's the way it is. The head replied, what can I say, everyone knows for a fact how strong he is. It is a fact. It would have been too easy to catch someone like that so quickly. Be that as it may. Sabu deserves this chance, Ningak agrees. Ningak said, but what if the people from Beijing Palace followed him? The head replied that their array was originally founded by the master's imitators. But now the provosts, as one, have all grown old, and new generations are eager to see their young blood at the head of the line. The clans once pinned down by the Lord have already begun to emerge from the shadows. In that case, it's neither cold nor hot whether the old man lives or dies. The seizure of Beijing Palace will still go according to plan. There's no stopping Shei's actions. Their time has truly come. And then rumors began to spread in the city that Chu Yang was dead. They asked what happened. The man said that in his 30s, he was able to unite all the strongest warriors from the Black Sword clans. The deity of Beijing Palace. Their idol died. He doesn't believe it. Passers-by asked who killed him. The man said that there was a rumor that Chu Yang had died on Mount Sung. Some masked men are said to have attacked and defeated his entire unit. But who are they, we don't know. It's not certain, but these masked men used the art of the White Sword clansmen. This is indicated by the corpses left behind after their plundering. The Beijing Palace believes that the martial artists of the White Sword clans have united against them. And here the head was telling the warriors that until now, they had avoided clashes with the White Sword clans not because they were afraid of them, and not because they were powerless. They shunned them only because their lord did not want the blood of innocents spilled on this land. But they betrayed the lord, they killed him. And now they are gathered here to mark the beginning of their journey. The path of vengeance. They are the men of Beijing Palace, they will fight to the last drop of blood, to the last man. In the name of their emperor. Immediately, the leader raised his hand and said he was Quang Pei, putting his life on the line. By cutting his hand, he will avenge their lord. Let the enemy be rewarded. The warriors immediately raised their hands and cut their hands and said that they would take revenge. The elders also cut their hands and said that it was for the Lord. The war group said that the head of the Black Sword clan was in the other side. Will they unite in favor of a single goal, revenge? Beijing Palace is the home of their clan Bloody Death, everyone in Beijing Palace. They'll kill the monsters who made innocent sheep of themselves. The second group said that Lord Chu Yang was the spiritual leader of their White Skull clan. They will avenge their lord. And then in the Shaolin temple, the master gathered all the people and asked who had killed him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find out. It was as if no one was involved. Ungoes, the representative of the Shaman clan, said that he didn't think it was that important anymore. The main thing is that they have declared war on them. First of all, they should think about how to stop them. Chief Master Mu of the Fire Mountain clan said that he agreed with Chief Master Mu. The war can't be avoided. Now all that remains is to think of ways to slow down this madness machine. Un said that in addition to the representative of the Conrian clan, delegates from all the other 8 clans had gathered in this room. Well, there was not a moment to lose, quicker to decide, quicker to achieve a result. Huang Chun, the master of the Caban clan, said that he agrees with everyone. Sukbu also replied that he was also with them. The master said let him rest in peace. But don't they think it strange? Beijing Palace is literally what is home to Go Yang, so why did he die exactly on Mount Sung, which is thousands of kilometers away from the palace? Un replied that he, too, still found it hard to believe that he was dead. He said, I'm not going to kill him, but I'm going to kill him. Master said that until now, the mainland had been peaceful and quiet thanks to Chu Yang. Now, if no one stopped them, they would go out to conquer everything in their path, to dominate the entire Changwon space. Under the aegis of avenging his master, Gu said that the wars of the Black Sword clans were now gathering at Beijing Palace. It would be worth it for them to gather all the soldiers as soon as possible. Master told Lord Gu, well advanced in suppressing the dark path, but if he really passed away, they would definitely target Zhang Yan first, and it will be under the pretext of revenge. Gu replied that the dark sects are already gathering at Peihan Palace. They need to decide quickly what they will do. Most of the strongest sects were now in the north. The only thing left in the south was the Naiman clan, which was part of the 5 great families. Most of the shadow sects have set up somewhere in the same place near Peihan. And it looks like the first battle will take place near the Yangtze River. Gu said that the Naiman clan is completely at the mercy of the great family. Now they need to establish a bridgehead in the south to protect them. The master agreed and said that was correct. As long as Naiman held back their troops, the barbarians would not be able to advance so easily. Sukbu said the same thing, saying that it was a commendable idea. However, they wouldn't spread out and would definitely attack the Naiman clan with all their forces at once. They would not be able to survive something like that, Gu said, because he wants them to send reinforcements faster. It will take them 2 days longer to reach Hunan than they will. There is no room for delay. Master said that they had not taken any action until now, after all. In spite of the great plan to avenge the leader, it would be very difficult to carry out such a thing immediately after his death. Right now, there are multiple feuds brewing in those territories. Each of the heads of the minor clans wants to take the place of the ruler, so he doesn't think there's any point in rushing. It's worth watching them, so you can react in time. Huang said that he was sure that the Naiman clan was also planning countermeasures against the 4 great clans. They must not be too late, even if they torture revenge ahead of time. Gu said that if the enemies have already finished their preparations, their actions won't help anything. The man said that the southern branch of their sect had sent a message. What do they know? The others asked. The man replied that the dark sects were all clamoring for revenge, but none of them had done anything about it yet. Also, a couple days ago, a lot of small clans gathered in Peihan Palace. Since then, none of them have ever appeared in the light of day. And then one of the rulers said that he believed that Sai was indeed connected precisely with preparations for future battles, and not at all with internal unrest. Gu thought and said that in that case, they should make a plan faster. The man asked, plan for what? Gu replied that the dark sects had already gathered in the palace and they were still scattered. It would be a good time for them to start making preparations. The man asked, so they want to form a coalition where all the light sects come together. Gu asked, who will be the leader? The ruler said that since it was a question of temporarily joining forces, it was worth deciding where their future headquarters would be located as well. The next day, Shaolin released all its homing pigeons into the air, and sent information to the different sects. The first dove flew to the Naaman clan. The ruler immediately saw the letter, and when he opened it he was very surprised. The letter stated that in order to oppose Peihan Palace, the 9 united sects would fulfill the following. A righteous coalition will be organized to battle the palace. The coalition is temporary and will be disbanded after the problem is solved. The next sect also received a letter and the head said it was not good. His wife asked him what was wrong. The head replied that all light clansmen were obliged to swear an oath to the coalition. His wife immediately lost her face when she heard that. The Shaolin Palace will be at the head of the association. And its leader, Grand Master Yunguo, will fulfill the role of chief. The leaders of each sect and the Great Space War will join the council. Third, each sect must choose the people it will send to the coalition. Fourth, each clan must obey the decisions of the coalition unconditionally so that there will be no disagreement. The head said that it looked like the Gangdo Valley was in for a truly bloody battle. And then a boy came and asked his father, did he call him? The head told his son to go and gather good fighters around their clan's territory. The boy asked. Could he find out why? Was it the Peihan Palace? The head replied that a righteous coalition had been formed. Now each sect was obliged to send its warriors to the main city. They want to stop the Peihan before the madness of its rulers unleashes a storm over all space. Soon, he will travel to the Naaman clan with their warriors. The boy said that then he should go too. The head replied to his son no, it was not proper for the present head to be away from his people. He's got no responsibilities, so he's going. He's going to see an old friend of his. The boy told his father that their enemy is the palace of Peihan. He can't let him go alone, father. The head replied that, unfortunately, time was running out. It was time to rush to the aid of his longtime comrade, Naaman Sangun. He hoped he was still well, and then one of their warriors came to the palace and said, alarm. He is compelled to report that the palace of Peihan has come to a standstill. The guy didn't expect that and asked, really? And where are they going? At this time, the allies were heading off to war. The squad leader told them to move faster. They had to get to Naaman's family before Peihan did. The second ringleader said that they must arrive in Hubei province before morning to meet the Wuchan family. They would join forces with them and go straight to the Naaman family. He immediately shouted to his warriors to go. After all, among the 5 great families, they should be the first to come to the aid of the alliance. For the morning, Chief Naaman and his wife strolled through the park and enjoyed the moments. The woman said that all these rumors were making her a little uneasy. The head laughed and replied that there was nothing to worry about, my dear. There's no telling when Peihan will finally make a move in the palace. And it's unlikely that they will dare to turn the whole world of Zhangyang against them. The head said that no matter how strong they were, there were 9 united sects opposing them. Along with the 5 great families. The woman said, that because it was rumored that their great celestial clan was the intended primary target, after all, they were the closest, in terms of location, to their position. The head replied that considering that the great heavenly clan is the largest light path clan in Guangdong, they must be truly true, but so far, no cause for concern. And then one boy came running into the room screaming. The mother saw this, immediately shouted to her son Son. And then the enemy came from behind, and immediately killed him before their eyes. The mother could not bear such a thing, and immediately fainted herself as well. The head asked the enemy who he was. The enemy replied that it was indeed impressive. The head would remain so cold-blooded even after seeing the death of his favorite child with his own eyes. The head lost his temper and shouted out asking who he was. The enemy replied that he was just a pathetic henchman of the Blood Clan. And then the head was surprised to hear about the Blood Clan. He realized that, as far as he knew, only the elite of the elite, the most hardened and ruthless killers of Peihan, joined it. The head took his weapon and approached his wife telling her to forgive him. He had brought so much sadness into his life, but he had never repaid his debt. Let her go first and he would come after her. He immediately killed his wife in cold blood so that she would not suffer further. The enemy thought the head was an unusual man. Now he understands why the captain asked him to deal with him personally. If he doesn't want all his men to die, he'll have to face Sabun face to face. The enemy looked at the head and felt overwhelming power. But he is not one to be so easily intimidated. The head didn't wait and pounced on him with his first attack. But the enemy was not bad either and dodged his attack. In the moment of dodging, the head received a wound in his arm from which a stream of blood began to flow. The head realized that if things continued like this, he wouldn't get a chance to meet his relatives and students. And then he got distracted for a couple minutes and saw his enemy's sword flying straight at his chest, and immediately he couldn't dodge and took it. The head was so clever that he managed to set his arm and stab his sword. Seeing this, the enemy was confused. The head decided to take advantage of this and make an attack with his spear, and immediately the enemy saw this coming and took his neck to the side, from which he was wounded. The head saw this and became even more angry and lost his temper. He launched many more attacks, but the enemy dodged them. The head pulled his sword out of his hand in front of him and threw it into his hands. The head said as a warrior to another warrior. The enemy thanked him and offered the head to settle everything once and for all. Immediately they took up their swords. The enemy hoped that he would cut his life short with a single flash. The head also realized that the battle could not be prolonged, his wounds were already making themselves felt. The head didn't play around with it, and immediately unleashed his spear into the battle, attacking him from several sides. The enemy saw this and began to dodge them, and immediately struck back with an instant throwing counter. On top of that used a flash kick, and in the air cut the sect head with a single punch. The head realized that he had already lost and immediately took slow steps towards his dead wife. The enemy saw the spear behind him and realized that if he had hesitated just a second, he would have been on the ground by now. He knows he was an expert short spearman, but where does the infinite spin edge come from? Truly impressive. Until now, no warrior knew of his true abilities. And then the enemy told the leader that if he did not have his sword, this blow would be the last of his life. His victory is unconditional. He admits defeat. The head couldn't help himself and immediately fell right next to his wife. The enemy bowed to him as a sign of respect. The ruler's man said that they had captured all the Light Path clans in the Fujian Valley. Among them are Jiangxi, Guangdong, and Jijian. Really asked the new ruler. Guy replied that the Light Path clans in the north must not yet be aware of what had happened. The ruler asked, wasn't the sect of petitioners supposed to deliver all the news to them? The guy replied that since the clan he named was the eyes and ears of the Light Path, they destroyed it first. They'll never know what's going on here. They sent them pigeons of askers with fake information. Dozens of them are already spreading the word around the area, which will sow confusion in the ranks of the enemy. Which means they'll only be looking for confirmation for the next few days. The governor said it was beautiful. Good job. The guy said it looks like the south is already in the hands of Peihan Palace. The ruler replied that it was not yet necessary. Let the lad not forget about the beast in Hunan. The lad said for the ruler not to worry. He has full confidence that it won't be long before their brave warriors take Hunan under their thumb as well. Until now, his plan has had no flaw. The destruction of the Light Path is going perfectly. The ruler asked if he could exterminate all 5 great families at once. The boy replied that if the 4 known to him would come to the aid of the beast in full, then by all means. And so it would happen. The ruler started laughing loudly and said that he would like to see it. However, he was more interested in marking the future. Guy told him not to worry. They would do everything with their wishes in mind. The ruler was more pleased and replied that he was very satisfied. At this time, the Namgung family's territory was quiet. The warriors were practicing and preparing for battle. One of the young warriors was also practicing his skills in the forest, in the trees. He immediately attacked the tree with the first step. An endless azure blade. Piercing falcon. Behind him, he proceeded to the second step of the endless azure blade, boundless heavens. And then came the third step of the endless azure blade, called the harmony of the firmament. But his teacher came to him and told Jean that he didn't seem to be on the right track. Jean turned around and said that Grandpa had already arrived. Grandpa replied that judging from the way he was sweating and breathing heavily, his ki seemed to be noticeably interrupted. Jean told his grandfather that he was right. Grandpa replied that he remembered that he and his father couldn't even master the first style in the same years, but he had succeeded. So let him not be too hard on himself. His progress is already splendid without him. Jean replied to his grandfather not to misunderstand him, just wanting to learn his imperial sword as soon as possible. Grandfather replied to his grandson that when he mastered the art of the infinite azure blade, and he would be sure to train him in his own style, even if his friend no longer wants him to. Jean said, except that unfortunately, no matter what he does, he's been standing in the same place for a month now. Grandpa said that's right. Let him remember that it is impossible to reach the peak of one's abilities without titanic labor. A master of his craft becomes only that warrior who does not hesitate for years of training, practicing the movements, improving and transforming them into new techniques. You have to step over yourself before you can reach the pinnacle of insight. He knows that there are not many people in reality who could be called truly skilled craftsmen. A person with skills beyond the standards of the elite becomes an apogee. Such people occupy the positions of elders in the clans. Like this, if one overcomes all difficulties, he will definitely reach the rank of apogee. Jean asked what follows. Grandfather said that what follows is the absolute apogee. Such a master has a bit more internal energy and even more internal energy and is even slightly better at martial arts. However, the real stage that overcomes this one is called sublimation. It is also called divine sublimation, and as far as this name implies, this stage becomes the beginning of the path of the divine. He would have to transcend it in order to begin training in the sword guided by inner energy. Jean asked, a sword guided by inner energy? Grandfather said that was correct. It was one of the fundamental abilities of this stage. Controlling the sword with your hands is called the divine palm blade technique, and the art of controlling the sword at any visible distance has become known as the blade gaze technique. The blade gaze technique is a skill that surpasses sublimation and opens at the void stage. Jean asked his grandfather, and what level is he at? Grandpa asked his grandson, is he that interested? Jean immediately replied that he was very much. Grandfather said that when he mastered the art of the infinite azure blade and stepped into the first stage of sublimation, then they would talk. Jean asked, is that why? Grandfather replied that when he perfectly mastered the art of the infinite azure blade, one could say that 1 foot would already be at the sublimation stage. And when it reaches its peak, that's when the art of the emperor's sword will be possible. So said Jean. Grandpa is at the peak of sublimation. Grandfather replied that there were many people in the central region who had reached the same level as him. Among them, the masters of the void stage. People like Gu Yang. And the Shaolin monks who defeated him. Jean asked his grandfather if there were any stages above emptiness. The grandfather replied that it is believed that transcending the stage of emptiness can cause irreparable and even fatal damage to the body. They call it the stage of life and death. It is called the stage of life and death, because no one in their world has ever set foot on it. Most likely, in reality, it's all just a fairy tale. So, would the guy try to master it? And then Jean asked in surprise, Grandfather replied that by learning the art of the imperial sword, he would reach the pinnacle of sublimation. His grandfather had cleared a path for him, so why not try to go beyond reason? Jean replied that he understood. We'll try not to disappoint him, Grandpa. The rulers said at the meeting that they were being surprisingly quiet. The second ruler replied that this was correct. But they must have already made their first move. The guy said the same thing, that it was very strange. He doesn't think they were afraid of the bright path. The ruler asked the others what was the point. The boy replied that it was definitely some kind of tactical trick. However, either their communication channels have been cut off, or they operate so stealthily that it is impossible to spot them with their eyes and ask them for a dano. But he would not be surprised now to get the news that they were advancing. Their forces must be mobilized sooner rather than later. They will imagine that the enemy is on the way. Let them gather all the clans of the light path in Hunan province. If the enemy attacked suddenly, even they would find it difficult to fight them off. The ruler asked and the 4 great families would arrive. The elder said that the Huangbo family from the north joined forces with the Jug family and crossed the Yangjie River. As for the Sichuan Dan family, Senior Dan Chen is heading here with a group of elite soldiers. The governor asked, Uncle Dan. His father will be pleased. When will he arrive? The elder replied that he had already been to Hunan province yesterday, so he would arrive in a couple of days. Guy asked his brother, what about the 9 united factions? The elder replied that he didn't know. He doesn't have a single thought about it, but there's no need to worry. Let things run their course. The guy said they need their power. If they want to win, and when it comes to personal power, they are almost unrivaled, but when it comes to the battle with the Peihan Palace, one by one they can easily take them down. It was still confirmed that the Dark Path had already allied with the Peihan Palace. Each of these clans had already recognized the palace as their leaders. When Peihan comes around, all the other clans will follow. The ruler asked the lad what he was proposing then. The boy replied that he thought Naaman's family should hide in the north. And then all the counselors were surprised and asked, what? The elder asked him if he had lost his mind. What will they do about the growing disrespect that will result from this act? The boy replied that this was just his view of the situation. They needed to keep the lands intact until the 9 united sects and clans of the Light Path came to their aid. Given that a righteous coalition has been formed, the master of all these sects will soon mobilize. The problem is whether they can hold out until their stay. The ruler said he agreed, the circumstances demanded a speedy solution. Just then a man rushed in and told the ruler that there was an emergency. The ruler asked him what had happened, and then the warrior replied that Peihan's palace was provoking them. The ruler said it was expected. The warriors said that they had conquered the Fujian clans and were now heading for Haiyan and Hunan. The ruler and the others immediately stood up and asked the warrior what he had just said. The warrior retorted that they were on their way here. The ruler said how could this even happen? Somewhere around here there is a follower of the beggar sect from the Nanchana branch. The ruler ordered the warriors to bring him to him quickly. And immediately they brought him and kneeled him down. The guy said his name was Yum Bi and he was from the Nanchang branch of the petitioner sect. The governor asked him what he had seen. Yum replied that the tame pigeon of their sect members in Fujian, who were watching for enemies, had delivered the news that nothing was happening, but 2 days later they were attacked and everyone, including the commander, was killed. The branch leader sent him here right before he died. The ruler said how could that even be possible? If that was true, then the information that all the clans of the south had been defeated. The warrior replied that it was the truth. All were wiped out. The elder told his brother to quickly tell all the Light Path clans of Hunan province to gather in the palace. The guy answered no. They were hardly planning to attack their positions now. The ruler said that it had been reported that literally no clan members had survived. The boy replied that in order to surprise the enemy, it was worth keeping their plans a closely guarded secret. The beggar sect was the closest to Peihan Palace, so it was the first to be destroyed. Next, they spread false information throughout the central region and attacked the unaware clans. Here in Hunan, their information network had advanced far beyond the petitioner sect. However, they still hadn't heard any bad news. Apparently, they are their last target. And then the old man and his grandson came in and said that the commander had time to initiate them. So they came to a common decision. The boy replied that they needed to buy time. If they can defend this land for 5 days, victory is in their hands. If not, there would be no life for them. The only thing is, if they send all their troops here, they'll be devoured before reinforcements arrive. So we'll have to run north in case of emergency. The old man said that's not possible. As long as all their kin are in this place, they will not run away. They must defend their family's pride. The clan has about 300 men at its disposal, plus another 170 will come from Hunan. And about 30 from the Danmun clan. That's about 500 able-bodied soldiers, plus another 300 from the side clans of the White Sword. Thus, the total number of their army is 800. The squad leader said there were 3 times as many opponents. Quantity does not always determine victory, said the ruler. Even if you're outnumbered, you can finish the battle in the vanguard. And it's unlikely they'll move all together. So, before all the dark clans gather, we should kill them separately. The man said that, and yet, they are too few for such a maneuver. If they split up, won't they end up in a mess? The ruler said he envisioned organizing several small groups of the most outcast warriors and attacking the enemy from different directions. To be more specific, it is banal not to let them coordinate their actions. If they can disrupt their mood, the victory will inevitably fall into our hands. The ruler supported and said it was a good idea. The old man asked the others, and when do they propose? If they don't mind, he would go himself. The governor laughed and told the old man that he would go too, because it was not his job after all. As far as he knew, he had a few disciples of the White Sword clan under his command, right? The most important thing for this task is not the level of martial arts, but the quickness of movement. Their goal is to exhaust the enemy, so you need to act quickly and coherently. Attack and escape when the main forces are still in the dark. Then one of the rulers offered to send my Yen. She's an unusually fast girl. He thinks she'll come in handy in this case. The other ruler said that he was betting that his nephews would only be of help too. And then the chief told them to make a list of people. The advisors gathered in the Shaolin territory. The head asked, had the Peihan Palace army already emerged from its den? A ruler from one family said that's right. Most of the territories in the Kannam region have already fallen under their onslaught. The ruler asked the head, are they sure they haven't made a mistake anywhere? Only yesterday came word that they hadn't moved anywhere yet. How did so many brave clansmen dissolve overnight? The head of the Shaolin replied that he didn't know anything. But there were pigeons flying in from most of the fortresses. And from what he understood, the situation was on the verge of terror and confusion. The elder said that they seemed to have been brutalized. The ruler asked, what do you mean? The elder replied that they all expected that if anything happened, the vagabonds of the petitioner clan would notify them immediately. But it seemed that the territories had long been out of the reach of their watchful eyes. All the reports that have reached them to this day most likely originated in the Peihan Palace itself. And then one of the elders got worried about the White Sword clans. And then the ruler said that all was not lost. On their way, the small people of the Namgung clan have already advanced to meet them. There is still hope that they will not fail, and will repel the invader without too much difficulty. They should send help to them as soon as possible. The head of the Shaolin asked what they thought about it. The man replied that it would take at least half a month for us to fight from all the nearest cubbyholes. And that's still at best. Isn't it too long? Maybe give them these lands and concentrate on defense near the Yangtze River. The elder said that the 4 great clans had already sent several dozen warriors. They shouldn't delay either, otherwise the situation could get much worse. And then the ruler said that he agreed with Master Ka. It would not be the best option to lose such a vast terrain. And in such a case, for the sake of saving time and effort, it is worthwhile to start by sending them the warriors they already have. The head of the Shaolin suggested to first send the disciples that were chilling in front of them now. We need to buy time at the very least. And then a decent army would be ready. The chief asked the man that they would not go to Gangnam. And why not? The man replied that the lord of the palace, Peihan, had passed away, and therefore it was too dangerous a venture now. Especially considering that the warriors of the Dark One are already concentrating near their path. And contact with them is doubly dangerous. The warden said whether they would open the road or not, he doesn't know. Unreasonable risk, as it were. The man said that no matter how hard they tried, they definitely couldn't defend themselves. Yeah, definitely not in this case. And until it's quiet, they can't go to those parts. Co asked, then what would happen to him? Did he work for them for nothing? And then Co lost his temper and started to get indignant. The bosses went under the table in fright and asked, what will become of him? What is there to tear his hair out now? Seo asked, how do they expect me to get to Sichuan now? The man replied, what can I say, after all, he's already experienced. The boss told Seo that he could get where he needed to go on his own. A few months on the job, enough experience now. Let's get going. The man told him not to be scared. He'll be fine. He'll learn God knows how many other important skills. Seo didn't think it was an option for him to stay here any longer. He'd already made a little money. He has the basic knowledge. And he's going on his own. And then the next day, Seo decided to say goodbye to everyone. The boss said that the boy had decided to go on the road after all. Seo replied that that was correct. And thanked them for all they had taught him. The head told him when he was going to go back to Korea again, he would have to pass through this village again, so they would see each other again. And then the warden took out a sack and handed it to Seo and said that it was for the road. And then the old man also went outside and decided to say goodbye to him. He said he was sorry that they were saying goodbye to him. Seo asked, what is he doing? Starkey asked back, what is he doing? Oh, he's going on the road with him. Seo told him that he wasn't fully recovered. Where the hell are you going? He said, I'm not going to be able to see you, he said. Immediately Seo started to run away and the old man chased after him. He asked the guy, how's that? Where's he going without his nephew? Where the boy goes, he goes. They immediately set off on their way. Starkey lagged behind and told the boy to slow down. Seo asked him why he was following him. The old man clutched his body and said that it seemed that all the fuss had opened his stitches again. I wish he was on a stretcher like before. Seo said he wished he could remember. Did he do something in his past life that was worthy of such treatment? So made a stretcher and started to carry him. The old man said he would take a little nap. Let him be careful. Seo was indignant and said that he would get his share. The old man yelled at him to wear it properly. He was sleeping so sweetly. Did you have to wake him up? Okay, he's demanding a refund for his sleep. Seo replied that he looked just like his grandfather, too, when he remembered him. When they entered the town the old man said that he was very hungry, that even lying down was hard for him. He told the boy that they had a long way to go and that it would not be better to have lunch first. Seo replied that it was far away. So it's not like there's no time to stop. The old man said that it was definitely not easy for him to carry it. Let him not overwork himself, and let them have a snack. Seo asked, who's the reason he's working like a horse? Let him stop pretending to care about him. The old man said that when you are young, you must eat on time, or you will be sick all the time. Seo replied that he had no money. The old man said he shouldn't be here. He saw with his own eyes how he was saving for the road. Seo replied that it was all for the most basic necessities. The old man started shouting that he was very hungry and dying. The old man yelled in front of everyone for his dear nephew to treat him to dumplings before he died. Seo said he was, to give someone else a helping hand. Not in life. Seo decided to come in for a meal after all. The old man set the table for them and smelled the dumplings and said that they smelled very good. He immediately stuck his head in the bowl and started eating everything. He raised his head and asked Seo why he wasn't eating. And then people from the other table began to say that it was said that the barbarians from the palace of Peihan had plundered the northern lands in an instant. The other guy said he had heard about it too. Buddha sees, the White Ball clone army and Namgong soldiers are already gathering. It seems like there's going to be a lot of bloodshed in the area soon. The old man ate the whole bowl and asked Seo if he could order more. And then he immediately ordered 10 portions of dumplings. After bringing the portions, Seo was surprised and thought that the old man had some kind of monster in his stomach. And immediately after lunch they headed on their way. But Seo stopped in front of the sign and wondered where he should go. So decided to go to the Sichuan government. The old man saw this and stopped him and said that he had gone in the wrong direction. Seo replied that that was right, they were heading for Sichuan province. The old man asked, hadn't he heard people in the drinking room talking about the coming massacre? Seo replied that the way things are going, what does he care? The old man asked. What kind of nonsense is that, how come he doesn't care? Seo said that the way they were fighting, he would go to Sichuan to get his bride. The old man asked, what if his bride is already fighting on the front lines? Xiao told the old man what he was talking about. His fiancée is from the Dan clan and she lives quietly in Sichuan. The old man said that he didn't even know how things worked in Gankou. Namgong is one of those great clans that rule their country. Xiao asked, so what of it? The old man replied that the Dan clan was also one of the 5. At the same time, the infrastructures of both are closely related to each other. So, since the Namgong clan is in danger, they will probably send a squad from the other side to help. Xiao asked, so what? The old man replied that his fiancée could easily be part of that group. Xiao couldn't believe it, and he couldn't believe it. The old man said she could easily get hurt badly, or even killed, and he wanted to spit on that. Xiao asked him what he wanted from him. The old man said that they should go to Shaolin immediately. Xiao asked, and why would they do that? The old man said he didn't understand anything at all. Let him listen carefully. Heihan Palace is the main lair of the Black Sword clans. Since they have decided to fully conquer this space, the White Ball clans will not sit idly by, especially since there are rumors that a coalition of White Sword clans already exists. So the issue of helping the Namgong clan must have already been resolved. Xiao asked, and then what? Starkey said the guy has to join the army. Xiao immediately raised his hand and told him to wait. Xiao asked, and why would he go to the army? The old man replied, so that he could meet his fiancée. If he did so, there would be fewer dangers awaiting him on the way. Xiao told him, he realized, if his soulmate wasn't there, all efforts would be in vain. The old man said that in that case, he would go on. Let him agree, it's faster by ship than on foot. So whether or not he finds his bride, he'll just buy a ship ticket and head for Sichuan. He hopes you've convinced him. And then Xiao thought about Sichuan on the ship. The old man said that no matter what the expected result was, her whole family would definitely gather there, just so he can meet them. Does he think it's a very good option? Xiao replied that the old man sounded convincing, but who would take him into the army? The old man replied that he definitely had a great recommendation. Xiao asked what other such recommendation. The old man replied that the Sawandan medicine he had given him was something that only the strongest Shaolin elder could make. Or was he wrong? The old man said that the guy would ask the right monk for directions and he would be taken immediately. And then Xiao turned around and realized that this old man was smart. So they arrived at the Shaolin and Xiao said that he would once again greet them all. The guards were surprised and immediately asked, is that him? The guard asked him what he was up to today. Xiao replied that he had come to see Senior again. The guard replied that he understood and asked Xiao who was with him. Xiao replied that it was a distant relative of his. Then the old man said his name was Algie Quinn. Mumu introduced himself and greeted him. At this time, Quinn was looking around and thinking about something, and then Quinn remembered that not long ago there had been a battle in which he himself had participated. And then Mumu came into the room and started to address the head man. The head turned around when he saw Mumu and asked, what happened? Mumu replied that they had guests. And then the head greeted LG and said that he was glad to see him. Xiao said hello and asked how was his health. The head replied that here they were living small. Quinn immediately saw that this one was the same monk who had shattered a sinister dream with an ordinary stick. 40 years in the palace, but in his heart he was still waiting for this moment. And at last he met it again. And here, under these circumstances, just then the head turned to the old man. Quan replied that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, the elder. It had been so many years, and he hadn't changed at all. And then the head couldn't understand who it was. Quan asked him, had he forgotten? It's possible, though. A lot of water had passed, and then the head took him by the hands and asked him who he saw. Father. Indeed. He is still able to surprise. The head immediately took his hands and told him to come in. And then Xiao realized that they knew each other. The head said that when he heard of his death he could not take away his grief. Buddha saw that everything would be all right. People like him, in spite of the world. But somehow they come out of all the trouble alive. Kwang said, however, they had done so many things and it was all his fault. The head said, so don't feel bad about it. I'm sure if it were up to him, the heads of the white-robed kings would be at his feet by now, Kwon replied. If it were that simple, he would know. Does he remember what he was told before? When the time comes, he will return to Shaolin and challenge everyone to another duel. The head replied that it's something you can't forget. Did he know the essence of being? Kwon answered that he knew or not, but his soul was full of sweet assurance. The head asked, curious? He's excited. When is he going to show? Kwon replied that the head could see for himself that no opportunity was looming yet. The heir has surpassed him thoroughly. He'll be visiting his soul soon enough. The head asked if he hated him. Kwon replied that in the dark world of martial artists, only the strongest survive. It was a pity that this war would also take many innocent lives. The apprentice is skilled in the martial arts. And excellent at managing his subordinates. That's right, he's second to none. This time, it would be much harder for the White Ball clan army to defend the territories. The head asked him, he thought. Well, they'll see about that. At this time in Shaolin, the head spoke to his dear friends. Currently, the territories they were heading to were almost completely overrun by the Peihan Palace. And right now, the brave warriors of the Namgung clan are fighting to the last man. But if they lose, they will be forced to retreat temporarily. In the future, the enemy army will march north. They, as responsible for the lives of the clans loyal to the coalition, can no longer watch this rampage from the sidelines. Today, from Shaolin, Yenggak, Murin and Sipaunahan are leaving. From the Wasan clan as Mu-un and his 26 disciples. From the Kaban clan, Elder Ku and 13 young Padawans. And 5 unnamed masters. That's 67 men in all. Also, some units of shamans will join on the way. On the way, the elder said that the fate of thousands and thousands of people now depended on them. It would take them 4 days to reach Namgung, but at this rate, they won't have the strength to fight. And so they will rest a little on the way. Hazugan asked if it would play a cruel joke on them. The elder said to Mr. Hahu, let him agree, it is better that way, rather than surrender without a fight. Rumor has it that the armies of the 4 great clans have already arrived to help. They must buy them time. Kwak Yun said it's no good. She certainly doesn't understand what such a scum is among them. Kwak Yen asked her brother what he thought about it. Gom replied that he didn't know. Surely they must have their own reasons. Ha said he was right. He wondered how they could have gotten in here. Yen replied just to let them have a look. The old man is sick and the kid doesn't belong to any clan at all. Ridiculous in all its glory. So he also had a bow hanging over his shoulders. Seo immediately heard everything he was saying and thought that this brat would have looked at herself better. Yen said, here comes some bird squatting, where did it even come from? There should only be martial arts masters among them, not some black people. Seo saw that she was an incredible ignoramus. She had a cute face, but her personality was like a finger in the mouth. Seo looked up at the sky and repeated to himself to hold on. He must endure everything and say nothing. The group of warriors began to move even faster, and just then they came across another group in the desert and stopped. And then the commander said his name is Unjen Jin of the Shaman clan. And behind him, these are his friends. Kwak Mu introduced himself too and said that he was from the Wasan clan. They have a long journey ahead of them. He suggests that they continue to get to know each other on the road. Being on the road for several hours, they again did not arrive and in the evening decided to make a pass and light a fire. Dan Jen of the Kaban clan was happy to see meat on the trek, they are finally eating. Hen told Jen that he thought they were going to have hari and beef jerky, but thanks to Seo Mun, they had a richer table. And then Seo said that it was not without the help of Fat Man. Kwak said that if he hunted constantly and provided them with fresh meat, he would be a great help. Seo replied that he wasn't that good with a bow, but he would try to be helpful. The boy told him not to lie, because in such a short time, he caught a hare, a pheasant and a roe deer. No, a truly incredible master. Yen said that they were going to fight to the death and that they were just sitting here worrying about food. And then the man said they were. They don't look like warriors at all. And then the guy raised his shot glass and said they'll drink to the 3 bogaters. And then the warrior told Seo that he didn't know, but behind this strange name there were the names of 3 crazy men. They've got the ladies' man here, Hyan Joe. That rascal's really turned his back on girls. At 27, he definitely thinks he's a master of the ladies' man. As soon as he walks into a drinking room, all the geishas quit their work and run to him. Seo said he was jealous of him. In yonder said guy is a crazy sword master, Kwak Gom, in fact, to the links he's already straight to the links, crazy. In short, he's much more daring to fight, he's already challenging everyone to a duel, regardless of gender. He once got into a fight with Yen Ho, a Shaolin monk. His father almost took the fool's head off. Seo said it was unbelievable, he just likes to win. Gom replied that to be honest, no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't get a win with almost anyone. Seo said that it turns out, time after time he remains the loser. Gom replied that no, it all goes to a draw. And then the guy opened his belly and said he was a drunken dog. Dan General the teacher always calls him a drunkard. He says he would sell his own mother for a bottle of vodka. Gom said that when he gets drunk, his skills increase many times over. So we became friends in a drink shop in Beijing, and now we shout ourselves as 3 heroes. Seo chuckled and said that it seemed as if he had seen something like that in a book. Gom said to Seo, does he know that women of their own kind are the meaning of life? Their joy and delight, if only you ask, he will gladly teach him their great art. Kwak told him to get away from So with his advice. He alone was enough for them. Gom said that Seo Mun says he's going to Sichuan to get a bride, to live forever with one, you have to first find out what they even are. Only after socializing with many and many girls, you can understand what exactly the one and only he is really waiting for. Kwak said a man needs only strength. Only his favorite martial art. Seo laughed and said they were funny friends. Gom asked Seo, did he even meet anyone? Seo couldn't say anything and kept silent. Gom said he knew it. But don't let him worry. I'll give him a special crash course especially for him. From theory to practice. Seo said that in Korea there is such a saying, eternal slave to one man, it means that the wife is forever bound to be faithful to her chosen one. How can you neglect the love of one and snoop on others? A true warrior doesn't like that. Gom replied that in ancient teachings they say that heroes used to have 3 or even 4 wives, but no one condemned them. In other words, a real man just has to handle more than one woman at a time. Seo asked, what kind of a madman would say such a thing? In his country, you could lose your tongue for saying such things. Seo pounded his chest and said that a husband and wife should be eternally devoted to each other. Gom said that he understood everything, so let Seo take it easy. Seo said it's not something that's written in ancient teachings. When did he come up with this? And then Gom said that he seemed to have embarrassed himself today. Gom heard everything and said that the guy looked like an idiot, but he said the right thing. And then Yem told Gom to stop talking nonsense. Even their decrepit redneck has pride, and he is a disgrace. Seo looked at her and saw her as a redneck. After all, she should realize that you have to have some boundaries of decency. And then Seo said that they also have a saying for people like her in Korea. And then Kwak asked, what was it? Seo replied that naughty chicks grow a horn in their ass. As far as he knew, that was what they always said when someone was being too rude. And then Yem heard it and realized that he was the one who had just said that about her. Yom told Seo that she didn't know who his wife would be, but she felt sorry for her. Seo told her not to worry, because he wouldn't ask her to marry him. M asked him who had told him that she would agree. Seo replied that he had no desire to marry her himself. I don't care if she throws herself on my neck. Everyone should know that it's better to die than to be wooed by the likes of her. And then M did not tolerate such humiliation and pulled out her sword and said that she was going to cut his tongue out. And stopped at his throat. And then Kwak got angry and said, what the heck? Tell her to let go of the sword immediately. M immediately turned to her brother with indignation. Kwak immediately shouted at her to do it immediately. And then M left crying. Seo decided to apologize and said it was his fault. Kwak said it was okay, because he wasn't the instigator. Seo realized that if she ever acted rude again, let her expect no leniency. The next morning they headed for Sichuan by boat. After all, it would be much quicker for them to get there. Seo asked Gom how long would it take them to sail. Gom replied that 4 days on this ship and then about 1 ride on horseback. Just then, Fat Man was flying above them and started making screaming noises. Seo immediately heard it and asked, "Is something wrong?" Seo waved his hand and said if he was bored there, he could come here. But then Fat Man started yelling again. Seo immediately thought and asked what was wrong with him. He immediately told the man in charge to stop the boat. Seo said that Thick Skin was acting very strangely, there seemed to be danger ahead. Immediately they began to look around. People were asking what happened. Maybe a shipwreck. And then M couldn't help herself and started screaming. The head immediately turned around and asked, "What happened?" Yem immediately pointed her fingers and said, "For them to look over there. Those are dead bodies." The head looked at them and said that they were fighters from the White Sword Clone Army. It turns out that there was a skirmish with Peihan Palace near the river. And then Kwok said that then the Namgung clan had already. And then the head interrupted him and said that he should not jump to conclusions. The important thing is to keep everyone looking out. Seo told Fatso that he was good. Let him see what's ahead. If he sees anything, tell him to report back quickly. When Gom saw this, he told Seo that his bird was good, and that he understood human language. Seo said he had raised him since he was just born. So he's his friend and kin. At this time in Haichang territory, Kakok, the military advisor to the Peihan Palace, arrived there. Kuan Sa, the chief of the army of Peihan Palace, and Hong Won, the guardian of Peihan Palace, also came to this area. And then the scout told the man in charge what he was reporting. Ka and 30 men from his entourage are dead. The commander-in-chief asked, "Even so?" And then Ka told the counselor that who would have thought they would organize an ambush. After all, he had not suspected that the White Ball clan army would use such tactics against them. The commander-in-chief laughed and said that meant they were finally starting to panic. Ka replied that whatever their actions meant, the casualties on their side exceeded 100 men. If they keep losing like this, their fighters will lose heart. The commander-in-chief said that Ka is the most important one here. So let him think of something. Ka asked, most importantly, he doesn't understand what the commander-in-chief is talking about. He is only a counselor. Whether or not they could defeat Namgung depended solely on their leader. And then the warrior told the general to order the mobilization of their army. The longer they wait, the more time they are given to strategize. And of course they're well rested. So isn't it time to go into battle again? And then the commander-in-chief told the counselor that everyone was waiting for his orders. Let him tell me when is the best time to launch an offensive. Ka stood up and replied that he suggested moving out by midnight. The first thing to do was to eliminate all small groups and detachments. And then the warrior said that he would arrange it for them. The commander-in-chief asked him how. The warrior replied that traps. The general says it's fine. He thinks this is a point they'll easily resolve. In that case, why don't they discuss their campaign already? The warrior asked, what's there to discuss? As soon as they start, they'll smash them all. Ka said that still their opponents are now prepared for anything. According to the intelligence, Namgung's backup has arrived. What kind of backup did the warrior ask? Kui replied that he believed the war of the Zeegal clan. The general asked, then what does he suggest? Ka replied that he could blow them to smithereens, but it would take a decent amount of time. The general asked, what's the plan then? Ka smiled very strangely and with a sigh said that he would tell them everything now. Ka immediately pulled a box out from under the table and opened it. The general saw it and said it was dynamite. But where did it come from? The general said, meaning that when Ka heard that some sort of defense line was going to be erected around the Namgung clan, he immediately decided to prepare himself. Kui replied that possession is not illegal. It's just that it can only be used by the national army. The use of large quantities is really frowned upon, but they have just a little, no problem. Moreover, he had already put his guys where they needed to go, and the law didn't apply to them. The general said that they were scattered over a vast area. If a part falls, the spirit of those who remain will fade. The general thought about it and said that was also true. And then one of the guys said that it was impossible to guarantee victory. It's Namgung, said Nan Ak, the master of Helchimadi. They must consider that there will also be heavy losses on their side. The general said that Ak is right. The Namgung clan has existed for over 500 years. It's going to be a tough battle. And then the warrior told the counselor that he was ready to come face to face with the enemy. In that case, they too will take over the left front, said the others. And then Ak said that then they are left right behind them. And then Ka turned them down and said that they are the main force of their army. And this is not the moment. Their time has not yet come. They should all show up at the very last moment. And let the united army of dark sects fight on the front lines. The general said that the clans within this association are already waiting for the order of the Peihan Palace. And then a guy came in and told Mr. Counselor that he had a message from an agent from the Blood Clan. Ka opened it and immediately his face changed. The general saw it and said, "What happened?" Ka replied that the righteous coalition was gathering an army, and one part of it had already crossed the Yangtze River. The general said it wouldn't change the outcome. They will still win. Ka said it's even a chance for them. They must be on their way to help the Namgung clan despite the dangers. If they ambush them. The general seconded these words and said that it was indeed a great idea. And then the warrior said they should put him in charge of it. They don't really need him here anyway. He'll take them down. The general said it would not be easy. Was he sure he could do it? The warrior replied to the chief that he would certainly defeat them. And then the general said he believed him. And then Ka said for them to take a group of blood bow with them. The warrior said that in that case, it would definitely bring good news. The blood bow is a grouping of warriors dressed in red armor and shooting iron arrows. It consists of 10 invincible warriors who are fluent with a bow that allows them to shoot at a distance of more than 15 meters. A warrior said that's great, and he's going to hunt mice. And another warrior said, and he will go after those who are now moving to help the Namgung clan. Mumu's poisonous hand went on land and began to fight the enemies. And then the warrior said to the chief that everyone was tired and needed to take a break. Mu replied that if they stopped now, they would definitely not have another chance to win. After all, it would be another 2 hours before they arrived at the site. As soon as they show up, they can get a good night's rest. And then he turned back and saw someone killing his men from behind. He immediately shouted that they were being ambushed. They began to be killed each and every one of them, and Mu said to all of them not to be nervous, let them make a circle first. After all, they needed to figure out where their opponents were hiding. And then the warrior told the chief that these arrows were smeared with poison. Mu asked, "Who are they?" "Stop hiding, don't be a coward. Let them present themselves before him." Immediately Mu saw something start to sparkle in the tree, and arrows flew at him, which he began to bat away. Mu lost his temper and told them to get out immediately. It's weak to fight face to face. Are they using more weapons smeared with poison? And then a guy came out of the bushes in mockery and asked, since when did Peihan's mutts start talking about a fair fight? It's hilarious. Mu looked at him and asked who he was. And then the guy replied that he was Namgung Jin. Mu asked, the sleeping dragon. Jin answered them that this place would become their grave. It wouldn't be boring. They will all rest together in the next world. Mu called him a puppy and said he'd cut the guy's head open. And then they would see what he would say to them. Mu raised his sword and told his brothers to watch. The warriors of the White Sword sect use the dirtiest techniques. They are all wolves in sheep's clothing, and immediately he ordered his men to all fight to the death. And now the bloody spectacle began. One of the guys attacked saying he was Wangbo Chang of the Wangbo clan. And then he launched a devastating attack. Mu seeing this was very surprised and said that this thunder palm is a secret technique of the Wanbo clan. Mu realized they were outnumbered and not their equal and yelled for everyone to go left. It was time to retreat. But even then, a cute girl appeared in front of them and told them that they were trapped. It was Wangbo En, Wangbo Chan's sister. Yen immediately jumped on top of them, and immediately slashed several enemies with her shiny sword. And then the brothers from the Peng clan came here and said that they were at their service. And immediately they went at the enemies again without any excitement. Mu saw that he was almost alone and was very angry and had no idea what to do next. Mu thought, how could this be possible? He assumed they were very strong, but not that strong. He feels like he's going to die today. Jin immediately walked over to him and cut through his remaining warriors. He told Mu that the boys were waiting for him in the other world. It was time for him to leave. Mu realized that he had nowhere else to go and would have to fight. He immediately flew at the guy and used his infernal sword. And then Jan dodged his attack and realized it was a trick. And then he dodged again. Mu got very excited and saw that the guy had fallen into his trap. Immediately, Jin flew into the air and ended up behind him. Jin told him, he hopes the enemy isn't planning to escape. It won't work out for him. Immediately he launched an attack and slashed his back. Mu immediately realized that he was done and these all moments were not part of his plans. And then the squad leader congratulated Jin and said that even though it wasn't so hard with them. Jin replied that it was because of their alliance. Yen said that the opponent was strong but visibly exhausted. Next time, he might not be so lucky at all. And then the two brothers said that they agreed on everything. And then the brother asked the older one what he agreed on. Actually, with her, for some reason, as always, Deliza is here. Or maybe he's in love. When Un heard that, she blushed. The older one told the younger one to shut up and not say anything stupid. And then the boys told them that they shouldn't tease each other. Love has nothing to do with it. And then someone from the forest shouted to them to all laugh. This is their last time. And then Jin looked around and asked who was it. And then the sword of the god of death, Ho-1, came out in front of them, with his large and armed army. Ho said he's been scouring the neighborhood since early this morning for signs of them. And it looks like it's not going to go to waste. And then Un recognized him and asked him, the sword of the god of death Ho-1. Ho laughed and asked the girl, does she know him? He didn't expect it. The sword of the god of death, Ho-1. A disciple of the greatest black sword sect. Traveled as early as 13 years old. Legend has it that the only one he couldn't defeat was Ku Yang, the lord of Peihan Palace. That said, it is said that even Chu Yang himself was enraptured by his crowning touch with the sword of the god of death. But despite his origins, he is characterized by his honesty and loyalty. Even the warriors of the White Sword clans admire him wholeheartedly for this. His aura outshines everything around him. It seems to be getting harder and harder to breathe. Ho said they were too young, he wouldn't want to kill them. He'd rather they surrender. He would definitely save their lives. Jin grabbed his sword, as he realized that life in captivity was not worth a dime. Ho said that since the guy is asking for it, he has no choice. So who decides to fight first? They can attack as a group. Jin realized that whoever he was a descendant of a famous clan in the martial arts world. And then the guy said that he was the firstborn of the Namgong clan. Ho asked, so he is the grandson of the famous sword spirit. He has a great respect for him. Even once, their brief acquaintance. Let him show himself in all his glory. Jin went into the fight and realized that he was facing the best of the best of the best martial artists in the martial arts world. One mistake would inevitably cost a life. Immediately, Jin used Changyamyu's sword control technique to attack. Reception number 1, Light Kite Chonggun. Directing all his strength into this attack, he aimed straight at Ho, but the guy immediately dodged his attack. Jin didn't cool his heels and immediately used Changyamyu's sword control technique. Reception number 2, Continuous Chonggun. And then Ho told the guy he was good. But not his opponent, and in a moment released a counter-attack. Ho did his best to teach this guy a lesson. Jin couldn't resist the attack, and was very surprised. Jin immediately thought to himself, is there no way for him to break through it? In that case, the next move, although he hadn't quite mastered it yet. And so Jin decided to use Changyamyu's sword control technique. Technique number 3, Chonggun Harmony. When Ho saw that, he laughed a little and said, not bad. But he waited until the last moment and immediately struck back. The force was so great that the trees came out of their roots. But the silhouette of Jin's body was still there. And then Jin started spitting blood, for there was damage to his internal organs from this attack. Jean realized that he couldn't beat Ho. Ho said that the crowning technique he had just shown him was resurrecting the body of the god of death. Jean replied thanking him for not hitting him full force. Ho said that the guy is perfectly capable of wielding a sword. He just hasn't grown up yet. And then Jean couldn't stand on his feet and fell down. One of the guys realized that their opponent was too strong, but they couldn't just give up. He will fight in Namgong's place. When he starts attacking, have the others run as fast as they can. Just then, Yen pulled out her sword and said she wouldn't quit. Her brother told her to wait, he might not be able to win, but he wasn't going to lose. Jiang told Moon to protect his sister. Let them rush around. He hopes they'll see each other again. Dan brothers, have them bring him back safely. All of them. Only on his command. And then a guy came up to Ho and told him to fight him now. He's a Wanbo Chang from the Wanbo clan. And then Ho laughed and said that unfortunately his sword has no eyes. And then Chan immediately started using magic and told Ho to let him start first. Immediately, Chan saw that he was about to attack and shouted to his men to run away immediately now. They immediately scattered into the forest. Ho saw this and ordered his warriors to go after them. Ho said that's what the guy was trying to bamboozle him for. Zhong replied that he didn't think he stood a chance against them. The only thing left is to run away. Ho replied that the logic is clear. But is he sure they'll let them leave? Zhong said he'll leave them to their luck. Ho replied that he understood. But then he suggested that he should follow the path he had chosen. Chan immediately applied the abilities and said he would act with his permission. But he's not sure if he can do it. But no, or rather, he doesn't think he can even move it. This skill is unique. But since when did he start to take so long to think? In that case, the strongest technique. And immediately attacked him with heavenly punishment. Ho stood still and simply swung his spear. And cut his attack in two. Chan realized that he was no match for him, and with such an attack, he was directly planted on his ass. And then at the moment of the fall, Zhong thought Un was okay. Ho told his men that the boy was not dead, let them take him to the camp. They immediately obeyed the order. At that time, the head of the Namgun clan was walking in his territory. A warrior ran up and shouted to the ruler. The counselor asked him what had happened. The warrior replied that a man had been sent from the palace of Peihan to negotiate. The counselor asked the ruler what they would do. The ruler replied that they should invite him here. Just then, a man ran up and said that his name was Un Xie, the master of the Dark Air Martial Arts School. The ruler said, so it means he has the famous deadly flying sword in front of him. Xie replied that it was just a rumor. The ruler asked him, what was the occasion for which he had come? Xie replied that Mr. Qi, the advisor of the army of Peihan Palace, asked him to tell him. They are surrounded by the army of the Black Sect. They, the people of Peihan Palace, don't want bloodshed. Let them all surrender. Most importantly, promise to live in the shadows from people for 30 years without giving a hoot, then they will let go. If the battle starts, no one will be able to get out of here alive. Unfortunately, this is the only way to keep Namgong and the other white clans safe. The ruler had been listening to his instructions all this time, and at the last moment he couldn't stand it and started laughing loudly. The ruler asked, lay down your weapons and hide from people for 30 years. What kind of nonsense is he talking? Do they think he'll stand for this abuse? Better to take up his sword and fight to the death. Tell him to leave immediately. Xie said that they would regret this decision. The ruler replied that he was wrong, only their head would regret it. Xie bowed and said that they would see each other again. The ruler smiled and replied that he would look forward to it. And so the rulers gathered in the Lotus Hall, the headquarters of the Dark Forces, to discuss the furtherance of their plans. The counselor smiled and said that he knew they would refuse. Xie asked, in that case, what was the circus for? The counselor replied that it didn't matter. It was a gesture of goodwill. Or rather, he was demonstrating that they were confident of victory. Xie thought and saw in the counselor that he was not a warrior. Nor should he be, what honor is. The head asked, then, when do they proceed? Counsel replied that he thought his advice was no longer needed. He will leave the matter to them. The head said then that meant they were starting as planned. And then he turned to the ghost brothers. And then the brothers asked the chieftain what was wrong. The chief said that he was ordering an immediate attack on the Namgung clan from the east side. The brothers immediately bowed and replied that it would be done. The ruler turned to the hurricane sword and invincible master. The ruler said that the western frontiers were left to them. They immediately set out at once to fulfill the task. The ruler turned to Nan Ak and said that the center facilities were behind him and the Blood Devil squad. And the warriors who came from the dark air confronted him head-on. And immediately they bowed and departed. At this time, everything was glowing in the Namgung clan and the ruler called a meeting with the rulers. The elder asked, "Why so quiet?" He heard the bastard stop somewhere nearby. Ruler Gom replied that according to the latest information, the enemy was ready to move into action at any time. Wanbo Cheon replied that he didn't think they would behave so recklessly. The Jeagle clan lord had organized an ambush of 5 blocking elements they wouldn't dare. Gong Zeagle bowed and thanked for the praise. After all, the 5-element technique is the energy structures of each element. It is fire, water, wood, metal and earth coming together to create a vast space filled with homonymous and dissimilar clusters, inside of which, depending on the design of its creator, the enemy will see various illusions. In such a situation, physical force is simply useless. At this time, the enemies were saying that they were literally going around in circles. And then they heard explosions near the clan and everyone was worried. Gom asked the others, "What happened?" Have the others scout out the situation immediately. And then a warrior came and told the lord that there was trouble. The enemy had detonated dynamite and dispersed their ambush. The armies of Peihan Palace are already on the move. Gom asked in surprise, "Dynamite? Are they crazy out there?" And then he was disappointed in himself. Why hadn't he thought of that too? The scout said it's against the law to use dynamite, so. Gom said they must have planted their own people in the department. And here near the gate, the commander was saying that if they couldn't hold out, all the white clans on the south side of the Yangtze would simply be wiped out. And then he told the front line to take over the Namgung clan. The left flank is left to the Nabo and Peng clans. And the right-wing clan of Dan and the Dun and the Dumtruckers. But he doesn't know how many of them will live to see the end. But he asks them to fight. And they need to survive and celebrate their victory at the end. Gom raised his sword and shouted for everyone to move out. He asked his boyfriend what he hoped, "Are the families safe now?" The lad replied that everything was fine. Guy said the servant sent either home or to relatives. He believes the children have long since moved to the other side of the river. But their third brother and his wife are still here. Gom replied that she was, after all, the daughter of the greatest master of Shangxi. When it comes to skills, there's no woman like her. Or even men. And here at the western gate, the enemy was advancing. The battle was fought to the point of bloodshed, and with each clash men were killed and had nothing left. The commanders said that of course they knew that the 5 great clans were strong, but to be this strong. And they seemed to be out of their league. They immediately raised their swords and shouted to their troops to join the battle. Immediately they all rushed out to fight. Meanwhile, at the eastern gate of the clan, there was simply carnage going on. The enemy shouted for them to cut, tear and slash them. At this time, Sio's team was still on their way. Then out of nowhere, a pigeon flew up to them. And landed on the commander's arm. After opening the letter he was surprised and said that according to the letter, it seems that the Namgung clan is holding up well. The guy said out of surprise that these guys are the main stronghold of the white forces. The commander said that the United Army just had to defeat Peihan Palace. It is indicated that more than 400 people, only the Dark Ones, have already lost about 3,000 brave warriors. The boy asked, "What are the losses on their side?" The commander said they could take a little break. After all, everyone was already very tired. Gom asked Sio if he knew what was there and pointed his finger. Sio replied that it looked like a lake, he couldn't say for sure. Gom said that it was correct, and the same Dongtinghu. And then the redhead said that Yeyang Tower, it is the yellow crane in Wuhan, and properly Prince Teng and Nanchang represent the top 3 most famous structures near the southern border of the Yangtze River. The lord of the Kabang Huan clan said that the most beautiful of them all is the yellow crane tower. It is the most beautiful tower in the world, and its image cannot be compared to anything else on earth. Gom said that when you look at the sunset like that, you can't help but think of your homeland. The thick fog brings back memories. Huang said it was all part of the great Choi Ho's composition. It is said that when Li Bo saw this poem, he dared not even think of writing another. Gom replied that that was correct and asked Seo, had he heard of such a thing? Seo immediately replied that he had not heard of it. Geometry asked him if he knew who Li Bo was. Seo thought about it and replied that it sounded familiar. And then someone said they recognized someone. And then Seo thought, why were they all staring at him like that? Was he a king from the Ming dynasty? The girl asked, and what did they expect him to do? A hillbilly, how would he know a famous poet? And then Seo looked at her and saw that she was starting up again. She didn't seem to be getting enough of him. Seo came up to her and asked her if she knew who Zhang Mong was. The girl said, why would she care about such people? Seo asked in surprise, really? He had proved his great loyalty to Korea with his life. How can you not know about such a great man? What an uneducated person. The girl asked, where would she have to come from? Seo asked, then why would he need their poet? The girl said that Chungwon is a world center and such things are a must to know. Seo asked, so it's only famous people in China? The girl immediately answered yes. Seo asked, then did she know what time the Shaolin senior master went to the restroom? The girl flared up and asked why she had to do that. Stop talking nonsense. Seo said what she was like. You said yourself that you can't get anywhere without it. The girl asked, but why should he care? Seo replied that Chunwon's martial art had its origins in Shaolin, and the headmaster there is the eldest. He feels he needs to know everything about him. The girl said she couldn't believe it. Enough of this nonsense. And then one of the guys came up and addressed the commander. The boy said that 3 fighters from the Namgung clan had arrived. The commander replied that he understood. It was the senior clan master of the Kevin Kuyuk clan. They were powerless and carried Jin on their backs. The commander asked them, did they run away from one gang? They did the right thing. He's out of their league. And it's a good thing they're alive. Then they are going to Namgung together, said the commander. And then the warrior told his men to clear one of the carriages, we must let the boys rest. And then coming to the waterfalls and said Gom said, is this the famous place where the Almighty was drawn? They say there is an image of a Buddha staring up at the sky right there on the rock. Seo sighed and said, I wish they could see it. And then Seo realized something was wrong up ahead. He senses an unknown force. It's all coming together, just like that time during the delivery. Seo told Gom that there was someone up there. And then Gom did not understand at first, then he stared intently at the mountain. Gom told Seo not to worry. After all, he personally doesn't feel anything. Seo replied that unfortunately it seemed that he was wrong. Seo immediately ordered Thick Skin to fly up and look at the mountain from above. She immediately flew up to the top. Seo immediately walked over to the old man and told him there was an ambush, he could feel it. The old man immediately began to consider himself. Seo immediately thought how much he didn't want to go, especially when he knew beforehand that it was dangerous out there. After walking a few more meters, suddenly iron arrows suddenly flew at them. They were immediately pierced by several soldiers who were walking. The commander immediately jumped off his horse and shouted ambush. Tell everyone to disperse immediately. Let them all go immediately to the rocks and hide behind the rocks. But the arrows kept coming and killed a few more warriors. The commander saw that they were red arrows. Could it be the Blood Bow group? He had relaxed too much. He should have been more careful. They had lost a considerable number of fighters in this place, and could not come out of the cliffs, for the arrows would again fall upon them. And then their chief came out and said he was my Sa from the palace of Peihan. Zasala is not the way of a true warrior, but they are not playing games. And they're all surrounded and there's nowhere to run. Let them surrender, and he promises that their lives will be saved. Just then, the commander says that he is Kwok Mu of the Wasan clan. He thanks them for the offer, but his pride won't allow it. They would rather die here than surrender. Sa replied that he senior master Kwok Mu certainly understood, but could they be more judicious? And then Kwok replied that a real man doesn't take back his words. But then a few more arrows went in as well, and then a monk came to them and asked Senior Master Kwok what was the point. Kwok replied that he had not thought of anything yet. We have to get up there somehow, but it's up there now. And then the warrior said that he thought he was going to die of poverty, but it turned out to be war. Seo said how dare they have the nerve to shoot in front of him. Do they think they can shoot? So took one arrow and said he would teach them how to do it. Gom asked him what he was doing. You can't get them from here. He's trying for nothing. Seo answered him that he knew how to shoot a little. Gom told him not to, it would tell them where they were hiding. The girl told the guy to leave him alone. I think he's totally freaked out. Seo replied to her that although he looked simple, he was actually a very famous hunter. The girl seeing this called him crazy and asked him why he was shooting into the sky. Seo told her to shut up, because he can't concentrate from her squeaky voice. The girl told him to stop playing. For the first time in his life, he sees a man who. The old man told the girl to leave him alone, because his bow skills were excellent. If he thought of something, there must be a reason for it. And then one of the arrows hit the enemy. And immediately he fell off the mountain. The others asked what happened to him. The guy said he didn't know, he might trip. And then they all wondered and asked, why did the arrow go in from the back? And then they saw again, now an arrow stuck in the head. What's up there in the sky? And the guy was looking up at the sky at the time, as out of nowhere an arrow came flying in and hit him right in the head. The squad leader asked, what's going on up there? Immediately, several arrows flew from below at once, and straight at them. They were surprised at this, for the arrows flew into the sky, and in a moment they were headed straight at them. The warriors immediately shouted for everyone to get into cover. They couldn't believe that an arrow had come from the sky and stuck straight into their heads. They asked each other how high they were falling from. And then the commander told them to hide. The danger is deadly. Seo looked up and said those idiots had gone into hiding. He wondered if he should use Ijiyoshi no against them, too many of them. And then Seo thought of something, and decided to watch the direction of the wind with an arrow shot overhead. Just then a bunch of arrows flew at them again. The commander looked at all this and told his men that they were flying and they would have to raise their shields. The arrows were so strong that they broke the sheaves. And then the commander said they were useless. Let everyone go to cover. The commander didn't run away and defended himself. He didn't think that the army of the righteous coalition had a group of masters who could shoot even better than the bloody archers. Seo told the girl to stop sitting around doing nothing, and better have her collect his arrows. The girl immediately didn't understand at first and said what she was about to do. And was going to arrow she thought and realized that she did not expect such a thing from him. And then they saw the girl who was collecting arrows and said there he is behind the rock. Let everyone shoot there. And then they fired a bunch of arrows there, but not one hit. The enemy said that because of the big rock, the chances were nil. And ordered them all to join forces. And then they started shooting all at the same spot of rock, and in a moment it exploded. And Seo got hit. Seo said, they're the fools. They think they can win. And then the commander told them to shoot. Seo immediately started running away and said that he had to be more careful. Otherwise, others might die instead of him. And then Seo decided he'd better go to the center. The girl looked at this and asked what was he doing. Is he out of his mind? The girl called him a blowhard and yelled at him to come back immediately. And then the enemies immediately stopped at the rock and shouted for everyone to come over here. And they immediately fired a bunch of arrows right at him. Seo stood still and didn't move. And from so many arrows, there was an explosion. Seo at this time collected all their arrows and said that he had done everything. The archer commander didn't like that and immediately looked at him. The commander told his men to aim carefully. They can't hit the open. After firing a large number of arrows at Seo, he simply dodged them like a skilled athlete. The others looked at this painting of rocks and said it was just unbelievable. The old man watched and saw that of course he expected the kid to be talented. But to be so talented, in his opinion, that Seo's actions crossed all reasonable boundaries. And then the enemies were saying that this guy is definitely not human. It can't even be human. Must be a vision. One of the enemies said that he was either a ghost or a hallucination. Then it's worth continuing to waste arrows. The guys have been asking each other, is this really real? They can't believe it themselves, but it seems to be true. And then Seo smiled and said that he had now had enough. And now it was time for round 2 to begin. Seo immediately hid behind a rock to make it easier for him to shoot. The enemies immediately said that the ghost had disappeared. Seo looked at his boys and saw that they were all surprised and gave him a thumbs up. Seo immediately returned the favor. Seo didn't hesitate and fired a bunch of arrows into the sky again. The enemies shouted that he was flying again. Tell them to hide. But they did not have time to hide, and immediately came under fire from Seo. The enemies told each other to stop rushing around and join forces. They'll hit him with one fuse. Seo immediately saw them and asked, did they decide to use the same technique? Do they think it's going to work? And then Seo looked at his arrow supply and saw that he was already out of arrows. So he decided to fire the invisible arrows. Quack said that Seo had exhausted all his supplies. Just then an arrow flew at him. The girl was yelling at him to get out of there. What did he decide to counter them without arrows? And at this time, Seo released an invisible arrow that was coated with such power that it turned into a comet. And colliding with the small arrow, there was an explosion. The enemies wondered how this guy did that. The enemy thought there was no such thing. No one had ever managed to pull something like this off before. The gunner asked the commander, did this guy shoot too? The commander replied that he did not see the arrow. He doesn't understand what happened. Quack and the others stood there with their mouths open and he asked the guys, did they notice anything? The old man replied that he hadn't, but the guy had definitely let go of the empty bowstring. It turns out that the entire fuse consisted of energy. It was theoretically possible when wielding a sword, but to have energy replace it. Seo walked over to them and asked, is everyone okay? The old man said that thanks to him the opponents had fallen silent. Seo asked what they thought they should do next. Quack asked Seo, he walked up to them to ask such a thing. Could have just used a chenim. Seo asked in surprise, chenim? Quack asked him, doesn't he know what that is? And then the guy said that chenim is a way of transmitting information over a distance, and all masters know how to use it. Seo scratched the back of his head and replied that he was not yet at the level of a master. And then the masters thought, in that case, then who is he? And then he heard a voice like someone shouting that he was a great shot. And his respect for him. And then Seo said that it was Guomen's voice. He immediately turned around and saw a guy waving at him from afar. The guy told him that's right, he asked him to send him a chenim. If he really heard him, that's it. Seo said, that's interesting. He only learned archery, so he doesn't know anything beyond that. The guy laughed and replied that he was definitely forgiven for that. Seo said that he thinks if they defeat the hunger strikers at the top, they can easily break through further. But to do that, they have to go up first. Quack replied that was easy to say, but what does Seo propose to do? The guy says they'll break into groups. They all go upstairs and their hero distracts them. Seo said it was useless, they'd be shooting at the squads first. They'll see what happens, let them take the men for now. And then Quack said they would take the risk. Quack relayed to the others that the Bao Lord Soman would have their backs. Everyone else should immediately make their way to the cliffs and give battle to the enemy. Their goal is to smash the enemy forces on the ledge. Quack told Seo that he had a strategy. What do they do next? Seo replied that then he starts shooting. Let them get ready. Immediately, Seo released a bunch of arrows and shouted to his men to attack. The others were surprised and asked what he was doing. Seo shouted to them that it was time to go. The enemy shouted that they were going up. The commander asked them, what are they standing around for? Let them fire immediately. Seo immediately saw that they were shooting at his guys, so he immediately let loose arrows and killed them all in one go. The commander of the archers said he couldn't believe it. How one man can do something like that? The commander told his men to aim for the lousy guy. Seo immediately jumped into the air and began firing at close range. Seo lost his temper at this point, and after killing the enemies in front of him said, here they come. He was unstoppable and killed everyone in his path. And in a moment the warriors got to the mountains and started slaying all the archers time after time. The head of the archers saw it all, and couldn't believe that all his archers were dead. And they were already being slaughtered like animals. The head was saying that he couldn't believe that Blood Bow was completely destroyed. But then he realized that only a small portion of the white forces had come up here. So the base is still down here. And then he ordered his men to go on the attack and slaughter every dog, every last one. Immediately the leader and his men went downstairs. Kwok saw this and ran after them. That was their plan. The head of the archers saw the Blood Bow group defeated. More than half of the fighters had fallen. They had already arrogantly believed in victory, but in reality, they didn't stand a chance. Kwok's bloody hand said that since we were going to die, we would die like true warriors. The head of the archers said that they did not expect to have a Bow Lord in their ranks whose skill surpassed the might of the entire Blood Bow group. Kwok replied that he was the new master of the White Sect army. The head said that he would like to know which clan he belonged to. Kwok replied to ask him himself, and then he walked up to Seo and saw that he was the master and said that he thanked them for the performance. He watched with rapt attention. Seo replied that he had been mastering archery since he was a child, his skill had not yet reached its limit. The head says it's too crowded here. So he suggests he fight somewhere else. Immediately he flew up the mountain. Seo told his men that he'd be back soon. And then the others asked if he should help him. Kwok replied that he didn't have to. He said he would be back soon. They would be waiting for him downstairs. And then Gom said to them to sort it out here for now. And then Kwok told his enemies to drop their weapons. Whoever surrenders will live. And then the squad leader told Kwak to cut the crap. This place will become the cemetery of the soldiers of the Righteous Coalition Army. Immediately, they all started fighting to the last man, and leaving no life for anyone. At this time on the mountain, the head tells the guy that he can't defeat him as long as he only has a bow in his hands. And then Seo replied that it was not for him to judge that. The head asked, really? In that case, his victory would be easy. And then the head started attacking, and Seo managed to dodge and in the air attacking said they'll see about that. And then the head stopped in a moment at what he saw. He couldn't believe his eyes that it was an invisible arrow. Seo didn't spare him and shot his invisible arrows like a machine. But the head managed to dodge them. Seo saw that he couldn't believe it. The head walks away from his Muenshi reception and still manages to chase after him. And then Seo released an arrow and said that he thought he would win. The head said that the guy not only shoots well, but also uses a special walking technique. The head released his sword and attacked with a thunderous blast. Seo immediately saw this and immediately lowered his head. But in a moment, he felt the sword being sent backwards, and immediately put his head down again. Seo immediately realized that it was an Ijiagome technique. A move that could only be performed by a supreme master. That sword began to follow him, and Seo had to shoot him. The head immediately picked up his sword in his hands. The head stopped and said that he had used the Ijiagome technique, but was only able to hit the edge of his form. Seo realized that this master was very powerful. There was an incredible thirst for victory emanating from him. At last he had met a worthy master. Now he can recognize the full extent of his potential. Seo laughed and told his enemy that he was strong. He was the first person who had managed to hurt him in Chunwon. The head asked, really? The Peihan Palace has enough skilled craftsmen capable of doing this. The head asked the boy, does he still refuse to pick up the sword? Seo replied that out of respect for him, master, he would take it. Seo saw a sword on the ground and immediately picked it up. And then he told the head to be the first to attack. The head of the archers said that from now on, let the boy expect no mercy. Seo replied that he wished he could tell him the same thing. Immediately, the archer master used his technique, with which he unleashed a crushing attack. Seo didn't worry about it, and calmly raised his sword into the sky and showed his energy. But master's attack passed next to his, and headed towards Seo. The guy saw it and immediately cut her down. Seo sent his sword into the sky in a moment, and with a powerful force, shattered his opponent's sword. Without even hesitating for a moment, a piece of sword fell to the ground like plastic, and then the master was very surprised to see such a thing. He asked Seo, is this the curtain of the sword? Seo replied that this technique was called the peerless sword of triple unity. Step number 2, the blade of solitude. He doesn't know anything about the curtain of the sword. The master replied that it was an incomparable sword of triple unity. He gives up this time. There is nothing else left for him to do. And then the master told Seo to say what he wanted. And then Seo wondered why he had stopped fighting. So strange, but from the very beginning of their battle, he had felt no hatred or lust for killing. Seo threw away his sword and said that it seemed to him that their battle wasn't over yet. It was hard to say who would win. But since he said so, let them end it there. For as far as he knows, there is a white sect master being held captive in Peihan Palace. Let them release him. Seo immediately jumped off the cliff and told the master that he was off. The master said he felt as if he owed him his life. Kwok finished the battle too, and told his men to examine all the wounded, both his own and the enemies. And then the guys yelled out that Seo Moon was heading towards them. Gom asked for him, "Is he okay?" Carrot Top said when he saw him that Seo looked very alive. So he won the battle. Seo replied, "Yeah, what a winner. All he did was run from his sword." But at the end, out of nowhere, he just gave up. The commander asked surprised, "Surrendered? Why?" Gom asked him, and why did he think he did? Just realized he had no chance of winning. Seo replied that he thought so too. He thought that the master was afraid that they would all come up to help him. Kwok said it was very good that everything turned out okay. Thank you for his help. Seo replied that he was glad his bow had come in handy, too. Kwok said that Seo's shooting was above board. The old man said that was right. Right now, there was no one in the entire territory of Kanho who could match the skills of the Blood Bow Squad. Kwok said they lost over 30 people because of their attack. It was all his fault. He should have been more careful. The old man told him not to blame himself too much. Their enemies had lost a second more. This battle was left to them. On the way, the old man asked Seo what had become of Moksa. Seo asked, what did he think? What happened to him? The old man asked him, did he kill him? Seo replied that he could understand him. Why does he worry about those who abandoned him? And then the old man thought and said that the white sect sees the Peihan Palace as the abode of evil. But in reality, it is just a gathering place for clans who like to show their power, and he wouldn't let them show that strength. That's why they won it. It was all his fault, and since it was his fault, how can he blame them for anything? Seo said they betrayed him. And he doesn't like it. In any case, he had not the slightest desire to interfere in their relationship. The old man thanked him for letting him live. He thought Seo had realized that he was a real warrior himself. Seo replied that was correct. He may not believe it, but most of the masters in Peihan Palace are just like that. The old man replied that right now, he was concerned about the other clans that sided with the black sect. Even though they belonged to the same side, they were very different from them. If the Peihan Palace could control them, they wouldn't cause any problems. But unfortunately, the current palace won't give them the attention they deserve. If they are active, the white sect will begin to weaken, and then the black sect will be hard to stop. And so the boys reached the Namgong clan. And with their large and distinguished team, they entered the city. And then the ruler greeted and said that he was Namgong Gam. Their coming once again proves that their friendship, which has lasted since the Kanho campaign, is truly strong. He is very honored. And then Mu said that he wished everyone good health. And then Gam saw Mu Woon and said he was here too. And thanked him for coming. Mu hugged him and told him how long it had been since they'd seen each other. How is he doing? Gam replied that it's nothing much. And he can see that they have some wounded. Namgong asked Mu what happened while they were traveling to their place. Immediately Mu replied that it would be difficult to hide. Mu said that they ran into an ambush by a black sect on the way here. Namgong was surprised and asked how it turned out. Mu replied that at first they were hiding behind rocks, thinking they were finished. Red arrows kept coming from above. It was scary. Namgong said that means there was a bloody bow waiting for them upstairs. Mu replied that that was correct, but they still managed to go upstairs and destroy that troop. Namgung listened to them and said that they must have lost a lot of people. Mu laughed and said that he was preparing to fight to the death, but one guy was able to defeat the Blood Bao faction, so they didn't have many losses. Namgung asked, able to defeat the Blood Bao? How did he defeat the Blood Bao? Mu immediately told him everything, and as Namyun gathered the table that evening, he said he felt like he had an army of millions behind him. And it's all because they're with him now. Everyone is praising Seo Moon's skill so much, it's a shame that he couldn't see that skill. Mu said that even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe that it was possible. Namgung asked who he was. Where did he come from? The old man said that a senior Shaolin monk had recommended him. The famous clans of the Righteous Coalition from Kanbuk territory unite in Shaolin. Soon, a huge army will arrive in Namgung. Namgung said that now he could be sure of their victory. And then everyone immediately started laughing. Gom was telling Seo that he didn't expect their Soman to be a master of the bow and blade. It was unlikely that he would have to see anyone else like him in his life. The commander said Gom was right. Who would have thought that a Bao could shoot like that? Kwok said his shooting skills are impressive, but the fact that he single-handedly climbed to the top is even more amazing. He doesn't know how to use Chenin, yet he easily outclasses many masters in terms of strength. The commander said it was true. It's unbelievable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. And then Kwok said his name and introduced himself as the clan he was from, and challenged Seo Mun to a duel. No one expected this and were surprised. And then Gom said that he knew he would start again. The commander confirmed it and said that the hunchback would be fixed by the grave. Seo immediately smiled and told him to count it as a loss. And then Kwok said that he was actually a man. Since he picked up the sword, he dare not put it back in the scabbard. Let him come out immediately. Seo yelled at him to make Kwok think he had lost. Kwok was running after him and yelling at him to pick up his sword. When Namgung came to the room, he told the men that during the battle with the enemy, Wang Bo-en and Peng had managed to escape. But Peng Hu and Dan didn't know anything. And then Jin said that Wanbo Chan stayed to fight, so they were able to escape from Ho Won. So Namgung told the man that he was sorry for his son. Wanbo replied that he had lived up to his name as the heir of the Wanbo clan, and now he said he would fight to the death to live up to his father's name. And then Namgung saw that he could have confidence in him. At this time the general asked the master, did he lose? He could not believe it. The master bowed and replied that he apologized. The general asked the next one, could even he lose? What happened? He's not rebuking him. He needs to know how strong they are. The master replied that everything he was about to say was true. As they planned, they ambushed him at the top of the cliff. He thought they would use the bloody bow to tie their hands. But at that moment, one guy started shooting at the archers sitting upstairs. He killed them one by one. Mi Ji asked, starting to kill the shooters. Who the hell in the world is capable of outclassing his shooters? And then Mi slammed his fists on the table and apologized, saying he just couldn't believe it. The master told him to get up. After all, he himself had long been unable to comprehend what had been taken away. How could he believe what he had not seen? Mi bowed and replied that he was thanking the master. The master said that this was the first time he had ever seen this kind of shooting. Arrows began to fly into the sky from below, hitting the target with incredible accuracy. And then the counselor, hearing all this, was very upset too. The general asked the master, did he lose in the sword fight? The master replied that he was able to evade his attack with a single movement. Ho heard that and said it couldn't be. The counselor said he never thought it was possible. Master said he did. Ho said that it seemed they had developed a very uncomfortable opponent. And then the general began to think. The counselor said that he could not deny this fact, that warrior was very strong. In that case, they need to rethink their plan. Even though one man won't decide the outcome of the entire battle. And then in Namgung territory, there was a meeting. And Gom told his father that this is the young man who saved Jin's life. And then the old man asked, so he was the one who was the lord of the bow and blade? It was Namgung Sangin. The boy stood up and said his name was Lg So. San replied that he had heard about him. He was said to be a good archer. Seo replied that it's not like that. The rumors were exaggerated. He was just lucky. San laughed and said what a humble guy. He thinks the Blood Bao faction can be defeated by luck alone. He's done the impossible. Seo immediately started laughing and said that if they praised him like that, he'd really think he was a good shot. San asked, why not? He's telling the truth. So what part of Korea did he come from? Seo replied that he came from around Mount Pictu. San asked what his parents were doing. Seo replied that they died when he was a baby. San immediately apologized and said he shouldn't have asked him that. Seo told him not to worry, everything was fine. Sun asked, then who raised him? Seo replied that his grandfather was with him all the time. San said that's how it is. He heard that there are many good shooters in the East. What did he come to them for, to China? Dan asked, maybe he wanted to become famous. Seo replied that it wasn't like that. That's not what he came for. Sun asked, then did he get to the war by accident while traveling? And then Seo thought about it for a moment. San told him if he was uncomfortable, he didn't have to talk about it. Seo replied that he was actually here to see the Dan clan. And then everyone was silent, and they couldn't understand why. San said that everyone in this room except him and his son belonged to the Dan family. And then Dan Ho asked what he wanted from his family. Seo replied that his grandfather had sent him to them for his bride. Just then, one of the sons couldn't help himself and spit out his tea. He looked at his father and apologized at once. Dan Ho asked Seo why he sent him to the Dan family to get a bride. San said that the Dan family has very high standards for future sons-in-law. Almost all sons-in-law must stay with the Dan family. Seo replied that he had heard about that. But he had also heard that his late father and future father-in-law had arranged their wedding before he was born. San immediately thought of that man and asked, really? And then Ho thought, when did his first son have time to make such a promise? Seo said that when he was young he often wandered and on one of those days he could make a promise. Ho considered Seo and saw that he was tall, handsome. Shoots like a ghost. San said gee, he has so many granddaughters to marry. I wanted to offer it to him, but I don't think it's going to work. San told Ho that let him think he caught luck by the tail. Such a good young man is coming to the Dan family. Ho laughed and said that when San questioned him, that's how he knew he had a hidden agenda. Let San not even dream, he's already promised to his family. Ho said he's happy to meet him. He is his future father-in-law's father, no, more accurately, his future wife's grandfather. And then Seo stood up and bowed and told Ho to accept his bow. And then Ho smiled and told him to stand up. Ho asked how old he would be this year. Seo replied that he will be 22 years old. Ho replied that he will be 20 soon, she'll be just right for him. And then Seo thought about what his future wife Seo He's name means. It's a very beautiful name in general. And then one of the guys said they already owed them. He's his son-in-law now. Yes, Seo Mong's son-in-law. And then the girl got excited and said she could call him son-in-law. What a lucky sister. Ho asked Somi, does she want to get married too? Don't worry, Grandpa will find a good groom for her. And then the boy turned to his grandfather to go out and celebrate. Ho replied that of course. But don't let them drink too much, who knows when the enemy will decide to go on the offensive. Ho asked San what he thought of him. San replied that he was a very decent young man. Ho said he thought so too. He didn't even think about it at first, but when he started to question Seo, he decided to take a closer look. It was a gift of fate. So young and so strong. San said he was sorry to see such a talent go to the Dan family. Namgung said he thought the young man wasn't as good as they were getting so upset about him. Ho says they're both blind. He doesn't think his skill is inferior to his. Or even that of a sword lord. San said, feeling so upset for the first time in a long time. Does Ho know why he was so eager to get him into their family? First, their clan is on the brink of destruction, and this young man's skill could be a ray of hope. Gom said he was undoubtedly proficient with the bow, but as for the martial arts. San said to the youth, to understand them, they have yet to grow up. Gom asked what they meant by that. Ho replied that they didn't feel a surge of energy from him, right? But they claim that the young man is strong. How is that possible? San said that if a warrior is able to block the internal energy coming from him, which means that his skill has reached the level of Banbakajan. Sung Ho thought that such esteemed masters like the Sword Lord and the Stone King could hardly be mistaken. And then the boy shouted to Seo that he was slowing down, so he should go to them. Seo turned around and saw so many beauties that he blushed. Quack was saying that Seo was finally here. They were just talking about him. And then the guy said to let them introduce the young man who came from Korea itself. He's a true master of the bow and blade. But most importantly, he is now his sister, so he's fiancé. When Kwok heard that, he said, wow. So he came to Sichuan to get married. And then the guy asked Seo, that young man, does he already know that young man? And then the guy raised his hand and said his name was Namgong Jin, and the girls next to him are his sisters. The first one is Namgong Su Ren, the second one is Su Mi, and the third one is Hai. Seo bowed and said his pleasure. The guy pointed his finger and said that this young man was the firstborn of the Peng clan, Peng Man Ho. And next to him is his brother, Peng Du. The pretty girl behind them is called Wangbo Yen, and then the guys said they were honored to meet him. Seo replied that they said it was an honor to meet him, and then Yen said that she too will soon become a member of the Peng family. She's Wanbo Yen, and it's nice to meet him. Seo replied that that was it, he congratulated her. And then one of the brothers told her that she was still a member of the Wangbo family. The guy said his name is Wangbo Quan. And he apologizes for his sister. She has one wind in her head. Seo replied that it was his time to get acquainted. And then Hyen came up to him and said that Namyun Hai was looking at him with such fervor. How does she look to him? Seo asked him how he got here. Hyun replied that Seo hadn't answered his question yet. Seo told him not to say such things, she had no reason to look at him. Hen said how quick he is. The nickname stealer of women's hearts is now his. Guy said Hai is famous for her arrogance, but now she's looking up to him. Seo told Dan Seo to stop saying such things. Dang So immediately laughed and said, what a mess. Wanbo said to Seo, if one were to shoot into the sky, the speed of the flying arrow would definitely decrease as it fell. Seo replied that if you energized the arrow, the speed would be maintained until the end, until the target was hit. Wanbo said that it was unbelievable. He didn't even think about it. But he still checks the wind direction before shooting, right? Seo replied that that was correct. Where he grew up, there were terrible winds. The weather changed so often that he had gotten used to shooting at anything. And then Hai heard everything and told him to talk about his homeland. What's it like in life? Seo replied that Mount Pictou is a place where there is no such thing as war or treachery. All the people there are kind and honest, as if they were a match for each other. He lived in a small house that stood a little farther away from the rest of the village. There was a stream running in front of the house. And when the sun's rays fell on it, it was as if the whole world began to glow. And his grandfather liked to take naps while his friend Fatty Fly flew through the sky and got them food. And every spring, wonderful flowers bloomed in the meadows, the smell of which remains hanging in the air. Such is his homeland. And then all the boys told him that they all wanted to go there. Dan said it wasn't his homeland that he liked best, but his storytelling skills. Wangbo said he describes everything in such colors that if you close your eyes, you can see his homeland in reality. And then Yem thought she tried to ignore him, but recognizes that his skills are just something. And then Hai cried at such a story and said that she felt as if she had been there herself. Hen put his hand on his shoulder and said it was now official. The position of stealing women's hearts is his. After all, you can make a woman cry just by talking about nature. He's really cool. Seo thought he might be in trouble. The next day Seo decided to be alone outside the territory. And then Thick-Skinned came and flew to his tree. Seo asked Tolstakaz what had happened to him. At this point, Tolstakaz started yelling at him. Seo asked, is someone coming this way? Seo asked how many of them were there. Just then Fatty began to carp and talk. Seo asked, why are there so many of them? Immediately Seo ran to the clan and took all his arrows. He climbed to the top of the house and said that he had the best view from here. He thinks they should now be informed of the adversary's arrival. In the meantime, he'll wait. The guards saw dust appearing near Namgung territory. One asked what it was. The guards immediately shouted that it was the opponents. And they are already advancing. They ordered everyone to take up their weapons and take their positions. The enemy team said that the gates of the Namgung clan were open wide. The general said it's a good time to attack. The soldiers told the commander that there might be an ambush inside. The general said they were not afraid of an ambush. Co looked up at them in the tops of the houses and said there were twice as many of them. And then San said that he had gotten a report that they had returned the firstborn of the Wanbo clan to them this morning. He was grateful. The general said they only did what they promised. No more, no less. San asked what they promised. The general said that trading Mok Ho for Wanbo is not a bad deal for them. Also for their opponents. And then Ku realized that meant he was right, so Moon had won the battle and let go, Mok Ho Bob. San thought who could believe that Sunday guest Mok Ho himself would be equated to a mere hostage. The general said he would be honest, he has no desire to fight the Namgung clan. Let them surrender and leave this place. That's the only alternative he can offer them. San thanked them for their concern and said that the Namgung clan don't know the word, surrender. The general said that it was their choice. He immediately raised his hand and ordered his men to attack. The enemies immediately shouted that they would destroy the Namgung clan. San raised his hand and said that he would not let them win even at the cost of his life. The Namgung clan and the rest of the guys were willing to give their lives for this clan. They were willing to fight until their last breath. And then immediately the meat grinder began, the number of people dying with each step forward. Ki spoke from the side that, as expected, quantity alone would not defeat them. Mi replied that the Black Sex army was hastily assembled, so the battles can only be fought by numbers, but that's for now. Ki asked me, is he saying that he didn't expect to win this fight either? Bloody bow into position. Immediately, the archers raised their arrows. Immediately, they fired their arrows at the Namgung clan. When the warriors saw it, they were frightened and said, it's a blood bow. But they were not ready to surrender and shouted to them by their commander to go on the attack and not let them intimidate them. Mi immediately told the bloody bow to have them set up a second formation. But then they were attacked by the rest of the Namgung warriors. But even here the archers were faster, and sent their arrows straight at them and killed them. At this time Co saw everything and said, how dare they shoot before him? I guess they haven't learned their lesson yet. Co immediately took his scope and sent one of the arrows into the enemies. Ki was surprised and asked where the arrows were coming from. And then he saw a guy standing over the house and asked him what was it that was trashing the bloody bow. And immediately told his men that the shooter was up there on the roof. And let them show him what they're worth. No mercy. Immediately the archers loaded their bows and began firing. Co saw arrows flying at him. San saw Co on top of the house and asked him when he had gotten up there. Dan replied, what courage. This young man turned the full wrath of the bloody bow upon himself. And then Co stooped down and said the archers were fools. Who taught them how to aim? His grandfather. And then Co in the moment grabbed the arrows and was saying he was wrong, his grandfather would be better than them. The counselor thought that if this continued, they would lose the bloody bow for the second time. The counselor walks up to he and says that at this rate this guy will beat them again. He needs them to protect their archers from the arrows. And then the warrior told the counselor that he understood him. The counselor said that it was the first time he had seen such a shooter. The general laughed and said that it was really unbelievable. Even though he is their opponent, he admires them. And then Dan laughed and said that this was his granddaughter's future husband. San asked if he was making fun of him, right? The general said the fighters of the Black Air Martial Arts School to attack. Immediately, they raised their swords and headed out to attack. Kong immediately shouted to his white sect warriors, attack. They wouldn't let them be broken. Kong shouted to the Weizong clan warriors to defend the left front. He will take over the right front. Just then, the girl Jade Hand Hahuyi shouted that he would definitely cover for his father. San had seen all of this and said that Hahu's daughter was already using such a legendary martial art form like the unusual hand. Dan said it wasn't a girl, but an angel that had come down from heaven. San laughed and replied that the black air was already beginning to watch out for her, and then a trio of crazy guys started fighting them, and chopped up everyone they saw in front of them. And then Gom picked up his drink and said that his drink had run out. But he had already been attacked from behind by his enemies. Gom immediately used the dragon's crowning trick. And then Kwok shouted to Un-Se that he was challenging him to a duel. Un-Se saw that the rumors weren't lying. Defeating a Wasan clan disciple in a sword battle wasn't easy. And then Se pulled out his knives and started attacking. Gom shouted at him to be careful. The enemy can throw daggers. Se immediately used his dagger exit technique. Kwok saw a knife flying at him and just dodged them. Every one of his knife attacks was repelled by Kwok, and at one point came so close to him that the only thing left to do was attack. Se dodged his attack and managed to make a mutual attack. Kwok immediately realized that he couldn't dodge. Seo was fighting at this time and saw that things were not good. They defended themselves from his arrows with swords. Mi told the first two squads to keep aiming up at the roof. The rest of them, united front, fire at the white sect army. Seo wondered how he could break through the blood bow's defense. It was a technique he hadn't fully mastered yet and didn't want to use it yet. But he had no choice. Did the warriors see the guy run out of arrows? Why is he shooting with an empty bowstring? The guy said they were energy arrows. Ho asked, using energy instead of arrows. Unbelievable. Immediately, they repelled that attack, but turned back in a moment. And then they saw that the other archers were all dead already. Ho said he couldn't believe it. How is that even possible? And then Seo saw it and said he barely made it. He was so tired. Is it because of the energy arrows? Seo rushed to attack and said that this was no time to rest. Just then he heard someone yell that they were retreating. Seo paused for a moment and asked, retreating? Mi said that was enough for today. Mi leaving said that next time they would fight him and the Blood Devil squad. Seo looked at them and saw them off with his gaze and said they were leaving. But the square was covered with corpses. The brother looked at them and said that they had stood their ground today, but would they be able to stand their ground tomorrow? San said that if a troop of blood devils were to advance, it would most likely be their last battle. Brother said that they had too many casualties. If they were to fight a troop of blood devils, they wouldn't be able to stand. San replied that evil must be fought to the death, there is no other way. The head asked the counselor on the way, why did they retreat? They have a squad of blood devils. The counselor replied that there was no way the white sect army could come here. As long as they are here fighting the Namgung clan, all their attention will be focused on this area. That's what their mission is, distraction. And today, they did a great job. The head said, so they didn't come here to defeat the Namgung clan. The advisor replied that he wouldn't mind defeating the Namgung clan, but then their lord's plan would also be ruined, and that wasn't good. And then the counselor asks them to be patient. The head asked, and what was that supposed to mean? They are now just puppets to them, with whom they can do anything they want to accomplish their and their lord's plans. Since when did Peihan Palace have secrets from him? The counselor replied that there was no such thing. The supreme guardian of the palace should certainly know. And then the counselor went up to the general and told him everything. The general said that we would have to leave them a road to retreat. The counselor said that's right. As soon as they leave their territory, they will start to advance. The general says he's got it all figured out. They start hunting, leaving the fence open. Namgung gathered everyone and said that they had won the battle, but there were a lot of casualties on their side. Among the warriors of the Namgung clan, there were only about 20 survivors. Now it's already an outgrowth of their lineage. Wanbo said that they had too many casualties. Namgung replied that winning a battle does not mean winning the war. They still have many battles to fight. Dan also said it's almost impossible for them to overpower them. They have two choices. Either fight to the end and die, or retreat and try their fate in the future. He came here to help the Namgung clan, so he will obey whatever the clan leader decides. Namgung Ho's second son tells his brother to back off for a while. It's understandably humiliating, but as long as they're alive, they'll have a chance to make things right. Namgung told his brother that he did not expect such a disaster to happen during his reign. Then Dan came up to them and told the leader to give him some time. Namgung asked his uncle what he wanted to talk to him about. Dan said that there was no way the sword spirit would agree to retreat. He would never have agreed to retreat himself, if he offered him that option but got angry. Namgung replied that he would try to persuade him. Seo was lying under a tree at this time and said that war or no war, the most important thing is to be strong. In this battle, warriors who had poor martial arts skills died, and then Kwok came up to him and asked him what he was thinking. Seo asked how was his health. How was his wound? Kwok replied that it was fine. It was just a battle wound, after all, he had caught the master of the Black Air martial arts school. Gom immediately came after him and told Kwok, he had something to brag about. How could you not see a flying dagger? Kwok said that if he had been in his shoes, things could have ended much more direly. Seo told them to stop already. And he asked where their drunkard was. Gom replied that all the warriors of the Kaban clan had died in that battle, and he went to comfort. Thanks to Seo's skill, they have fewer losses than they expected. Gom told Seo that Namgung Hai was asking about him. I almost cried, she's so worried about him. Seo turned his head away and told them not to joke around like that. Gom said he wasn't kidding. He's an expert on women's hearts after all. He knows what he's talking about. Kwok said he knew Namgung Hai had fallen in love with Seo. Too bad, Seo is going to marry someone else. Gom said she wasn't the only one like that. Kwok was surprised and asked who else. Gom replied that his sister Kwok En was also asking about Seo, worried about him. Kwok was surprised and asked what was true. Seo told them to stop talking nonsense. It's not funny at all. She went out of her way to make it clear she wanted to kill him, and now all of a sudden she's in love with him. He doesn't believe them. He doesn't even want to see her in his nightmares, and she's what? She's in love with him. That's not funny at all. I'd rather they say she cursed him, it would sound more believable. Kwok told Seo that she was his sister after all, maybe he could refrain a little. Seo replied to him to let them face it. There are no words to express the humiliation he suffered at the hands of his sister. They've seen it all for themselves. Do they remember how I nagged him on every word? And then Quack ran to hug him and told him that he understood and it was time to end it. Seo told them to leave him alone, and then San shouted to his men to stop arguing. This would be his grave, he decided. Who does he think he is? Everyone in this town calls him the Lord of the Sword. He was the 21st leader of the Namgung clan. Even the pirate who had spent his life plundering on the Janza River, when the ship went down, did not run away, but stayed there until he died. And even if the pirate stayed, how dare he ask him to leave? The leader said, but to overcome shame and disgrace and by any means necessary to continue the lineage is his mission as clan leader. San replied that he did. That's why he should leave. But he'll stay here until the end. And then the son turned to his father, and then Jean came in and told Grandpa not to do that. If he gets over this fleeting embarrassment, there will be a big problem waiting for him later on. Let him make the right decision. San replied that he had already made up his mind. Jean said then he would stay here too. And threw his stick on the ground. San told the boy that it was his duty to carry on their lineage. He should be the first to leave here. The symbol of the Namgung clan is them, the Sword Lord. And that's why their clan is where they all are. Jean told San that the destroyed building could be rebuilt, but if he, the grandfather, died, their clan would be finished. Does he really think his father can leave here without him? How can he leave here without his father? Because of his decision, their family could disappear. Jean told his grandfather that it was his responsibility to teach him the swordsmanship he possessed. He'll need his unbounded and imperial sword techniques. And if he is gone, there will be no one to teach him. San raised his head and said that meant there was no other way out. They would both have to make them answer for the shame and disgrace he would have to suffer. Let them promise. The two Namgung heirs replied that they would definitely do everything. Dan replied, then have a drink and get on the road. San asked Dan if he was the one who sent him here. Dan replied, who better than a grandson to influence an old geezer like him? Dan said that if San dies, who will remember him? If he doesn't listen to his grandson, he'll die alone. So let him listen to the young people, they're saying the right things. Kwok told Seo that his sister had been a little rough on him, but he hadn't stood aside either. Seo replied that was correct. If he was being rude, why should he hold back? Kwak replied that it was because he was a man. And a man has a generous soul. Seo replied that he only now realized what they meant when they said that women were very difficult to communicate with. Then the old man came up to them and said that he could hear excited voices. He seemed to have some strength left from the battle. Seo said it was none of his business. Geometry said they discussed Seo's popularity among girls. The old man asked Seo that he hadn't gotten married yet and was already going left. Seo asked, "What are they saying?" The old man said that if Seo was attracted to girls, then he gave them a reason. Seo said, "A reason?" He just said hello to them. The old man asked Seo, did he think the girls were acting like this for no reason? No, he gave them a reason. Seo said he says it's not like that. The old man said that he too is a man and was once young too, so he understands him. But it is not good to steal the hearts of young beauties. Seo lost his temper and asked if they could even hear him or not. The old man said, "Here come the poor girls. What did they find in such an ill-mannered boy who would raise his tone when talking to his elders?" Seo said they provoked him. Kwok told the old man that he hadn't been seen during the battle, he was already worried about him. The old man replied that no matter how ashamed he was, his body was already decrepit and unable to withstand the battle, so he just stood behind and watched. Gom said they were glad they were safe and sound. And then the old man told Seo that he had seen him fight. His skill with the bow is beyond praise. However, he lacks knowledge of the basics of martial arts. He can't compare to the great masters of course, but he can teach him a few things. Kwok said he had a good point. Even though Seo is an excellent shot, he doesn't even know how to use a chenim. Seo replies that it's not mandatory knowledge. I'm sure he can win without it. The old man told him he was wrong. What does he think celebrity chefs do best? Chinese noodles. Chinese cuisine starts with noodles, so to learn how to cook well, one must first learn how to cook noodles well. Same thing, if one wants to develop, he needs to know the basics well first. In his head, Seo realized that the old man was right. He wouldn't be able to shoot forever. He wouldn't be able to use his sword skills to catch a rabbit either. In Shaolin, when he competed with Mumu in controlling wind energy power and using walking techniques, he was better than him, but he lagged behind him in using hand-to-hand techniques. If he knew a few hand-to-hand moves, he could have defeated him. The old man asked him what he needed most. The old man said that Seo said he didn't know how to use the chenim. Seo said no, he should teach him the basics of how to use a sword. The old man asked, was he trained in the art of the sword? Seo said yes. The old man asked, does he know how to put his inner energy into the sword? Seo said he could do everything. The old man was surprised and asked what? And yet he says he doesn't know the basics of how to wield a sword. So in practice he's an invincible warrior, but in theory he's a slacker. In that case, he'll teach him some easy moves. He thinks Seo will learn them quickly. Gom said that the old man said that basic sword techniques would be enough for him to win. How strong is his spiritual energy? The old man asked, didn't they understand yet? Had they seen Seo draw an empty bowstring in that battle? He was able to defeat the bloody bow literally without arrows. Go's replied that it was like that. Each of his shots was filled with inner energy. Kwok said he always felt like Seo was just a little better than the rest of us. But in just a good one, the use of internal energy is optional. The old man told them to begin their training. He would show him 3 basic techniques. The first one is the 1,000 Warriors horizontal defeat. It allows the wizard to defend and attack at the same time. The attack is made horizontally. Next, Tarzan's jump. With it, his attacks go from top to bottom. The third technique is wind and rain in all directions. As the name suggests, the last move allows you to attack without spatial restrictions. Seo immediately thought of the technique of 1,000 horizontal warriors, a Tarzan jump and wind and rain in all directions. The old man said that if he mastered all 3 techniques, there would be no one left who could defeat him. Did you guys think the old man was serious? Every kid knows these moves. But the old man claims that Seo can't win with them. Now he's doubting this grandfather's competence. And then the old man took a stick and said he looked carefully. Here are 1,000 horizontal warriors. The guys thought, what is that old man even showing there? And then the old man used a Tarzan jump. The guys thought, did the old man really think Seo needed to explain everything on his fingers? Immediately, Seo made 1,000 warriors horizontal defeat. The old man watched and said he was good. The boys thought to both of them, why do they have to watch this? Seo immediately switched to another technique, and used a Tarzan jump. The old man saw all this and was happy for him. And then Seo went into the technique of wind and rain in all directions. The guys saw all this and were thinking of leaving. And then the drunk came in and said Seo is doing great. Seo said he welcomed Dan. Quack told Seo that he was doing so well. Maybe it's a good time to take a break. Gom said the same thing, that they really are marvelous techniques. Seo walked up to them and said it was so embarrassing to practice in front of them, he felt their stares all the time. Dan asked Seo why he was practicing with a sword. He thought Seo was an archer. Seo replied that he just did. At that time, Nangong told his son, if you crossed the Yangtze River by ship, it would be faster to reach the north. At the palace of Peihan, they would think the same. So he chose to go through the mountains. Jean said he hoped he would avoid an ambush. Namgung replied that he was afraid that the Peihan palace already knew that they had left their territories and they were following them. Jean said could they send their best fighters to protect the rear. Namgung replied that no, they are not needed here. They must get to Jolong Mountain as soon as possible. After all, Jolong Mountain is a good place for an ambush. Jean asked, does father mean to say that they are acting as bait? Namgung replied that was correct. He would be sure to avenge them for the shame and disgrace they had suffered by leaving their lands. At this time, in the Lotus Hall of Peihan Palace, the Sulag told the Lord that this night the Namgun clan had left their territories and were now heading north. The general said it was just as the counselor had suggested. They chose the mountain over the river. If the clan left their estate at midnight, they must be somewhere here now. They'll be able to catch up with them in the vicinity of Mt Beep. Have them tell the tracking party to keep pursuing them, but not to start a battle. The warrior asked, what if they managed to break away from them? The general replied that they didn't have long to go anyway. Even without this battle, their defeat was imminent. If they decided to ride horses, they would soon reach Mount Jolong. Or more likely, they want to ambush them and avenge them for forcing them off their land. The warrior said that in that case they needed to change tactics. The pursuit might not end in their favor. The general said there was no need to worry. At Mount Jolong, a counselor with a squad of blood devils was already waiting for them. The general said that their job now was to keep pursuing and not to take any hasty action. Then the warrior said that they were approaching Mount Jolong. As soon as they arrived, they would immediately set up an ambush. Namgung said he hoped the opponents were still following them. The warrior said they are keeping their distance, but they are still there. And then the warrior told the counselor that information had come to them from Mount Jolong. The advisor asked, have they taken up positions? The warrior answered yes. As soon as those arrive, they will immediately launch an attack. The counselor said that is good. They continue their pursuit. The counselor thought that the young man who had shot at their warriors yesterday was then at Mount Sun. The counselor thought and hoped that the master of Peihan Palace was already finished. There was no way he should have survived. With such a serious wound, even a god himself wouldn't survive. But if it's not, but no one can know about it. We need to turn Mount Kuren into a white sect grave as soon as possible, and then there will be no cause for concern. At this time in the forest, Kwok was talking, which was very strange. Gom asked him what exactly. Kwok replied that they were running away from them and the black sect was chasing them in some strange way. Gom asked him what does he mean. Kwok asked, how should I put it? He doesn't feel that their goal is to catch up and kill. Gom replied that they probably thought they had nowhere to rush. Kwok asked Seo what he was thinking about so intently. Seo replied that he was remembering the chenim and the techniques he was learning. Kwok asked, and how is that working out? Seo replied, do they want to, he will send them something by Chenim. And then Seo sent to Kwok and said, how is he, can you hear him? And then Kwok took hold of his ears and was telling him to stop immediately. Kwok yelled in pain that he was asking Seo to stop. Seo asked him, is something wrong? Kwok asked, in his opinion, is it Chenim? Seo replied that that was right, that's how he was taught. Kwok said that if Seo used the Cheng like that, he would tear everyone's eardrums. Who's sending Che Nam with such force? My ears were thundering. Gom smiled and said that's what happened. He wondered why Kwok was screaming like that. Kwok said that when Seo uses Chenim, you have to control your power. Seo immediately asked, will that do? And then Kwok said to keep his voice even quieter. And then Seo coped and said that means you have to control the force here too. And he asked Kwok, in there is a martial art where they use Chenim to blow up the opponent's brain. You know, use it longer or yell louder. And then Seo said that judging by the look on Kwak's face, it could be done. Kwak asked Seo, he's kidding, right? Dan said just to look at him. Does he think Seo is joking? And then Seo froze and asked, did he say something weird? Kwak told him not to mess around, there is no such martial art. But even if there is, it's too sneaky a way to fight. Yes, and besides, if someone dares to use this technique, the opponent can easily block his sound wave with his internal energy. Totally pathetic thought, don't even let him try to test something like that. Seo thought, who cares if it's fair or not? It's all about winning. Gom said that there are no martial arts where they use Chenim power, but where they use sound wave there are. If you put your energy into the sound wave, the opponent's head will be full of noise, and the opponent will not be able to show strength. This is the skill for which the master of Peihan Palace, Kuyang Imo, is famous for his tyrant's roar. I haven't tested it myself, but they say it's unbearable. The white sect uses the roar of a lion, but it is more for defense against sound waves than attack. Saul thought, the roar of a lion. He likes it. Let Gom teach him that trick. Gom laughed and said he was very fast. Let him learn to use the Chenim for now. And don't forget the sword techniques. And then the three sisters saw the youngest one looking at Seo. The eldest asked her, is she really in love with him? Let her say she is not. She doesn't know what kind of master he is, but he sucks as a man. He's not much of a looker either. Yeah, he may be tall, but his body proportions are weird. What's he thinking? She's heard that he wants to kill the enemy with a Chenim. That's ridiculous. Sumi told her sister to say something. There are such rumors now, it's not true, is it? Su Yun tells me to stop bothering her. She can see that Hai doesn't want to talk about it. Mi said, how could people think there was something between them? She can't understand it. He already has a fiancé, so stop talking about it, said Yen. At this time, Hai couldn't say anything, because everything was true. And then Namgung thought that the opponents had already organized an ambush ahead. Jiggle couldn't believe it. Peihan Palace's men were ahead of them. Wanbo said, how could it be so? Sokro opponents who were chasing them will also be here. And then they will be finished. Namgung asked Jiggle, will they be able to get through? Jiggle replied that there was no other way. The road was too narrow and it would take them longer to get through the gorge. There's no way they can spread out. The enemy knows the terrain better, and they are in an unenviable position. The warrior said that if they delayed and their pursuers caught up with them, they would be surrounded. That's the worst-case scenario. So break through here. Jiggle said to the King of Stones. To the Lord of Swords. The opponents figured out their plan, and they were ambushed. May they forgive them. If they don't manage to get through here soon, their pursuit will cut off their escape routes. It's almost impossible to get through on the left and right because of the slopes, so they have to go forward. But if there's a top-level master waiting for them, San replied that he understood him. He wants him and his friend to clear the way for them. Jiggle asked as he asked them to forgive them. San asked the King of Stones what he thought. Dan replied that there was no time to ponder. We have to go. And immediately they marched forward, at which time the enemy were behind the hills, and awaiting orders from above. The warrior said to the Lord, here comes the King of Stones and the Lord of Swords. The Lord was surprised, from such power. He can't believe it, can such energy come from just two people? These are the real masters. San asked Dan when was the last time they had played such games with him. Dan replied that it had been a long time ago, when he was young. Immediately, the enemies came out in front of them and ordered them to stop. San replied that he was not going to stop. But they could try to force him to. The enemies heard these words and immediately attacked him. San did not move, and with a single swing of his sword, he smashed their weapons. Dan said that since the situation was critical, he would try to deal with it quickly. And then he smashed the faces of his enemies with the power of stone. The head of the enemies immediately raised his hand and ordered the others to attack and kill them all. Seo stood in front of them and told them to attack. Now they were going to experience his new techniques. The enemies immediately swooped down on him and began to attack. Seo immediately used the 1,000 Warriors horizontal defeat attack. Seo didn't dwell on it and used a Tarzan jump. Seo said what a worthless move, but that's energy. Seo immediately switched to attacking rain and wind in all directions. Dan was surprised and said that he didn't know it was possible to kill with such a technique. Kwok said, his speed and strength were simply merciless. The white sect army is too small, they will overpower them, shouted the enemies. And then Ku came out to fight and was telling the dogs of the black sect to come out. San slaughtered everyone in his path and said why are they going to certain death. And then Dan told San that there was no time. Tell him to back up a little bit. And then he stepped in front of him. Dan was ruthless at this moment and immediately used an attack sky full of fire rain. This attack was so strong that the enemies were frightened and shouted to their own to take cover. But it was too late, for Dan saw them leaving and immediately attacked them with his fire and killed them to death. And then the head of the enemies shouted that they had opened the road. Have everyone head that way. Seo immediately said that the pursuers had arrived. And then Seo saw that old man and said that it seemed like it would be difficult for them to leave. It's the Bao Lord of the White Sect. Seo immediately took out his bow, and started shooting his powerful energy at them. At this time, Ho was surprised at how he was doing it. Just then, Ho raised his hand and told everyone to stop. Gom shouted to Seo to retreat quickly, and then Seo turned around and was surprised that he was the only one left. The enemies shouted that the archer was alone, let everyone kill him. The enemies, attacking, shouted that they would capture him and avenge the deaths of his brothers. Seo started to run away and said they were dreaming. The enemies said if they couldn't catch him, then they would shoot to kill. Seo saw this and just dodged their arrows. Namgung and the warrior looked at it and couldn't believe they were seeing it with their own eyes. How could this guy do such a thing? Namgung told Seo to come quickly. Seo immediately said he was coming. And then the warrior said they are staying here to protect the rear. Let him catch up with them. Running away, Seo said it was wrong. And again he said the same thing. Namyun asked Seo why he stayed behind. Ku replied, how was Namgung going to fight alone against an entire army? It is an honor for him to die on the battlefield. Namgung laughed and told Ku to watch himself to make sure he didn't take all the glory. Seo asked Kwok why they left them there. Is it wrong? Kwok asked Seo, what is he talking about? Seo replied, as scary as it was, you can't leave like that. 2 were left as bait, and the rest ran off with their tails tucked. Quack asked, what do you mean as bait? Don't you dare say that. He insults them with his pity. They chose to sacrifice their own lives. Seo replied that he had no regrets. If we live together, and if we die together. Then Seo stopped and said that he couldn't do that. He started to run back and shouted that he would catch up with them soon, let them go without him. The enemies stood up against the boys and told them to tell their names, warriors. And then a warrior said he was the leader of the Namgung Gom clan. And another warrior said he was the youngest son of the Namgung Ku family. The general said his name was Kun Sa and he was asking the 2 of them to let them pass. Namgung replied that he would not have to ask if they killed them. The counselor told Elder San that if they lost time here, they wouldn't be able to catch up with them later. The general told the counselor to take his time. Everything has its turn. The counselor replied that every minute was important to them. The general said he understood him, and ordered 2 men to try and clear a path for them. The masters obeyed the order and immediately stepped in front of the guys. The enemy said he was the warrior of Ho's sword of death. The other introduced himself as the resurrected guest, Mok. Mok said all they have to do is open the road and he asks them to forgive him. Namgung replied that they were honored to fight them. The advisor thought, why the tenderness and honor when every second mist threatened to ruin the whole plan? Clashing in the middle of the battle, Namgung was surprised at such a powerful force. He could barely defend himself, but he couldn't go on the offensive. Ho thought and saw that the legends of the Namgung clan's strength were not in vain. If the sun was so strong, he couldn't imagine how it was even possible to defeat the Namgung Sand Sword Lord. When had it ever happened that he couldn't use his crowning technique, the sword of the god of death? Immediately, they began to fight to the death. The general said that he thought Mok could easily overpower his opponent, but who would win among these two was difficult to predict. Namgung realized that with the sword control technique, the sky was limitless. He won't be able to win. He will try to use the imperial sword. His execution is still not perfect. Ho saw that the direction of the energy had changed. It seemed like he was going to use a new technique. Bad, this is very bad. Immediately, Namgung used the second technique in his attack, Great Emperor. Ho stood still and realized that he was scared. Ho immediately used the third technique of their death god sword technique, the thunderous fury of the death god. Immediately, his strength is much stronger than Namgung. He threw his sword away from the attack and couldn't believe that he had lost. Ho replied to him that he was just unlucky. Namgung told his enemy to send him to his brother now. Namgung cried at that moment and told Father Jin to protect their clan. But then an indescribable energy flew at Ho. He couldn't stop it, and was wounded from such an attack. And then Seo himself came out of the smoke, with his bow. Mok told the boy that they had met again. Seo replied that he had already missed him. Seo walked up to Namgung and asked, "Is he okay?" Namgung asked, "So why did he come here?" Seo said he would help him go. With his permission, he would keep the sword for now. But immediately he was blocked from leaving by his enemies. Mok asked Seo, would he be able to get through? Seo laughed and replied that if they moved out of the way, he wouldn't mind. Namgung saw that this young man was showing such bravery before he died. Not only him, but his father's sword lord could hardly compare to him. Mok replied that unfortunately they couldn't let them through. Seo said that in that case, he would have to make them. Mok immediately ordered his men to kill this guy. Seo stood in the middle of everyone's back with Namgung. Seo immediately used the 1,000 warriors horizontal defeat attack. And in a moment, he killed several opponents. Chi saw this and couldn't believe that the guy was using a sword with embedded internal energy. Seo slowly walked forward and once again used the 1,000 warriors horizontal defeat attack. The general said it was incredible. Every child knows this technique, but this young man puts a colossal amount of energy into it. He saw the others pouncing on him and decided to use a Tarzan jump. With this attack, he scattered all the enemies around him. He shouted for them to stop him from attacking. Let them all attack at once. Seo saw the people following him and used a wind and rain attack in all directions. And smashed the entire land in front of them. The enemies shouted to their own to take cover. But this time they didn't make it in time, and had to be regretted for it. The general saw that 8 sword strikes in a second wind and rain in all directions. That's a move every pesh in the neighborhood knows, but he can't believe it. The Blood Devil squad can't handle one person. Ki asked, is it possible to win with such a technique? He immediately took up his sword and said that it was a disgrace to the Blood Devils. He immediately went into battle and told Seo that he would be his opponent. While in hiding, Quack stood in a tree and said that he hoped he would be okay. Dan told Quack that he should have stopped him then. Gom said he couldn't have done it if he'd wanted to. Quack said that So Mun was right, it was better to die on the battlefield than to run away like this, tail tucked. Dan told him not to get worked up. Gom also said they had no one to blame. There's nothing they can do. They just have to wait. At this time, Seo was fighting alone and 2 masters at the same time, and was very good at even defending himself. Seo saw and felt that it wasn't easy to fight the masters. Mok thought, what's wrong with this guy? He's been fighting non-stop for half an hour with a wounded man on his back, but there's not a trace of fatigue on his face. They certainly didn't know there was a monster in the righteous coalition. Where did he come from? Seo immediately used his Tarzan jump and killed a couple more enemies that were attacking him. But that wasn't all there was to it, and immediately used 1,000 horizontal defeat warriors against the masters. The general was saying that he refused to believe in such talent. It was hard for him to accept his skills as an archer, but the fact that he was also a master swordsman. The counselor turned to the elder and said that because of his sluggishness, they would no longer be able to catch up with the white sect army, but they must capture him. The general asked the counselor, does he think they can do it? It's been half an hour since he's been continuously putting his energy into sword strikes, but still not a drop of sweat on the young man. It's the kind of man the earth carries with great difficulty. Seo realized it was time for him to call it a day. The longer the battle, the worse it would be for him. He would try to fight their leader. Seo immediately headed for him, and then in the moment Mok thought he'd made it, and he made it. Mok thought he was able to evade his blow. Had he ever seen a blade so fast? Mok told Seo that he wanted to know what kind of reception brought him to his knees. Seo replied that it was their family's crowning technique. The Heartless Sword is the first sword of the Triple Unity technique. Mok said, so the Heartless Sword, he didn't even feel it. He's glad it was him, the Lord of Bow and Blade, who killed him. And then the head attacked and shouted to his brother, Mok, and immediately attacked Seo with his own attack. Seo immediately used his attack in return so that he could break away from him a bit. Chi thought that if the White Sect had a Blade Lord, then they, in the Black Sect, had a Heavenly Sword Lord. The general told the guy that he was about to see how long he could last. And then Seo felt that his spiritual energy was running out. Seo said that running away here is obviously not going to help him. So be it. I decided to fight him right away. The general said the guy was running away. Did he realize it was pointless? Or did he want to fight for real? The general immediately used his sword blast attack, and pointed it straight at the guy. Seo immediately realized that this technique could only be countered by the Trinity Unity Sword technique. But his energy wouldn't be enough. Seo closed his eyes and attacked with the second technique of the Triple Unity Sword without love. Immediately, he aimed it at the enemy, and then the general felt it all, and even his leg trembled. He used his crowning trick. Immediately, Seo passed through the energy and pierced the general's chest. The enemy clutched his body and said he was ready to defend himself. Seo felt that he was hurt and could not linger any longer. Immediately, he said he had to run away. The counselor shouted to his men to chase after him. That swordsman is also wounded. Blood Devil Squad, have them bring his head. Ki immediately went after the general. The elder said that he never thought Hikun Sa would ever be struck down like this. Ki shouted for everyone to stop immediately. We need to inspect the elder's wounds first. At this time in the forest, Seo felt like he had no strength. Everything was blurry in his eyes. Had he lost too much blood? And then he saw the enemies in front of him and heard them shouting that the guy was over there. Seo immediately got ready to fight. Seo realized that he had no energy left at all, he wouldn't be able to use it. And he didn't have the strength to make a move. Seo said he would not give up without a fight. Seo was able to make one attack and in a moment felt that he couldn't feel his sword in his hands. The enemies were screaming that the guy could barely stand on his feet. And now he's definitely theirs. And immediately attacked him at once. Seo got angry and said that they were so boring, and very meticulous. I don't even have enough energy for them. Seo answered them that he was not afraid of death, but to die without ever having been with a woman would be a shame. I wish he could see what his fiancée looked like just once. And he couldn't resist laughing out loud. The warriors laughed too and said this guy is so afraid of death that he's going crazy. Seo was so sure of himself that laughter clouded his eyes. The warriors marveled and said he was clearly out of his mind. Now they'll see how he laughs when he's headless. But then the old man came in and asked if he was done yet. Seo saw him, smiled and asked the gentleman, wounded people don't belong here, why is he here? The gentleman thought for a moment and replied that the boy had been gone a long time. He thought something had happened to him. Co looked at him menacingly and told him to get out of here immediately. The old man replied to the guy, is he afraid they won't spare the old man either? He underestimates their upbringing. Co replies that it's not like that. And it's the old man who overestimates their evil intentions. The old man said, why would they kill worthless elderly people? He wouldn't do that. Co said, since the old man is here, let him take care of the Namgung clan leader. The old man replied that he was too old to carry someone on his back. Co looked at him strangely and said he was badly hurt, he couldn't even stand. The old man asked Co, but did he get here? Well then, he'll have to carry it all the way. Here he will figure it out on his own. And Co's task would be to bring the Namgung leader to the point. The warriors asked what kind of nonsense they were talking about, and ordered them to be killed. At this time at the Yangtze River, a team of warriors said that it seemed to them that the danger had passed. Wanbo said he came here with 100 followers, but none of them are around him now. There were too many people in the White Sect army that went to help the Namgung clan. Chan went up to his father and told him that Keaton had only the clan leaders and Dan Zhen left. The rest of the disciples were dead, and among the Shaolin monks and shamans, only a couple of young disciples survived, the rest all died. Chan said, what became of that young man is unknown. Wanbo asked, does he mean Su? He's good, of course, but he's unlikely to survive. The commander told the elders that they were not yet safe. They should cross the river sooner and then they would be safe. The guy said they needed to find a ship and leave this shore. Dan asked if he could wait a little longer. Kwok asked the boys, where is So Moon's grandfather? He hadn't seen him with the team in a long time. Gam said he thought the old man went after Co. After all, it's a bloodline if you look at it that way. Quack replied that he understood. I wish they would come back safely to them. Gam said he can't leave now. He'll wait here till the last minute. Let them go without him. Quack flared up and told him it was too dangerous. They should all run together. Gam asked what it would be like for them if those they were fighting for abandoned them on the battlefield. And then Drunkard realized the full meaning of the words and said he would stay too. Quack asked, and he's going too? Then he's with them. Gam told him he didn't need one. He was enough on his own. Quack got angry and asked what was he carrying. If we stay together. The drunkard could not contain his emotions and started laughing loudly, which made all the chiefs look at him very strangely. Quack asked him what was wrong with him. Is everything all right? The drunk replied only to have them look at him and point his finger. In front of the forest they saw two people heading towards them, they were the same guys. Co was saying how mean the old man is. He can barely stand on his feet and he doesn't care about him. Co shouted at him to help him somehow. The old man replied, so what was he whining about? Compared to his past wound, his was just a scratch. A true martial artist could not afford such a small thing. Co thanked him for his help, and he said he was directly relieved, and went on to carry the rep. The old man said he was the reason he was alive now. In his opinion, he should be grateful to him anyway. Co told him to come clean, he didn't want to fight them at all, they were his subordinates after all. The old man asked, what is this guy carrying? From the beginning, he had been diligently helping him in the battle. Co asked, in what way? By running away. The old man replied that he wasn't just running away, but he was taunting them. A couple of the guys among them must have died of anger. Co asked, is it even possible to die of anger? Did the old man say that the guy saw for himself how pissed off they were? Co replied that he had. With that anger they all ran at him. The old man said it was wrong. By being angry, they were revealing their weaknesses. That's why he was able to defeat them faster. And don't underestimate his help. Co asked, is he talking about help, shameless? But didn't this war start because of his palace of Peihan? The old man replied that he had been betrayed by his own subordinates. He's really the victim here. And he is not to blame for this great tragedy at all. Co gave him the benefit of the doubt and told him that he had been betrayed. But in fact he was so angry with him that he was ready to kill him. The old man said that Co should comfort him, not censure him. After all, it would be very bad for him. Seo replied that the old man had failed to properly lead his men, which was why his subordinates had betrayed him. The old man said that the guy survived today because of him. Seo replied, in case the old man hadn't forgotten, that he had saved his life too. The old man pretended to remember and asked if they were even now. And then the guys ran up to them shouting Seo Mun's name. San said it was unbelievable. He couldn't even imagine the two of them coming back. Sun said that the leader was seriously wounded, but not fatally. But the second son could not be saved. When he arrived, he was already there. He had no sooner finished his words than he passed out in the lad's arms from helplessness and a wounded body. In the morning, Seo opened his eyes and didn't realize where he was. And how could he have woken up here in the first place? Looking around he saw a girl on the couch with long hair and a skinny body. But then the guys rushed in and Gam said that Seo had finally regained consciousness. Seo replied that it seemed fine and asked where they were now. This place is not familiar to him. The drunk replied that this was the Jeagle clan's estate. They've been here for 2 days now. Seo asked surprised, the second day. Just then, Hai raised her head out of helplessness and started to walk away. Gam walked over to her and thanked Seo Mun for taking care of her. Hai was sad and replied that she didn't have to. Hai approached Seo and said that he was already awake. Seo was surprised and replied that he was. Hai said that she thanks him for saving her father. And wishes him a speedy recovery. Hai immediately turned around and walked away, because she knew they shouldn't get in the way. The guys couldn't help but laugh. Seo asked what made them laugh so much. Gam replied that there was nothing wrong with it, but that the drunkard had just told a joke. Gam made up his mind and said that Namgung Hai didn't move a step away from him while he was unconscious. The drunkard tells Seo that Hai cares for him as her lover. That's so touching. Seo asked, are they finally trying to ruin his wedding? Don't you dare spread that rumor. Gam said he's a fool. Why is he pushing away a girl who is attracted to him? Seo told them to stop talking nonsense. They had imagined something, so they were bothering him with it. Geometry told him to take a closer look at Namgung Hai. Can't he see she's in love with him? And of course he had saved her father, but for that reason alone she wouldn't sit around him for 2 days straight. Seo got angry and said that if he heard one more word from them, he wouldn't let them into the wedding. In the morning, Seo went straight to the people in charge. Dan met him and told him that he had already arrived. Seo thanked them for their concern and replied that he felt fine. But he would like to go to Sichuan. Dan said that his eldest son would be here soon with a large army. His fiancée will be with him. Why bother traveling? Seo replied that in Korea it is customary for the man to come to the bride, not the other way around. Guy asked if that's why he was going to go. Seo replied that yes, and was asking for their permission. The boy said that Sichuan was far away from them. Seo replied that he had heard it would be faster by ship. The guy replied that that was correct. Hai met Seo on a walkabout and asked, is he going to Sichuan? Seo replied that he did. And he was just on his way to her grandfather's house to say a short goodbye. It's been a year since he's been able to meet his fiancée. He wants to see her as soon as possible and take her to his homeland. And he's also so happy at the thought that they're going to meet soon. And then he started laughing. That's how Hai replied and got even more sad. Seo said that he has to go now and asks her to forgive him. Hai blushed very red and thought it was a very big shame. And Seo hoped she would forget about him. The old man walked Seo to the boats and said he offered to come here and say goodbye. Seo asked him why. The old man asked if he was sorry to part with him. Seo started waving his hands and said no. The old man said that the boy had gotten into the thick of the war. And now, whether he wanted it or not, he was the target of all the clans of the Black Sect. He will be surrounded by more and more people who want to kill him and become famous for it. Let Seo be careful. The mercenaries of Peihan Palace will be hard to hide from. Seo replied that the old man need not worry about that. As soon as he meets his bride, he will take her back to his homeland. The old man said that Seo couldn't imagine what the rage of Chinese martial artists meant. They will follow him even to hell, let alone Mount Pictu. And they will get their way, by all means. At this time in Peihan Palace, Peihan guy was saying that they didn't know that there was a bow and blade lord in the white sex army. His technique of putting internal energy into each of his shots doesn't even give even masters like Mok Sa a chance. The head asked with surprise, what? He can't believe that even such masters too. The counselor said he must be eliminated as soon as possible. He ordered the Blood Shadow Squad to kill him. The head asked, how would they be able to do that? After all, he is very strong. The counselor replied that since skill couldn't beat him, we'd have to use poison. He thinks they're ready. CEO asked the old man where he would go now. The old man replied that he was going to Shaolin. CEO asked, why would he go there? The old man replied that when he saved him, he was fighting against his guys. And he wants to communicate with the older man. CEO felt a little sorry for him and yelled for him to take care of himself. He didn't think he would be so sorry to part with him. CEO approached the man and asked him for a clue as to which of these ships was going to Sichuan. The man told him he was too late. The last ship left an hour ago. CEO asked when the next one would be. The man replied that this was a small port, so ships bound for Sichuan come here once every 10 days. But the port at Dongtinghu Lake is bigger. He can easily find a ship to Sichuan there. CEO said it's not an easy road to travel. Why is it so hard to meet your fiancé? The man told him that this ship was also heading to Sichuan, though it was rented by the Ingma courier delivery house. And he's the courier of this house. If CEO's ready to go, he can put in a good word for him with the captain. CEO was very happy for such an offer and replied that he would sail with them and was very grateful. At this time CEO started throwing up right away. The man said that the first time is always so bad, but honestly, it's a little weird. They're floating on a river, not the sea. CEO asked, wondering if he had any clue when it would all end. The man thought about it and replied that it's different for everyone, some people bounce back quickly and some don't. And then one of the workers said he understood the feeling. It makes you want to jump in the water. The guy asked him if he was sympathizing with him or laughing at him. The man replied that he was not, he just remembered how hard it was for him. The guy walked up to CEO and said he sympathized with him. CEO, through sweat and heaviness, thanked him. The guy decided to introduce himself and said his name is Yidu. And he wanted to help him. CEO was willing to accept any help. He said that when he gets motion sickness, his whole body sweats, gets dizzy, and then he vomits. But the problem is that it doesn't end there. The ship continues to rock, and his stomach turns out. CEO replied that he felt that way. Yi said that it was good. So he's almost to the end. Gradually, the malaise will begin to go away. Let him be patient for another 4 hours and it will pass. So, what was that? Can't you just be patient for another 4 hours? Is he messing with him or what? What a counselor. Fatty immediately yelped as CEO couldn't help himself and steamed off again headfirst into the water to prowl. The supervisor came to CEO and asked him how he was feeling. CEO replied that he was more or less well. The supervisor said thank God. And where exactly does he need to go in Sichuan? CEO replied that he was on his way to see the Dan family. The leader said that he immediately thought he was not an easy man. CEO laughed and said he just had business to attend to, that's why he was going. He's already got his own business there. The leader said the Dan families live in Chengdu City, Sichuan province, and their ship goes to a port closer to them. CEO asked how far apart are they? The leader replied that it was not that far. About 200 kilometers. CEO was saying how hard it was for him. At night, CEO went out on the deck and lay thinking about his problems. CEO thought that the hour would soon come when they would find out whose martial art was more powerful than his or the Shaolin monastery. The old man said that there had been an instance in the past where he had challenged Shaolin and lost to their crown technique of 3 Dharma swords. He saw his weakness and realized how to fix it. He developed a new kind of martial art that would defeat the 3 swords of Dharma. And his disciple, the current lord of the palace, Peihan, is trained by him. CEO said it was a shame because he was proud of the disciple who had betrayed him. The old man said that he was one of those who couldn't remain indifferent when someone surpassed his skill. And so he's confident that he's going to come to the Shaolin and he wants to fight. CEO said that, he means he's going to Shaolin. The old man said that if CEO wanted, he could teach him the art. How about it? Will he become his apprentice? The old man asked why he was silent. Doesn't he want to? Co replied that he had asked to be taught the techniques to get an idea, but he wouldn't teach him a type of martial arts, he had enough of what he had already learned. The old man said he didn't expect him to refuse. Co said that if he found out that his type of martial art was far above the three-sword dharma, he would go crazy. The leader told Co Mu that their captain had come. Co walked over and introduced himself to him. He has relatively few guards for that amount of luggage. In his opinion, they need more couriers to deliver it all. The captain replied that there were more of them before they arrived in port. But he sent them all back. When they docked, he would find more people who occasionally appear on the Yangtze River, can be a problem. But if you bribe them well, this is not a problem either. Co replied that he understood. It was just his first time delivering packages on a ship. The captain asked, did he also work at the messenger house? Co answered yes, until recently he worked at Chanri's house. Did the captain say that Co decided to work as a courier just to get to Sichuan? Co replied that he was right and may the captain forgive him. He asked the boys if they wanted to have a drink. Let them come over here. They poured themselves drinks and began to chug for integrity and safety before arrival. The man asked if they had heard of the rumor about the Lord of the Bow and Blade. They say he alone could stand against a whole troop. The captain said that this was all everyone was talking about now, that a second Ku Yang had appeared in the White Sect. The man said that it seems that the White Sect and the Black Sect are having some serious strife right now. He asked why it's not good. What do they care which one wins? The man asked him, does he ever think with his head? If the war drags on, they will also have to side with the White Sect. He said that the White Sect would definitely win. The man said that if he thought they could defeat Peihan Palace, he was wrong. They'll just be cannon fodder. The captain told them both to stop, they have a guest sitting in front of them. Co said he was still not feeling well, if they don't mind, he would like to step back. At that time, someone was watching Co and found dozens of vulnerabilities. In the beginning, when he first received the assignment, he wanted to fulfill it at the cost of his life. But that's not necessary now. He doesn't look like a great master at all. There's no need to resort to poison. He can do it himself. The man was nervous about such an opponent. It's too crowded in here. He'll deal with him later. Gives him another day. At this time, the lair of the Dragon Bone Bandit group received information that a ship was sailing here. What should they do? Boss No Jock asked, what do you mean do what? Well, you don't miss it. Capture the ship. He asked how close are they? The guy replied that they were passing a mountain gorge right now. But asked what kind of ship was that? The boy replied that it was a merchant ship. But Jock heard this and asked, a merchant ship? But Jock stood up and told them to get ready. And we must start taking over the ship immediately. Kugu said that it seems that innocent people will die again. Jock replied that he almost starved to death. Kugu said the Yangtze River Pirate Community Peace Agreement already provides for certain skip payments, provided and safe passage. Does he want to break the agreement? Kugu asked. Jock said not to worry. He would take all the goods, but he wouldn't touch the people. And as for the settlement, these guys don't have the guts to come to them with a claim. So let him calm down. Better go take a look. At this time, Co was lying in the ship, bored with fatigue and heat. Yi told him that if he yawned like that, his mouth would tear open. Co replied that he was just really bored. Yi said that this river is called the Yangtze. Does he know how many people come here on purpose to see the beauty of the local nature? Co replied that he didn't care about beauty. He wants to arrive at his destination as soon as possible. The ship is not his. He opened his arms and told him to just look at those rocks. It's beautiful. And in the moment, Yi's face immediately changed and said out of fright that they were dragon bone ships. Co asked what the dragon bone was. The captain replied that it was a gang of bandits who were part of the pirate community on the Yangtze River. Don't let Co worry about that. He knows them. They'll be safe this time. He ordered everyone to line up on the deck of the ship. Co asked the guy how much they usually paid them. The guy replied that it was just enough for food and drink. Jock said for everyone to get ready. Don't kill anybody on the ship. They're gonna take everything of value, okay? Ku said it seemed to be a cargo ship of some courier delivery house. Doc said it wasn't crowded for a merchant ship, but what does it matter who owns the ship? It is easier to rob such ships and leave them with nothing. Ku asked, what do you mean easier? Courier delivery houses, in order not to lose their reputation, chase robbers to the very end. If this ship does turn out to be a cargo ship, don't even let them think about robbing it. They'll pay them handsomely. Stop there. As they approached each other they joined the ships and moved over to the guys. The guys said there were a lot more of them than usual. Jock started laughing and said, what a meeting. He is the boss of the Dragon Bone faction, named No Jock. The captain said hello to Mr. Ro and said his name was Sung Eum. He is from Yunma's courier delivery house. Jock was surprised that it did turn out to be a freighter from home. He immediately wondered. Song took out the money and told Mr. No to accept this from them. It's not much, but it's enough for drinks and food. When he saw this, he thought, what's 50 bronze coins to give to pirates? Jock laughed and thanked him for his concern and told him that winter was coming and he had many subordinates. Sung asked, what Jock was trying to say was that it wasn't enough. It's already twice what they normally gave. Let him name a price. Seo saw his eyes glisten with greed, unlikely to name an acceptable amount. Jock scratched his ear and said that like he said, they had been having a harder time lately. Sleep interrupted him and asked him what that meant. He hoped they had no plans to take the entire cargo. Jock replied that it wasn't exactly that. Sung said that he didn't expect them to start ruining their mutually beneficial relationship. They are too few to resist today. But let them believe, the Yunma courier house will never forget what happened today. Jock asked, did they think he was afraid? They, the Dragon Bone, aren't afraid of pathetic couriers like them. Sung asked if they were going to kill them. Jock replied that they didn't care about their lives. But if killing them can save them the subsequent hassle, it seems like a great solution. Sun drew his sword and replied that they wouldn't let that happen. Immediately, everyone behind him raised their weapons as well. Seo said, which is to be expected. Why is it that where he goes, there's always war? Either he's a loser or they're losers for meeting this ship with him on board. Jock told them to drop their weapons. Anyone who resists will go straight to the fish for food. Seo said that Jock thought they were afraid of him. And then Seo held out his hand and told them to let him pass. Seo said that a sword wasn't even necessary for such bandits. And he was so eager to rest a little longer. Seo didn't expect anything at this point, as some guy stuck a knife in him. He asked, what the hell was that? The guy started laughing and replied that Seo knew better. Did he think they would leave him in after what he did? Seo recalled the old man's words that the Peihan Palace would send professional assassins after him. Let him be careful. Seo asked, is he from Peihan Palace? The guy laughed again and replied that he had finally guessed. His bosses are so afraid of him. But he is frankly disappointed in him. Seo is very weak. And all the rumors about him are just nonsense. Seo immediately grabbed the knife and tried to pull it out. The guys were asking what was going on in there. The guy said he was a man of the Peihan Palace. They've already taken over half of the entire territory of China, and soon they will be at the head of this country. The community of pirates on the Yangtze River will sooner or later obey the palace. And his mission was to kill that boy. It's none of their business, let them get on with their business, Seo said, catching him off guard. But he wasn't dead yet. And then the boy was surprised at his words, and he said Seo's holding up pretty well. But let him wait just one more minute and it will be over. The guy got angry at the others and told them not to waste any time. Let them do what they were going to do. Seo said no one moves. Anyone who makes a move will be treated as an enemy. And then Captain Song put his hand on Seo and said that he was hurt. Tell him to stand back. He's the captain of the ship here. Captain Song asked Jock, he is going to be the dog of the Peihan Palace. What squalor? Song turned to the brothers of the Yangtze River and said that they had never obeyed anyone, nor would they. Jock asked his men what they were worth. Have them bring his head to his feet immediately. Song said to the guy, if he came from the palace, surely he knows what happened to his brother Duel. The guy laughed and said, what do you mean Sung is that dumbass brother? He lent him his face. The guy immediately took off his mask and said that it was true, it took a bit of work to get the skin off his skull. Song lost his temper and said that he would never forgive him for that. He asked Jock, did he think he was the lords of the Yangtze River? But he thought Jock was thinking straight. But it turned out he was just like them, a dog on a leash. And then someone addressed him by his title Chief Inspector. And everyone was surprised by it. Song realized that he was the Chief Inspector of the Yangtze River pirate community, Duel Chun. The Chief Inspector asked Jock. What was he talking about? Kogu said, he is of the dragon bone at his service. When Jock heard he was the head instructor, he got scared. And knelt down and said he was at his service. They all saw that their main one sat down on their knees and all said together that the dragon bone was at their service. Chief Inspector of the Yangtze River Pirate Community Fierce Wind Duel Chun. He took office at the age of 27 and since then has devoted himself wholeheartedly to piracy reform. Because of this, the pirates who used to be common roving robbers have banded together. Eventually they came to be seen as the great power of China. And they lived all this time earning their bread. Son said he decided 5 years ago to leave his post and start traveling with his brother. He had no idea that the community would weaken so much in that time. Since when did they serve the Peihan Palace? Jock apologized to him at once. Sung said he was greatly disappointed. The guy said that Peihan Palace will soon rule over all of China. And sooner or later, the pirate community will be theirs too. Sun replied that he wasn't sure if Peihan Palace could do that. The boy replied that he would show them their power. Jock told him to shut up at once. How dare he talk to the inspector like that tone? Jock asked the chief inspector for permission to kill him for saying that. The guy started laughing and said, what a laugh. Don't let him get cocky, because he can't kill him. Jock attacked and said he would see what the guy had to say when he was in the coffin. Sleep said for him to back off, and then Son grabbed him by the shirt and said they're counting wrong. This guy's his. Sung said Sung is hurt and won't be able to. Let him back off. Seo took out his knife and replied that he couldn't just back away. Sun said he got a nice gift from him and now he wants to give something in return. The guy laughed and called Seo a fool saying he had asked for it and it would be over now. Seo said he could only survive on one condition if he noticed his movements. The guy thought he was a fool, for quickness of attack is the main ace of the Peihan Palace assassins. Sleep realized that it was dangerous to fight a professional assassin at such a short distance. The guy went to kill Seo and said he was dead. Seo stood his ground and dodged right out. Seo said he was so slow. Even a turtle would be faster. Do they like the present? Seo immediately launched an attack with his speed and stabbed the knife that was previously in Seo's body into his heart. The guy didn't realize what had happened at first. When he saw the knife in his heart, he asked, how is this possible? Sung said that the professional assassin of Peihan Palace couldn't hit the heart accurately. Seo showed the medallion and said it was the thing that saved him. It made the knife slip. Seo said that it was his talisman now. Sleep said, it seems the dragon bone went out of its way for a moment. He hopes it won't happen again from now on. Jock replied that they had heard of the chief inspector. Thank you very much for their work. They immediately headed further on their journey and Seo looked at the talisman and said that luck was still with him. Seo said he would meet him soon, Dan Seo he. Let her wait a little longer, his fiancée. Seo decided that he would go out to the outskirts of Sichuan. Seo thought, did he take a wrong turn somewhere? There's not a soul here. Seo told Fatty to see where the nearest village was. The parable immediately shouted and flew away. Seo said he had a feeling he was going to get completely lost here. And that's when Fat Man flew in. Seo ran after her and then he saw smoke coming from somewhere in the neighborhood. And if there is smoke, then there are people too. Seo ran to the house and started to knock. But an old man came out and asked him who he was. Seo replied that he was passing by and noticed the smoke. Could he stay with them for a while? The old man replied that of course you can. It's why we exist, so that people can come here. Seo saw the chairs and immediately sat down on the table. The old man said that he suggested having some hot tea first. The old man said that the road around their bar is very bad, that's why people hardly ever stop by. Seo said he was on his way to the capital of Sichuan province, but got lost on the way, so he ended up here. The old man replied that the capital is the largest city in the province, it was easy to find. But since he failed, does that mean he's not from around here? Seo replied that that was correct. He had gotten off the ship a couple of days ago, but he must have gone the wrong way. The old man said the guy's almost there. He only has a little bit left. Seo asked how long. The old man replied that it was about 40 kilometers, he thought. Seo rejoiced and said that it was indeed close. Seo said, still as he walked, not meeting a single soul. He didn't think that such a large tavern could survive here. The old man replied that as it was his first time in their neighborhood, he might not know, but that among the merchants this drinking house was very famous. Sichuan is on the southwestern border of China, so there are usually a lot of visitors. Their shot shop stands on the shortest route from Yunnan to the capital of Sichuan province. There are mountains everywhere and lots of predators, so usually people don't go here, very afraid. But to get around this area, you have to spend an extra 4 days. And time is money, and to save time, merchants and couriers usually choose this road. It is dangerous to walk here alone, so people walk in groups. There is no village along the way, and travelers get very tired. That's why my great-grandfather built a drinking house here. Seo asked, why don't they have visitors now? The old man replied that merchants come here twice a month. It was recently their last visit. Couriers go without a schedule, so it is difficult to predict with them. Then someone knocked on the door and asked if anyone was there. The old man said, who is there at this hour? The old man opened the door and was very surprised. For at this time there were several dozen merchants standing in the street. Cao Dai told the old man that they needed to stay here for 1 night. Do they have any rooms available? The old man replied that there were rooms, but for a maximum of 30 people. Doc said that would be enough for them. The rest would sleep in the yard. The old man said he was here alone, there was no one to serve in the rooms, so he was asking them to dine here. Doc said they would have dinner in the courtyard by themselves, he couldn't be bothered. The main thing is to make sake. There are a lot of them, so let him bring a lot of them at once. The old man said not to worry, sake would be enough for 1,000 people. The old man said there were so many of them at once. Seo said he could help. Let him tell me what to do. The old man said he shouldn't, he was a guest too. Seo said it's no big deal. He would give him a drink as a reward at the end. Seo started serving tables and said, here he renewed their bottle, drink to your heart's content. Seo looked at them and saw that they didn't look like merchants. Maybe they were guards. Seo went to bed and heard people saying that they would finally arrive at the Dan family's house tomorrow. Seo thought they were going to the Dan family. He immediately began to listen to their voices. They said that if they defeated the Dan clan tomorrow, their poison clan would become known to all of China, and they'll shut the mouths of all those mutts who laughed at them. Seo realized that they want to destroy the Dan family. Seo said that's how he'd let them do it. Fuck them. After all, his future wife is out there. The old man met Seo in the morning and asked him how he had slept. Seo replied that he had slept well and felt very alert. The old man said it was a pity the merchants had already left, he could have easily reached Sichuan with them. Seo laughed and said it was no big deal, he liked traveling alone. In parting, Seo thanked the old man for sheltering him. The old man told him to take care of himself. Bloody Hand Kalte said that when they defeated the Dan clan, they would be unrivaled. Poison Master Wu Jin said that even without the Stone King, the Dan family is quite strong. The Yaza clan is located in the southern part of Guangxi province and is famous for its skill in the use of poison. Cal said he knew. But there are a lot of them, so it's not worth worrying about. Jean seconded and said to be wary of their overwhelming venom energies. Cal replied that they had something that could neutralize that energy. At this time, Seo caught up with them and watched. Seo said, here they come. It's dangerous to attack face to face. It's better to shoot a little and run away. Seo took out his bows and immediately let an arrow at them and said that he loved his bow very much. Seo released his arrow from far away, which traveled through the trees and hit one of the enemies directly. Jean asked, what is it? Another ambush? Cal turned around and said it looked like it, they were being shot at. The king of the Quan clan said that they lost more than 20 people at one point and can't figure out what kind of weapon killed them. They all gathered together and began to examine the boy's wound. Cal said there was a hole in his chest again. Quan said, which means it's the same person. Cal replied if it was poison energy, there would be a trace left behind. But this wound is very clean. Most likely shot by laying down internal energy. Sword energy or something similar. Kwok said the attacker must be somewhere nearby. But he didn't see any intruders. Cal said, or maybe they were shot with a bow, using internal energy instead of arrows. Kwok laughed and told him not to talk nonsense. Cal asked if maybe the great masters could still shoot like that. Kwok replied that this was only in theory. In practice, there is no one who could use something like that. And then behind them, Seo released his arrow energy again, and killed a few more of their soldiers. Quack yelled that they needed to find out who was hunting them after all. At this time, Seo was up in a tree watching them. Seo asked that they thought they could insult the Dun family. Don't dream about it. Seo drew his rope and said there was another stray arrow for them. And then he fired it with all his might. This arrow traveled like a snake around the trees, and again hit right on target. The warriors could not all realize what and where it was flying from. Seo hides behind a rock and decides he's going to kill another one. And he thinks they'll split up on their own. But Seo hoped it was time for them to start running away in fear by now. But they were still standing still. Quack says he forbids them to be afraid. Let them concentrate and keep their eyes open. Don't be fooled. It's the energy of the bow and sword are almost identical. So it's the same person shooting it. Cal saw that here came another arrow and shouted that again. And in a moment defended himself against it. Cal felt that this was a very immense power. Not at all what he had imagined. The warriors shouted that Senior Master had managed to repel this attack. Immediately, everyone started humming with confidence. Kwok asked if everyone had seen it. It's just an arrow. Powerful, but not omnipotent. Cal said that once they came down from the mountain, the enemy wouldn't be able to attack them. Jean said he's taking the rear, he's ordering everyone else to run forward at full speed. Seo saw that his plan didn't work, after all he wanted to send them home, why did they run forward? Seo said that in that case he would have to attack from above, and immediately ran to change his position. Seo very quickly produced arrows for himself, and with his run, he released them into the sky. They immediately hit the target. Jean said to be careful. Because now the arrows are coming from above. Jean realized they wouldn't be able to defend themselves and ordered the warriors to hide behind the trees. Hiding behind a tree, Seo used an arrow that chopped the tree and hit the target. Jean saw it and said he couldn't believe it. He said the shooter was in the back. And he said to look for the shooter. The warriors told the Lord that it was almost impossible to defend against these arrows. If there are many opponents, they are in danger. Kwok said that if there were many opponents, the arrows would fly without respite, one after another. He said to cut their losses, they would have to go ahead. The servant said that's where they would do it. Before he could say a word, an arrow immediately flew in and pierced one of the warrior's leg. Jean said he didn't know who he was, but let him hang on. Once they catch him, there may be no mercy. Seo said how stubborn they were. And then he shot a few arrows in the air to scare them. Seo saw that he'd killed almost half of them, and they just kept coming. He was naive to think the killers would be afraid of his arrows. And then Seo saw that he was back at the house he had left. He didn't realize when he'd made it back. Immediately the wars came into the house and were yelling that the guy was busted. They surrounded him on the property and wouldn't let him go. Quack said they were waiting for him. Seo wondered what he should do. He could run away, but there was an exception. The old man came out laughing and asked Seo came back too. So did something happen? Why are they all back here again? Seo decided to answer him, but before his eyes he saw the iron circle hit him right in the head. Seo was surprised and said what the hell are they doing? It's not like it's his fault. Quack asked, who was he? Why did he attack them? What had they done wrong to him? Seo asked him, does he really want to know? Quack replied yes, but first he would cut off his arms and legs. Jean told the Lord to leave it to their disciples. The warriors told him to let them avenge their comrade. Quack replied that he understood them. And he was in their hands. The warriors rejoiced and thanked Quack. One of the soldiers attacked first. Co used his 2 fingers, and took him to his knees and picked up his sword. Jean asked, "What are they standing for? Let them kill him immediately." Immediately, the warriors attacked him like a mob with hatred. Co didn't run away and realized that he would have to fight, and one began to kill anyone who came near him. Co didn't understand why they were so weak. He was the only one holding the 3 on his sword and he couldn't feel them. Co immediately swung his sword, and the soldiers flew back a few meters like a cork. Co decided that the triple unity sword technique would not be necessary. So he decided to use the 1,000 warriors' horizontal defeat, and ended up using a Tarzan leap. And he got on top of them like a bird. And attacked them all at once. Co said he didn't understand. How were they going to attack the Dan clan? Their skills are simply worthless. Quack thought that receiving the soul flame of his disciples must exude poisonous gas. Quack asked, how was it possible that this warrior's movements not only weren't slowing down with each passing second, but were only getting faster? The poison should have taken effect by now. Jean replied that he seemed immune to that kind of poison. Or maybe he's the Dan clan's assassin. Was he sent to stop them? Cal said that if he was from the Dan clan, the poison would definitely work. If he is trained in the skill of poison control, he can turn poison into energy. Quack said that he hadn't heard that there was a Master Luca in the Dan family. Also, there is no trace of training in poison control skills on him. Quack tells everyone to back off and says Co is not a bad fighter. But his stunts are childish. His name is Pang Chion, and today he's going to die by his demon's poisonous hand. Co says he's offering him a taste of his childishness. Pan immediately lost his temper and showed his strength and attacked Co. But at the moment of grabbing him, he dodged and asked where he was going. But Pan attacked again, and almost grabbed him. Co saw this coming and stepped back a little, but was very surprised. Pan asked him, was he scared? But it was a little early. And then he launched several attacks at once, which Co simply dodged. Pan said the guy thinks if he keeps his distance he's safe. Pan immediately used the technique of dark smoke poisoning people's souls. And released it directly at Co. Co could see that his energy compared to the energy of the Peihan Palace Masters was worthless, but there was something he didn't like about it. Co didn't run away and used his energy to launch a sword attack right into the center of the attack. Co defended himself and asked, is that it? He shouldn't have been scared. Raising his sword above his head said it was his turn. Co showed his power and attacked with wind and rain in all directions. And aimed the target straight at him. Pan saw that he couldn't resist him. Just then, Cal came at him, yelling at him to stop. Co ran out of there and asked, did they decide to team up? They should have. But it still didn't make much sense. Pan said that his body was not susceptible to poison. Cal asked him, is he sure about that? Pan replied that he was sure. There's no other way to explain how he's still on his feet after so much poison. He told Co that he recognizes his skill, warrior. Since he doesn't have a receptive body, he finds them funny, right? But they, the Venom clan, aren't weak either. Co heard about the immune body and thought, what does that mean? Co tells them to stop stalling. He suggests we finish this quickly. They can attack one at a time or all at once. Co realized that these were enemies who wanted to attack his fiancée's family. He must stop them here. Cal said that if the 3 of them attacked him, he would die. But their injuries would be too serious, too. Pan said, ashamed. Is there really nothing more they can do? It's shameful that such a puppy thinks they are weaklings. He wanted to neglect for the Dunn family, but would have to use it here. Cal said he understood. Co looked at them and did not understand what they were doing. Then came the soldiers who were carrying the coffins on their shoulders. They lined them up and so thought they were coffins. And then mummies came out of them that were alive. Pan immediately used his whistle and they immediately stopped and looked at him. Co said it was the same juncture. Pan asked, what has the guy heard about them? so he knows how violent they can be. Seo replied that he had heard that Jiangshir's bodies were as hard as steel and that it was impossible to kill them because they were already dead. But they were too slow to hurt anyone at all. Han immediately whistled and Jiangshir started running at Seo. Seo dodged the first attack and said it was fast. But though no, it didn't seem like much to him. Seo was just dodging their attacks, and decided to strike out on his own to keep up with them. In a moment, Seo was surprised that the sword didn't do anything. Han laughed and said there wouldn't be a scratch left of his sword. Seo launched a few more attacks and said that their bodies did indeed look like steel. Seo thought about it and decided, then directed his inner attack at them and told them to get some. From his energy, Jiangshir simply couldn't resist, and flew backwards on the fluff. Seo laughed and said he would see how they were doing now. But Jiangshir immediately got up and attacked again. Seo now understood what Hen Zhou meant when he talked about Jiangshir. Zhou said that the spirit summoning mage had cast the wrong spell and couldn't completely freeze Jiangshir, so he had to work hard to survive. Seo asked, "Is Jiangshir so strong?" Zhou replied that if he tried to hit him, he'd break his arm. If he tried to stab with a sword, the sword would break. In short, they can't be killed by martial arts. Seo said, "What does that make them invincible?" Zhou replied, "To defeat these monsters, you have to separate their head from their body or you have to tear their body into pieces." Seo remembered all these words and immediately began to carry them out, and immediately cut off the first man's head. Seo stopped and thought, what's wrong with him? Something was preventing him from using his energy to its fullest. He doesn't seem hurt and he's feeling fine. Could it be poison? If it is, what's he gonna do? But as long as he can use the power, he must end it. And kill every last one of them. Han said he couldn't believe it. Jiangshir, made from more than 1,000 poisonous herbs, was powerless against the boy. Jean said, truly amazed. To think that there is a person who can withstand the attack of 10 poisonous zombies. Cal said Jiangshir is too unassembled, they don't have the brains to pick a strategy. Han said no, it's not that the zombies are so axe-wielding at all. It's just that the boy is very strong, even though he is exposed to a poisonous fog that they aren't even afraid to approach. Han asked if they had any suggestions. Cal replied that they couldn't donate them to Jiangshir, and they need to attack together. Jean said to introduce it to the two of them. Han said for them to be careful. Jean attacking threw a shuriken at him and told him to get it. Seo immediately raised his sword and reflected them with one right. Cal threw a shuriken as well and said here was more for him. Seo again didn't feel them and dodged them. At this moment, Jiangshir swooped down on him. Seo sensed it and chopped his head off of it and said it was useless. But this time, Seo made a mistake and got very close, and Jinyashi managed to get his hand on his arm. Seo saw the wound and pressed down with his sword, saying that the concentration of poison was too great. He realized he had to focus. One wrong step and he would lose his life forever. Seo didn't mess with them anymore, and began chopping everything in his path, leaving their bodies headless. Han said it was impossible. How could he achieve such mastery at this age? Seo saw those two upstarts pouncing on the two of them, and overpowering Jiangshir pounced back. This time Seo was a little weaker and couldn't resist the two of them and was very surprised. Seo saw a company of warriors running at him and started laughing, saying not bad. They were fighting well. Cal said that although he was his enemy, he was expressing his respect for his fighting skills. Jean also responded by saying that there was no need for a warrior like him to die a painful death, let him take it for granted. Seo showed them his true eyes and asked, did they think he could be broken by such an attack? Seo started laughing and said that they sure weren't going to kill him like that. Immediately he started to let off steam because of his anger. Cal looked at him and saw that he had never felt such an intense lust for killing. Seo said that if they didn't die, the bastards, the excitement would kill him. Fools, they're the ones who made him so fierce, have only themselves to blame. Seo in a moment raised his sword above his head and decided to attack them with the sword of Triple Unity Technique 3, Infinity Blade. This attack was so strong that it could tear apart anyone who stood up against his will. The energy was draining out such a strong light that it simply made Jiangshir unable to resist, and burst out on his own. Han saw that they would not be able to resist him and told them all to run back. Seo decided that he wasn't going to spare them and applied even more strength so that the energy would reach them as well. Han and the others were very frightened and said how could this happen? A large hole was sealed in this place. Seo thought, is that really so much to ask? He couldn't reach the infinite wedge until his 12th ascension, and that's why he might not have gotten it right. His plan was to defeat them with a single attack. He's just crazy. This could all end if he just runs away. His energy has reached its limit, and his body is almost at the end of its tether. He can't fight or even escape properly. What is he to do? Seo asked, what is it? His energy? No, not his. The energy of despair. There's no way he's going to die here. Seo saw that the visualization of inner energy from the Heart Sutra, which had been pushed aside by the key arts at ways, was beginning to grow. Seo realized that he had to calm down. If they attacked at the same time, it would be difficult for him to resist them. Cal said his sword skills were much better than theirs. Jean also said it looked like something from the manuscripts. Han asked what is his sword art? Seo replied that it was a triple unity sword technique. Han said that he had never heard or seen such a martial art. Seo replied, of course he hadn't seen it because he wasn't from China. Honestly, he has some business with the Dan family, which is why he attacked their group. However, he doesn't want to kill any more. He suggests they settle this quietly. Jean told Seo to shut up. They are Dokmun's men and will fight to the last man. Cal asked, wondering if it was rash to reject his offer. They would gain nothing by continuing to fight. Han made up his mind and said they would stop there. Jean didn't like it and turned to the faction leader. Han replied that he understood his frustration, but he didn't want to see the downfall of the Mage Dokmun clan. Jean tried to say that his power was down. Han replied that they didn't care about his strength. If he showed another powerful skill, would they block him? Han realized that they had to become stronger so that Dokmun's people wouldn't face such destruction again. Han said that since things had taken such a turn, it could be called fate. Let the guy tell his name or maybe a nickname. The guy thought for a moment and replied that his name was LG So Moon. Han realized that he couldn't forget. Seo Moon. That was a name he must remember for the rest of his life. In the western part of Sichuan province, the Jian mountain group was mercilessly wiped out in a brutal attack. Jian was one of the 9 great factions, but even so, they couldn't do anything against the enemy. Just like many other royal palaces, the Qing sect that Yum Jia attacked also didn't last long. In the past, Yum was a Murim soldier, but later became a lone warrior. At this time, a team of warriors came to Ami's faction. Guy asked them who they were. The boy replied that his name was Huangya. He was honored to meet one of their leaders. Guy asked them what was the purpose of them coming here, bringing a group of warriors behind them. Huang replied that he had come to hold a service in honor of the Buddha. He did not know that the holy ground of a Buddhist shrine could be so small. Huang went to the Buddha and taking some candles with him, he lit them and placed them in front of the Buddha statues. Huang walked outside and sighed saying that he could easily be struck by lightning here. Huang told the guy he had a request, he would like them to seal their gates. For about 5 years, the monks asked him what he was doing. Had he forgotten where he was? Seal their gates? How absurd. The monks said that it looked like they were from Peihan Palace. Huang was not confused and said that was correct. Monk said that Ami shouldn't be underestimated. They won't forget what Huang asked. Let them leave their territory immediately. Huang asked if they thought they would be able to resist them. The monk replied that whether they could or not depended on the Buddha's will. Huang said that people call them steel-blooded adventurers. He doesn't want unnecessary bloodshed. How about each of them sending a representative into battle? Monk asked, a representative? Huang said the losing side must fulfill the winning side's demands. They demand that the gates be closed for 5 years. The monk said they are demanding that they leave here peacefully. He believes he will keep his promise. Huang replied that was correct. If he did not keep his promise, he would have no right to call himself a warrior. Monk realized that the Ami faction hadn't lost to anyone since the Guy faction. Victory was the only way out. This guy's movements are so quiet. He doesn't see any opportunity to attack. And immediately decided to attack. When he fought the human doc, it was reckless of him to use an infinity blade with such internal damage. If it was a minor injury, he could heal himself by concentrating his internal energy, thus restoring ki. Co said that by giving himself so recklessly to every fight, he had completely stopped caring about his energy, and I didn't have the strength to run away from them anymore. It's all so frustrating. This is the worst thing he can do. Perhaps that was why Gu, a warrior with the greatest internal energy in the history of wars, couldn't show his full strength. The Dan family palace in Sichuan is nearby, but you'll have to move slowly like a turtle because of your wounds. He should be grateful that the aura of visualizing the Heart Sutra is healing his inner traumas. Co said he found it so refreshing. The forces of nature are without a doubt the best. Harmony with the Aura Visualization Sutra allows him to heal without the aid of any potions. And now as his wounds heal, his inner energy is restored. At this time, a letter arrived at Peihan Palace. The counselor opened it and was very happy to see it. He said it was great. As expected. Jian Tsang and Qin Cheng now and Ami was captured. Now all that's left is about the Dan family palace. The attack on Sichuan will be a great success. The counselor asked why there was no word from Mandok about the attack on the Dan family's palace. And then the servant handed him the scroll and the counselor was very upset saying it was just ridiculous. The counselor squeezed this message and said that it couldn't be. Guan Fei asked him why he was so excited. The counselor replied that they had made great progress in attacking Sichuan, but it seemed that the attack on the Dan family had failed. Mandok was defeated before they could even set foot in Chengdu. Guan asked, from whom? The counselor replied that it was a man named So Mun who defeated them at Mount Fong. Guan said that was the boy who defeated the Blood Bao group. The counselor replied that was correct. Guan asked, didn't Mandok have Jiangshi's secret weapon? The counselor replied that the letter said that Jiangshi didn't stand a chance against him. Guan asked, would this archer really be able to harm Peihan Palace? What about the Blood Shadow group? The counselor replied that after the first attack failed, they were looking for another opportunity to attack. But after Mandok's crushing defeat, all their forces were withdrawn. Guan asked, so killing him is impossible. Chengdu City is the greatest city in Sichuan province and the western gateway of China. Since ancient times, there has been rich land and abundant mountain water here. It was the seat of Shu Khan's reign in the Three Dynasties era. Co walked into this city and couldn't believe it was finally here. Beijing was great, but this place is in no way inferior to it. Co asked the waiter that he would get to the Dan family if he took the Northwest Government Road. The waiter replied that was absolutely correct. The government road is about an hour's drive. They would see a massive house surrounded by a garden and grass. Co said, now that he was here, he was getting nervous. And that's when Fat Man started yelling. Co told him to stop, he's just jealous. Isn't he? If he's jealous, why doesn't he find a bride too? Family head Dan Moon Chong said that instead of momentary bravado and unnecessary heroism that can set up the whole family, he would rather choose cowardice. A wise commander should know when to retreat and when to attack. Dan said that the day would come when he would take revenge on them for this humiliation. Dan's younger brother Moon Young said he was worried about what would happen in the future. He feels that a great battle is coming between the warriors of the light path and the dark path. Cheon replied that anything is possible. In just one day, 3 factions out of 9 fell. This has never happened before in Gango. Yang said that the forces of light, however, will not be broken so easily. They will never kneel before darkness. Co came to the gates of the Dan family and gazed at this great and grand home of his future family. Co said he was finally here. It had been almost 2 years since he had left the mountains of Pictou. Co wondered what to say to get in. That was something he hadn't thought of beforehand. Co said it would probably be weird to say he's a guy from Zhongxiang who came here for his fiancée. Co said that if he had thought earlier, he would have asked Elder M. Wang for a letter. And then security came out in front of him and told him to stop and asked him who the guy was coming to see. Co said hello to them, but then realized that it wasn't going the way he had planned it for himself. The guards asked who he was. Co replied that his name was Co Moon from Mount Baektu. The boys asked why he had come here. Co replied that he had heard that the owner of the estate was a friend of his father's. He was in the neighborhood, so he thought he'd stop by and say hello. The guys said he needs the head of the family. He's not here right now, have him come in the afternoon. Co said it took him 2 years to get here. If the leader of the family is not here right now, you could have sent him a letter. The guy said that the head of the family and all the elders were outside the manor right now, so let him come later. Co asked, didn't they have a guest room? Could he stay there for a while? The guy replied, does Co really think he's the only person who thought to pretend to be a guest and make a fuss here? Co said that even if a beggar came to the door, he would be given a hot meal and only then told to leave. And even if the head of the family is absent, how can they speak of honor by treating their guests this way? The guys told him not to raise his voice here. What a fool he is, coming here, making a scene. Co thought he came here after he took a bath and changed his clothes because he thought his fiancée should be here, but they dare call him a fool. The guy asked, what is Co staring at? If he's so angry, let him hit him. Co didn't feel sorry for him and immediately smacked him in the head. They didn't expect him to have the strength to do that. The guy immediately fell like a crowbar to the ground. The other didn't expect this and said he would kill him now. Making several attacks, Co dodged them all, and just mocked him like a toy. Co grabbed his arm in a moment and thought that fighting them was still too hard for him. And then a girl came out and asked what's going on here. The guards immediately froze and asked, Mrs. Surprised? And then Co froze in place and saw that she was beautiful. Madam asked what kind of noise they were making here. She said they thought it was acceptable to make such a scene while the head of the family was away. She approached Co and apologized. She asked why he had come to their family's estate. Co replied that he was Somun from Mount Baekdu. The reason he is here is because he must fulfill a promise made by the head of the Dan family and his father. The girl asked what kind of promise. Co replied that it was rather difficult to tell her the details of it. When he was young, the head of the Dan family and his father made a promise to each other. At that time, the guard told the former to pull himself together. The girl wondered what promise her father had made. Could it be payment for a spy sent to them by the enemy? If that was true, he was an important guest. But they don't know when the enemy might strike, so for now she'll invite him as a guest and watch. The girl said she would lead him inside. Let him follow her and keep up. Co said, apologizing for all the noise. Immediately, the two of them headed to the palace together. The girl said she apologized for all the noise and ordered the servant to prepare food for the guest. The girl said she forgot to introduce herself. Her name is Dan Co. Co got excited and said he understood. Dan Co said that with his permission, she would go. Co saw that she was as beautiful as her name. And then he stopped. In a moment he realized she was turning around he saw that it wasn't that simple. So he asked him, is something wrong? Is there something you need? Co said he apologized, but she said her name was Dan Co. The girl replied that's right. She is Dan So Co said that if she is Mrs. Dan Co then she is the reason why he came here. He asked him what he meant. Co replied that to tell the truth, and then he realized that he couldn't tell her in person. Co said that the truth is that he and she should have an arranged marriage. And then he got confused and asked what. Co apologized to her and said that she said her name was Dan So The girl replied that it was true, that was her name. Co thought and said that if she was Mrs. Dan Co then she was the reason why he came here. Co asked him what he meant. And then Co decided to answer that to tell the truth, he was confused and couldn't believe he couldn't tell her in person. Co gathered his strength and said that the truth was that he and she should have an arranged marriage. Dan Co was confused when she heard that and asked in surprise, what? What kind of arranged marriage? Dan gathered herself and said, does that mean her father had already made a promise that she would definitely marry someone? Co thought and replied that everything was right and she was the condition of that promise. But her words were driving the guy crazy. And why had his speech become so incoherent? But anyway, like brother Joe Moon said, he got to meet a lot of girls, and he thinks it's the right thing to do. Dan Co says that this is so unexpected for her, she doesn't even know what to say. She doesn't deny that there could have been such an agreement, but suggests to continue this conversation when her father arrives. Dan couldn't believe it yet and thought it was a joke. After all, when had her father ever made that promise? He had never told her about it. but she herself had never brought up such topics of conversation. And then she remembered her father telling her that he would make sure her partner was the best husband in the world. Dan Seo thought that given his habit of saying that, perhaps there was truth to it. And he had decided everything about her future. She started to look at him and saw that he looked like a nice guy, but why was he so shy? Dan Seo thanked him for telling her about it at least now. She felt very uncomfortable about this sudden announcement. She would have preferred to know about it already instead of being in the dark. Seo replied that it was a promise made by their parents, but he didn't think it was a good thing if the parties involved didn't know about it, which was why he told her everything. Dan Seo bowed and said that it was really not good and thanked him for his concern. Seo also lowered his head saying he shouldn't do that. And at the last moment they bumped heads. Seo stepped back from the fact that such a thing had happened and apologized by asking if she was okay. Dan Seo replied that she was fine. Dan Seo realized and felt on his head that he was indeed very intemperate. Dan thought and said that she had to go now and they would meet again when her father came. Seo heard the words and replied that it was right. Dan Seo left and Seo looked at Fatty and told him not to look at him, for he might die from his pity. Seo clutched his head and said he was an idiot. And why he makes such stupid mistakes. He doesn't want to see her anymore because he's just embarrassed to meet her eyes now. Dan Seo went to father with this news and told him everything. Father asked what it meant that they had a guest. Dan Seo replied that his friend's son had come, and she led him to the guest room. The head said that if it was his friend's son, he would definitely welcome him. Whose child is she even talking about? Dan Seo couldn't tell everything and thought for a moment. Her father asked if she didn't want to tell him. Her father laughed and said that if you think about it that way, only her fiancé could have come. Dan Seo said that his fiancé was here by arrangement. Her father heard the news, was very surprised and asked her what she was saying. But he started laughing again and said it was just a joke. And he would see who it was when he met him. Dan Seo didn't think it was funny and she replied that the guy said he was her arranged fiancé, exactly what he said. Dan Seo asked her father why he didn't tell her about the wedding promise he made when she was little. Dad laughed again and asked what did she mean. The wedding promise. He doesn't understand what she's telling him. Her father said he was just kidding and she seems upset about it. He was wrong. She's in her 20s, that's the age when you're overly sensitive about your marriage, so he made a mistake. Her father apologized to her and told her not to make that mistake again and to let her stop being mad at him. And if you think about it that way, she's at an age where it's time to look for her life partner. He can't believe his daughter is so mature. Dan Seo thought and told her father in a menacing voice that this was no joke. It's not nice to play with her feelings like this. Father realized that this was no longer a joke and asked, so Dan, what was the guy talking to her about? Let her explain to him in detail. Dan Seo told him everything and added at the end that she had taken him to the guest room. His father thought for a moment and replied that he had no friends who lived in the Paektu Mountains. But maybe someone had moved there, so Dan said that she felt like there really wasn't a lie in what he said. The father asked his daughter when he came, so Dan replied that it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Father asked if he had been silent all this time. Dan Seo replied that she told the servants to keep an eye on him just in case, but not to do anything suspicious. Father said he was sure the guy didn't come here for good reasons. Dan Seo asked what he meant by that. Father told Seo to listen to him carefully. First, he had never made a marriage promise to anyone regarding her marriage. But of course, what he said about coming here to marry her was a lie. And then Seo was confused when she heard it. The head said to think, the guy doesn't give off any signs of deception at all. He could have mistaken their family for another. However, their surname is well known to everyone, this is definitely ruled out. Besides, the time at which he arrived is highly suspicious. Of the important clans of the Light Path, Jian San and Qin Cheng had fallen, only their family remained. Doesn't she find it a little suspicious that he appeared now? And then Seo realized everything and asked her father if it was them. The father replied that he thought the boy was a spy sent from Peihan Palace to find out all their secrets. Seo said, would there really be an idiot who would enter their palace with such an obvious lie? The father replied that the boy seemed to know that he was not in the palace. For without him no one could give orders concerning his words. I mean, even Seo thinks he's telling the truth, doesn't he? I guess he didn't expect the head to arrive so quickly. Seo thought she had personally extended hospitality to him, but it was all a lie. And then she called him a bastard. Father told Seo to wait a minute. Seo asked surprised. To wait. He made a fool of her by saying they were bound by a promise. She would cut off his head right away. Father told her to take her time. He doesn't know the chapters here yet, does he? He thinks he's safe because his cover hasn't been blown yet. Instead of killing him, it's much better to use his knowledge of what their enemies want to do. The head asked her they were in the end. Let her show him the true horrors of their family. They could end it without a fight, with tea or alcohol. Seo smiled and replied to her father that she understood. And that's what they would do to him. At this time, Seo didn't realize where he was and his head hurt a lot. Looking around he saw that he was chained to the wall and bound in tight chains. Seo asked, "What's even going on?" He's pretty sure he was just at the Dan Palace. So where is he now, and what kind of place is it? And what's with the intrusive pain? He looked down at his feet and immediately saw his bird, Thickbill, was dead in front of his feet. He immediately shouted to him. He heard a voice asking him if he was awake. In front of him, he saw the guards and Dan Seo's girlfriend. Seo asked who they were. But all he got in response was a blow to his head. Several more blows followed. The guard asked, "So he's lady, will she be content if he dies?" He asked Seo, "Does he know who she is?" Seo thought and through the blood from his head replied that she was Mrs. Dan. He said that she was the one. His daughter-in-law by contract. Seo asked her what was going on and why was she doing this. He couldn't take such words and started to launch whip attacks and yell that if he doesn't know, who does? Seo agonized with each of her blows, and blood came out of his mouth like a fountain. But he endured it all. He asked, "What does that make her, a daughter-in-law by contract?" He thought he could get out of here alive after deceiving her and her family. Seo asked, "What does she mean?" No doubt him, her arranged fiancé. He immediately launched an attack and called him a creature. And then the guardian stopped her and said that was enough. He would take care of him from here. The guard walked up to him and said how sad. Let just one question be answered, why he had come here. The man said his name is Dan Ilgl. He's in charge of security and enforcing all laws in the Dan family territory. But to be honest, it's his job to deal with scoundrels like him. Seo asked why they were doing this. Il replied that he didn't think that the person who dared to fool the Dan family would faint from simple Junzi, but the guy only wasted his supplies to make a better potion. And immediately spit in his face. Seo thought and remembered that a drug had been used. After it, he drank alcohol. And that's when everything happened. Seo poured himself alcohol and wondered why he felt dizzy and so sleepy. And in a moment, he saw the reflection of the people who were heading in his direction. And then Thick Skin decided to protect him too and attacked them. Seo looked under his feet and shouted to Fat Man. Il thought for a moment and decided to say that his bird wasn't dead yet. Even though they were birds, it was amazing to see her trying to protect her master, so they kept her alive. He scratched his neck and showed his scratches. Il said she had to pay a price for trying to cut his throat. Seo asked him why he was doing all this. There must be a reason for it. Or is he trying to end the marriage because they don't like him? And if he does, don't let him worry. After all, he doesn't want this marriage himself now. He put the whip in front of his face and said that he seemed to really want to die. Il laughed and said, "The kid's pretty stubborn. Shouldn't he be thinking about how to get out of here alive instead of repeating his pathetic lies?" Seo thought and asked what they meant by lying. Do they think he traveled several hundred kilometers just to simply lie? And it seems the Dan family, as far as being famous in China, doesn't want their daughter to marry a guy like him. And he refuses this disgusting marriage, so let him be released immediately. And then the head came and said surprised marriage. He asked him exactly what he meant by marriage. He turned around and was surprised that her father had come to see in person. Il immediately bowed and greeted the head. The head said he never made any promises regarding this marriage, does he have evidence for such loud claims? Seo spat and replied that to hell with it. He doesn't want to talk to people like them, who renege on their past promises like old clothes. Let him go. The head looked at him menacingly and told him to speak more carefully. His life depended on it. He never promised his father to arrange a marriage, so why does he keep talking about some sort of arranged marriage? Seo made up his mind and replied that in his pocket there was a sign of the Dan family left by his late father, let them take it. And his grandfather helped them in the mountains of Pektu. After that they made a promise that he and Miss Dan would be married. The head walked over to him and pulled out a sign. He said the guy says it's a sign that confirms he belongs to the Dan family. He squeezed him tightly and said he had never been anywhere near the mountains of Pektu. That's why the arranged marriage the guy is talking about is an elaborate lie. Did he answer the lad's question? And then Seo realized that his grandfather had lied to him. The head came over and said that now it was time to hear his true story. Seo thought and remembered that so far, he had crossed the grasslands, worked as a laborer, fought off bandits, helped farming families and fighters from the Peihan court, escaping death countless times. But he was able to bear it all because it was a test on the way to meet his bride. But there is no bride, and now he is locked up like a mean dog that has been beaten to death for stealing. And then Seo couldn't help himself and started laughing loudly. The head was surprised and asked why he was laughing, probably he hadn't come to his senses yet. The head turned to Il and told him to find out what his real purpose was and where he was from. Il replied that it would be done. Il looked at the boy and said he didn't want to hurt him. Before things got worse, he'd better tell him the truth. Il asked him if he was from the palace of Peihan, or Jaman from the gates of hell. But he got nothing in reply and said he asked again. In response, he received silence again. And Il realized how he would proceed. So he put a sack over his head. Il realized he didn't need to hurt his hand and put on gloves for caution, then began to pound on Seo's head. A large number of punches were thrown. But Seo did not give up and was a very tough kid. Hanging on to his body, Il decided to remove the bag, and to bring him to his senses he splashed him with cold water. Seo was completely beaten and exhausted, unable to even open his eyes. Il asked him if he was ready to talk. Seo asked through pain and anguish for clarification, what answer did they want him to give? Il said they wished to know who he was. Seo replied that he was Lgmo Moon from the Baekdu Mountains, who had come to China to meet his fiancée by arrangement. And they are very wrong this time, for he is not a spy as they all thought. He couldn't help herself and with her whip strokes told him to shut up. And it looks like he hasn't come to his senses yet. Seo again received some of the girl's strongest attacks, but he didn't cry out or even scream for help. He only had to endure. Il splashed him with water again and said he told him to speak only the truth. Seo repeated his name again. Seo started laughing and mocking the head. After all, he can't believe he's not being lied to. And he is a fool himself for worrying about that arranged marriage. Il went to very fierce methods and taking pliers he grabbed Seo's fingernail and immediately ripped it out. Seo hadn't expected this, and there was nothing he could do about it. But at that very moment, he just screamed in terrible pain. Il moved to the other finger and asked Seo, isn't that adorable? Pulling out people's fingernails gives them more pain than repeatedly stabbing them. Seo held on to the last and endured everything. Il asked what he thought would happen if they released his wounds into the salt. Il mercilessly stuck his hand in the salt and held it until the last. Seo was agonizing and screaming at the same time. Seo turned to the master and said that no matter how serious his mistakes were, how could he do that to him? Seo said that Am1 wasn't like that, and his descendants are really stupid and evil. Let them do whatever they want. He was surprised at the repetition of that name and asked, is he talking about his grandfather? How does he even know him? Seo replied that he risked his life fighting at his side. He didn't believe it and said that first he lied that he was supposed to be her arranged fiancé. And now he's dragging grandpa into it. Il turned around and said the guy is a stubborn fool, if he wants to put up with this until the very end, he only has to resort to last resort. Il held out a jar in front of his face and asked if he knew what it was. He saw it and realized something was wrong. Il said he was going to put it in his mouth. In 2 hours it will lay eggs in his body and his children will eat him from the inside out. He also told Seo that once he's in it, it will be impossible to get him. Before it's too late, let him tell them the truth. Seo replied that he had already told them the truth. He had nothing more to add. Il put on the gauntlet and explained that he had no choice. He brought this on himself, so don't let him blame him for what happened. Il slowly grabbed the insect from the jar and approached the guy. But then, at the last moment, Thick-Skinned woke up and immediately attacked him. The insect fell to the ground and Seo was very happy to see it alive. Fatty was fearless and stood up for Seo. He seeing this released her magic and directed it at Tazltakaz, asking how dare she do such a thing. Thick Snake didn't have time to fly away, and his attack hit him directly. Seo saw all this and immediately shouted to her, but it was too late. Thick-Skinned crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. From such serious wounds, she raised her head and shouted. She stood up again and glared at Il. She stopped him from getting any closer to Seo and shouted. Il considered it all ready for mayhem and with his big feet, he immediately stepped on it. He grabbed it and said that so-and-so would not attack him again. Seo saw this and shouted for him to stop torturing his bird. Il saw a loophole and said the relationship between the owner and his bird is pretty special. Il decided to get even tougher and said he was going to crush his windpipe. Seo heard all this and yelled at him to let her go. And he said he'd do anything he asked, just don't let her torture him. Il heard these words and laughed and said that if the boy had done that from the beginning, he wouldn't have been so hurt and the bird wouldn't have gotten hurt. And he was very glad that the boy had decided to change his mind. Il stood in front of him and told the boy to tell them everything. Seo told Il to ask what they were interested in. Il asked the guy, is he from Peihan Palace? Seo thought for a moment and replied that it looked like he was. Il acted further and asked why he had infiltrated the Dan family. Seo replied that it was probably to attack his girlfriend. Il heard that and said that he should have said it earlier. And the head of the family will decide his fate on his own. In the meantime, he'd let him get comfortable. Il let go of all the chains he'd been chained with and left him on the ground. Seo was very powerless and through the pain raised his head and turned to Thick Skin. But even then he came up and stepped on his head. He said to Seo, did he really think she would let that bird live after what it did to her hand? He was ruthless to the animal's attitude and immediately raised her foot above Fatty's head. Seo asked her not to do such a thing and even went to the point of belittling her. He thought about it and said that since the guy was begging, Seo seeing this thanked her. He fumbled at that moment and raised her foot immediately for a kick. Seo shouted loudly for her not to do that. He, with her strong eyes, slammed such a force into the fat man that she immediately slammed into the wall like a bullet. The fat man made no move for his life. Seo saw this and could do nothing but pray that she was alive. He told Seo that she didn't have to listen to him, did she? She ordered Il to cut off the bird's fingernails, since they're pretty sharp, they might come in handy. Il listened to her and immediately, with his sharp knife, cut the bird's legs. He said he would do the right thing. And offered to go back to the head of the family. Seo at that moment remembered running to his grandfather with burning eyes and shouting that he had found a wounded pigeon. His grandfather asked him then, had he mistaken it for a mere dove? After all, it is a falcon, a sacred animal known as the King of Heaven. Then Seo replied that he didn't care who it was. After all, he will be good food when he dies. Grandpa asked him, did he care more about satiating himself? Or to save someone else's life? Seo asked him what he meant by that. The grandfather replied that he was telling his grandson to decide whether he would starve for 2 weeks or save that gerfalcon. Seo said that if he didn't want to starve to death. And Seo decided and said that from now on his name would be Thick-Skin. And he fell from such a height and hardly hurt himself, so he has thick skin. Seo stood over him and spoke to make Fatty look up and ask her why he had interfered. Or did she think it was a good idea? Seo shouted to Fatso why she had left him. And that meant they couldn't travel and guard together anymore, right? Why didn't she just fly away without him? He said he couldn't die, for if he died, who would avenge him? He'll live, won't he, fat man, too? Something started happening to him and steam was coming out of his body. He said he would repay them in kind. Co realized that getting out of here was his main objective. But he can't use his hands. The only functioning parts of his body are his eyes and ears. Now he must gather at least a little of his inner energy, just a little. And he took action. He slowly gathered all his energy, and in a moment his eyes lit up with a white light. Co got to his feet and said it was too bad. If he had more time, he would have mustered more energy. Co looked very strange at the chains he was chained with and wondered if it was time for him to get out of here. He realized that in order for him to escape, he had to open this door. He grabbed the chains with his teeth and said it was a pity he couldn't use his hands. Pulling with his hands the chains, he climbed up the stump, and saw a beam that stood over him very firmly. With a movement of his head, he managed to throw the chain over the beam, and tied the chain around his neck one last time. Co said that he and Ilga are dirty bastards. He'd rather die by his own hands than by the hands of people like them. And then a window on the door opened and several guards looked at him. At the last moment they told him to shut up. And asked why he was yelling so loud. But he's going to die soon anyway. Co shouted that if he died here, he would become a ghost and would definitely kill them all. Co started making strange noises. The guard said he was a crazy bastard. Ever since he realized that death was imminent, he became crazy. Co yelled for Fatty to help him. Just then, the stump moved away from his feet, and Co tried to say goodbye with his life. The guard seeing this said that even if he still died, they couldn't let him die now. Because he will definitely be displeased, she'll know who's to blame. So they decided to open the door. Because that bastard is really trying to kill himself, they immediately both rushed into the rooms and one of them said he would take him by the legs. The other would put something under his feet for now. The guard reached for his legs as suddenly, Co crossed them and shoved him into a triangle and squeezed hard. Breaking one of them neck, the second saw that something was wrong here and immediately turned his head. Co immediately freed himself, and with his body movement, launched an attack from his head before the guard drew his sword. Co knocked him out cold and at the end said they were fucking bastards. And then the guards at the Dun compound screamed that the spy had escaped. They immediately all headed out to look for him and said he had a fatal injury, he couldn't have gotten far. He told her subordinates to block all escape routes, and capture the guy at any cost. And she will richly reward whoever finds him. Co heard all of this and realized that this girl he was a witch. She was a witch. After all, if his inner energy was filled even half, no, not even a quarter, he could repay her for what she had done to him. He sensed and said that he was definitely around here somewhere. Il yelled for them to scrutinize their surroundings. After all, he is a spy from Peihan Palace who tried to attack the Dan family. He told them to attack him as soon as they saw him, and let there be no sign of him. He shouted loudly that the person who would kill him would be her. Keep them all in mind. Co lay in the tree and realized that he needed to rest. It was too late for regrets, he had the choice to hide until he was found, or to run as fast as he could. Co wondered how long he was going to hide from them. He needs to put his doubts aside, he just does it. Immediately, with all of Co's speed, he flew over the heads of his enemies. Il felt it at that moment and saw the shadow. He immediately shouted to his subordinates and said that the spy was there. Have everyone capture him immediately. Co ran as hard as he could, but he felt discomfort and it felt like his joints were braiding. But he was outpaced by several enemies and attacked him from the front. Co felt someone else from behind attacking him. It was he, she was yelling at the others to get out of her way. And called them all useless servants. Co realized he had a nosebleed to survive. But he could see that his inner energy was reaching its limit. He saw the spy vaporized and says she almost caught him. And he doesn't know that this trail leads to a cliff that connects to a tributary of the Yangtze River. And in a moment Co stopped and said excitedly, no. After all, he had come all the way here, but it led to the cliff. He caught up to him and with her vile laugh was telling him to run. Co turned around and looked at her strangely. He asked, why is he standing? She said, he should run. Co was thinking at that moment, would he survive? Co said he didn't have the strength to stand up for himself right now, but let her wait. The day would come when he would wipe that smirk off her face. He laughed at his words and said he was pretty talkative for someone who was about to die. Of course he could take revenge whenever he wanted. She picked up speed and said that even though it wasn't going to happen, she would kill him before it did. Seo didn't take any chances, and seeing her first steps, he threw himself into the cliff without excitement, and he didn't have time to attack. He raised his sword above the choir and said with a smirk, "What does he think? Is this going to go the way the guy intended?" She immediately threw that sword like a spear towards Seo because of all her strength, and stabbed his back in the air. Seo turned around in flight at her and saw him mercilessly doing it all. He shouted back at him to die. In the morning, all the influential people from the clans came to the Zhuge family's palace and waited for the message. And then a subordinate came up to them and told the master that he had received a message from Ami. The master was Gom Youngshin. Gom opened the letter and shouted, "No." He said loudly that faction leader Ami had lost her duel with the leader of the watchmen and agreed to close her gates for 5 years. Immediately, with tears in his eyes, Gom stood up and bowed and said, "Amitba." The others also did not like the news and were very saddened. Gom crossed his arms and said that the Jiansang faction had been annihilated, while the clan leader Qin Cheng and most of his warriors had died. And then one of the ringleaders stood up and asked, "What about the Dan family? Is there really no news?" Soul Hunter Huang Chong said he heard that Dok Moon's man was trying to attack the Dan family. The Dan clan is a very strong clan, and the Dan clan is a very strong clan. The Dan clan is a very strong clan. Elder Dan asked what had happened. Huang replied that the report he had received showed that Dokmun's man had lost the fight. The elder asked in surprise, "Did the Dan family defeat them?" Huang replied that no, a young man had beaten up Dokmun's minions by himself. Elder Dan asked, "Young man?" Huang replied that he didn't know who he was, but he had heard that he was also able to destroy their poisonous zombies. The leader asked, "Jiangshi? This is the main weapon of Dokmun's men. Who the hell is this all-powerful young man?" Elder Dan stood up and asked, "Did they happen to hear if he used a bow?" Huang replied that now that he mentioned it, the report said he had bow skills, with which they killed countless people of Man Dok Moon. Dan started laughing loudly and said that now he knew who protected his family. One of the elders also said that he understood. It was definitely the ghost warrior archer LG who had gone to the Dan family. Elder Nagin told Dan's family that he was going to have a really awesome grandson. Dan asked him, did he think so, with a laugh on his face? At this time in Peihan Palace, a servant told the chief that the leader of the Dan family, Dan Mun, had gone with his subordinates to the Zhuge family palace where Am Wang was. The head asked surprised, what happened to Seo Moon who defeated Dok Moon's man? The servant replied that for some reason, LG So Moon was sent to prison and tortured. He escaped but was wounded by Dan, so he soared and fell off a cliff. He is believed to be dead. The head asked if this was really true. He started laughing loudly and called them fools. After all, they had done all the dirty work for them. But it was a pity, of course, that they couldn't defeat the Dan family, but still, everything that happened in Sichuan played into their hands. News came to the Zheng Palace that the Dan family had arrived from Sichuan. They were immediately met by the head of the territory. The head bowed and greeted his brother. He said it must have been a long journey. Head Dan replied that he had not, and immediately asked where his father was. Then Elder Dan stepped in front of them and said that they had finally arrived. The head told his father that he was sorry for the family's loss. Dan said the most important thing was that they were still alive. And he had heard that other factions had died in the darkness of battle, but the Dan family still stood. To ask for more would simply be greedy. Elder Namgung asked where their son-in-law was. Has he already left for his hometown? Dan asked him what he meant by the word son-in-law. Senior Dan replied that Seo Moon, who had left this place a few days ago. He saw his grandfather and screamed. She immediately threw herself at him with a big hug. The older Dan laughed and said it was nice to see her still full of energy. He immediately turned to her grandfather and showing her hand told him to look at it. Elder Dan was surprised and asked, what happened? He said that the spy bird of the Peihan Palace did it. Senior Dan got angry and said how dare he do such a thing. He changed things up and said that she had killed that bird and made a bracelet out of its claws. Elder Dan calmed down and replied that he was glad she was okay, and then he told the subordinates to bring it here. The subordinates came out with the bag and placed it in front of them. The Elder Dan asked what it was. He smiled and replied that it was that sneaky spy's weapon. He said that she had heard that there was an amazing archery expert here. They brought it to him as a gift, and immediately when they opened the bag, they were all surprised, for they recognized that it was Seo Mun's bow. They all gathered in a circle and looked at it. The girl from the Namgung clan asked as they said that the owner of this bow was a spy. Hai replied that was correct. They took him from a spy sent by the Peihan Palace. The girl immediately cried and asked what happened to him. Hai replied that he denied everything at first but finally admitted that he was a spy. The Namgung girl got angry and said, "Oh really?" Hai continued to say that when they left him to rot in the dungeon he escaped but they quickly went after him in pursuit. He fell off a cliff after she launched her sword at him. The girl asked Hai, "So does that mean he's dead?" Hai said there's not even the slightest chance that he survived. That's impossible after he fell off the cliff and got hit by the sword. The girl immediately couldn't contain her emotions, and released her sword under Hai's head. She realized that they had killed Seo Mun. The girl's father asked her what she was doing. Let her immediately apologize to the senior Dan family. Elder Namgung looked at his son and told him to move away immediately. The son immediately lowered his head and turned to his father. Namgung asked him, "Is he blind?" The son apologized and didn't understand what his father meant. Namgung asked, "Can't he see whose bow this is?" Elder Dan couldn't believe it yet and asked if it was possible. Elder Namgung replied so he had no doubt that it was the bow of an LG warrior. So he killed the iron blood bird that was always by his side. The leader picked up the bow and said it was the bow of warrior Seo. What should they do with it? Aren't they saying that the Dan family killed warrior Seo? Elder Dan turned to his men and asked what the hell happened. Junior Dan replied that the guy said he was Suhi's fiancé and showed them this necklace, but he hadn't heard anything about it. So they thought he was a spy. Elder Dan said that they had confused the savior of the world with Spyro. One of the elders asked, hadn't Palace Dan heard about the battle under the North Yangtze River? As disappointing. He is the one and only ghostly archer LG So Moon. The elder didn't hold back his emotions and with all his might, he directed all his energy at the tree and broke it into pieces. Senior Dan said he didn't think he would be able to meet his comrades in Kanho. What have they done? Do they all realize what they've done, even though they had mistaken him? How could the family leader fail to recognize such an outstanding figure? Was their family so weak that they couldn't even find information on a person and just called him a spy? Just then, Junior Dan apologized to them. He said through excitement and despair that his internal energy was so weak that she didn't feel it. The elder Dan shouted at her to shut up. Everyone else had been burned to the ground, so why did the trouble bypass the Dan Palace? All because he single-handedly blocked Dok Mun who was about to attack the Dan Palace. And then the son and granddaughter were surprised and asked how. The elder Dan replied that he had risked his life for his bride. Who else could go up against the most poisonous zombies? And Seo most likely received mortal wounds, but even so he managed to make it to Dan's palace. But the way they bastards treated him. They should have at least tried to understand him. He wouldn't be able to contain his emotions thinking about how Seo Moon felt. Namgung told his clan brother that enough was enough, he was already dead. The elder Dan refused to believe it and said it wasn't true. The elder Dan pulled his sword from his son's holster and pointed it at him saying that Seo had saved Namgung Palace and Dan Palace. And he would have to take action to repay him and their allies Kangho. Namyun told him not to be so hot-headed, their actions were understandable. Dan replied that it was a mistake he would not forgive himself for. Senior Dan said to the head of the Dan and Suhi family, let them bring their lives as penance. Senior Dan immediately threw his sword in front of their feet. When they heard these words, they fell to their knees and turned to him. Namgung said they can't bring Seo back by sacrificing his son and granddaughter. They need to fight Beijing Palace, no need to waste time on that. The elder Dan cried and said that the hero sent by the Celestials had died at the hand of the Dan family, how could he look up to their gods now? Dan told his family that he didn't want to see them ever again. Have them leave the palace immediately. The Namgun girl walked over to Seo Mun's arms and took her hands in her own. She realized that she still loved him and thought he was alive. She kept repeating in her head that Seo wasn't dead. No way. He would surely come back to them. And she would keep it all. At this time, there was a place in the Hell faction's territory where the people and enemies of the Peihan clan were located. The servant came to the faction leader and said that they had passed the land of the Black Mountains. The chief sword elder of the secluded path Ha-gu asked, what was the size of their troops? The servant replied that all the elite soldiers of Peihan Palace were gathering there. The leader immediately banged his weapon on the ground. He said they were narrow-minded assholes. He had always wished for an alliance with the Dark Path, but he still despised the Peihan Palace. It was the leader of the Dark Hell faction, Bong Wu. Bong Wu immediately gathered all of his men and put them to the defense of the clan. The enemies said that it looked like the faction leader had started to gather troops. The general said he could see. Didn't expect him to be involved. This formation, they must be well prepared. Wu raised his weapon and turned to his brothers from the Hell faction. And ordered them to destroy all enemies. The faction leader saw the Hell faction attacking and told his men, attack. Have them gather together and stand in formation. The head of the Peihan clan said during the battle, to the bloody assassin squad. Let them attack the left side of the Hell faction. And they will take the right side. Wu chopped everyone in his path and said, did they really think they could defeat them with such skills? And now he's going to show them the true horror of hell. At this time the river pulled Seo to dry land, but the sword in his back still stood. He did not move or make vital gestures. At this moment he was thinking in his head and couldn't believe himself that he was still alive. And now he needs to heal himself. But he can't feel his hands. If he could feel the pain, then his nerves were still alive. He stood up through the pain and hatred and started walking. He thought and saw that his hands must have been very badly hurt. He had already lowered his head and thought he had lost them. With slow steps he tried to walk on, but the head spinning was bothering him a lot. But then a man appeared in his path. It was a girl who was covered in a red blanket. She asked with fear, who is here? When Seo saw her, he got excited and went at her. But the girl was very frightened and slowly backed away. Seo couldn't even say a word to her as he immediately collapsed to the ground. The girl started to run away in fright and looked back. The girl didn't look forward as she suddenly ran into the guy and screamed for help. The guy addressed the girl as Miss and asked her what was wrong. What was she so scared of? The girl turned around and pointed her finger and said that there was a strange man here. The boy immediately saw a man with a sword on his back. They did not leave him there, and immediately brought him to the nearest hospital, where the doctor began to examine him. The doctor examined Seo and said it was the first time he had seen someone with such deep wounds. The boy asked the doctor how he was, would he live? The doctor replied doubtfully that he thought he could save him, but those wounds. He would be left with many scars. The guy smiled and said that the important thing was that he would survive, wasn't it? The girl asked, where could he have gotten into such a dangerous battle? The guy replied to her that it looked more like a beating than a battle. Let her look at his fingernails. The girl stepped closer and through her fear she saw that there were no fingernails left on this guy's hands. She covered her mouth in fear and said who could do such a thing? How can such people live in this world? At that time on Mount Pictou, a lad came to Seo's house and told the old man that he had come. The old man told him to go through. He told the guy he was bored sitting alone. Good thing he's here. Now they can have a drink together. The guy handed the old man the rings and said that it was money from the wild ginseng and healing herbs they had given him. When the old man saw them, he said it was not bad. He told the boy to distribute them among the villagers. The boy immediately obeyed and said what would be done. They started drinking and the guy tasted the drink and said it tasted so good. The old man asked how he liked it. After all, the previous fermented alcohol was drunk by Seo Mun, this is a new batch of his concoction. Boy, he joyfully replied that this alcohol from wild grapes was just great. The boy asked the old man if there was any news about Soman. It had been a long time since he had left. The old man sighed and replied that this guy wasn't the type to write first. So the lack of news is also good news. The guy said he hoped he wasn't in too much trouble. The old man said that no one knows what fate has in store for him, and he hopes Seo finds himself a nice wife. The guy was surprised at this point and asked, "Wife?" The old man told him to forget about it. He just wants Seo to find happiness. Seo opened his eyes at that moment and remembered his grandfather. He began to look around and wondered who the man was. The doctor at this moment, seeing his open eyes, rejoiced, and raising his hands up he ran out and called to the boys. Seo thought that judging by the fact that he was lying here, someone had saved him. He breathed out in relief and realized that he had survived after all. He realized that God had kept him alive, but he decided to take both his hands. What should he do now? He didn't care if he remained crippled. But what about the thick-skinned man, and the Dunn family? What do we do now with the Dunn family and the woman who killed and maimed Fat Man? Seo said he would never forget them, never. The guy walked up to Seo and started laughing, saying he was awake and it was happiness. Seo immediately sighed and realized that he didn't know who it was, but he was a real looker. Seo asked him who he was. The guy replied that his name was Huangya. And the guy was lying unconscious near the river. Seo said he was his savior. He introduced himself to the guy and thanked him at the end. Huang said he shouldn't bother. He was saved by her. The girl said it wasn't like that. If Huang hadn't approached, he would have just run away. Seo said he was alive because of the two of them, and thanked him for that. The girl introduced herself and said her name was Chunha and she was glad he was awake. The doctor asked Seo how he was feeling. He was unable to check his condition because he had to tell the others that he had regained consciousness. Seo replied as his mind cleared. But what about his hands, would he be able to use them? The doctor thought for a moment and replied that he couldn't say yet. Seo despaired and said he knew it. The doctor said it's too early to say anything. His body and aura are protecting him. It looks like his body is repairing itself. He can't promise anything, but his aura can heal anything. Seo asked if he would be able to do martial arts if he healed his hands. The doctor replied that this is also something he can't predict. His veins are very badly damaged. Seo closed his eyes and said that meant we could say goodbye to martial arts. And then the doctor said maybe. Seo hearing this saw that the doctor himself didn't know yet, and everything could only be changed by himself using recovery. Huang videoed and thought that a fighter who can't use his hands is doomed to die. The doctor said he should rest for now. Rest is the only thing that can help him right now. Seo said he didn't understand why they would help someone they were seeing for the first time. Huang asked, aren't all the fighters in the Murim under the same conditions? He also, once suffered a dangerous wound. He had to fight the disease alone. Meeting him reminded him of his past, so don't let Seo worry about it. He just wants to use this chance to atone for his sins to the Buddha. Chunha also said that human life is very precious. Her father taught her to help everyone if possible. Seo thanked them again and said that he had become wary of other people because of what had happened. Huang laughed and asked, isn't helping the others a common thing? Chunha said that was right, he didn't have to worry. Seo came to his senses and after a couple of days he was walking around. But something was annoying him. How much longer would he have to put up with this? The doctor tells him there's a chance of a cure, but he can't even clench his fist. How's he gonna make it through this? So the interval of this time was hopeless. At supper time he was fed from a spoon because he could not move his arms. Huang saw this and said, why is there no one here who could also feed him? Seo said if he was jealous, he could break both his arms like him too. Huang says he doesn't need to break his arms, all he has to do is find a wife. Seo said he wondered if there was anyone in the world crazy enough to marry someone just for food. Huang replied that it would seem like nothing once he got someone to bow their head to him. They would even be willing to give their stomachs for him. Seo asked, and he's willing to get married just for that? Huang asked Chunghua, if she loves someone, the stomach is nothing. Chunghua started laughing and replied that she was sure feeding a loved one was not a burden for anyone. After a while the doctor came to see Seo and said it had been a month and he could take it off his hands. Seo was surprised to see his hands and said they looked like withered sticks. Chunghua asked the doctor how he was. The doctor laughed and replied that everything was fine. His bones have fused properly and it is very beautiful. Huang got excited too and said what good news. Chunhua went up to Seo and said that she congratulated him. Seo said that was all fine, but he still couldn't move them. Not even just to make a fist. The doctor said his muscles and veins had hardened too much, so it would be hard to move his arms at this point. After time and training, Seo didn't get discouraged and was able to succeed. He began to feel his hands again and climb rocks like his grandfather had taught him, but when he took a few steps up, Seo couldn't hold on and fell right into the water. He did not despair and started to try again with renewed vigor. Seo, because of his anger about his hands, began to complex. He couldn't resist getting out of the water and started laughing loudly. The guys were watching him and Huang said he seemed fine. Chunhua said he was secretly practicing climbing that mountain. Huang told her that it's not training, it's fighting agony. Chunhua replied the same thing, that Seo was carefree and said he would recover soon. Huang said he couldn't say for sure, but he seemed really annoyed. Chunhua felt sorry for him and called him a poor guy. Seo had seen them all this time and asked how long they would be hiding there. Huang came out first and asked how he knew. Seo said that his hands were not in the best condition, but he was already able to restore his internal energy. He had noticed them already in the beginning. Huang and Chunhua came up and said they thought he didn't know and followed him every day. But if he knew about it, why did he only tell them today? Seo showed them his hands and told them to look. He immediately clenched his fists before their eyes, and they both fell silent for a moment in surprise. And immediately they showed their joy to him. Seo said he could finally clench his fists. Huang said that it was good news for all of them. Seo said he screamed in pain as he moved his fingers, but as the days went by, it came easily to him. That's why he was so happy. Huang said it makes him sad that they were watching him and didn't know it. Seo said that he and Chunhua were the only reason he was able to endure the pain. Without it, there was no way he would have made it through. Huang said they were obligated to just have a drink tonight. It was time to go home. Chunhua thanked God for hearing her prayers. Chunhua asked Seo, is he going to practice all night again? Seo replied yes, because he would be able to get back to his previous level in a little while. Chunhua said it was cold today, let him be careful. Seo told her to go home too or she would freeze. Chunhua laughed and said that she has always watched him, so she feels like she will miss something important if she doesn't go. Seo went to the lake with her and started meditating to regain his former strength. Chunhua just sat by his side and watched. Seo thought about Dang Su-hee, after all, she had hurt him and killed Fat Man. He would definitely return this offense to her. However, from the Dan family's side in that situation, they could accept because of the spy. At that moment, because of Peihan Palace, they were on high alert. If only he could explain it then. Perhaps he had been overly emotional. And then he turned on his eyes and realized it wasn't like that. After all, even so, she was still responsible for Fatty Leather's death. Once he recovers, he will definitely have to take revenge on the Dan family. At this time Chunhua began to sneeze from the cold, and Seo noticed it. He went up to her and asked her if she was all right. Chunhua replied that she was fine. Seo said she wasn't and offered to go home. Chunhua blushed and said again that she was fine. Seo put his hand on her head and realized she was on fire. He told her to jump on his back faster. Seo immediately realized that she was sick because of her excitement while watching him. Chunhua at this time felt that his back was so warm. It must be just like his heart. At this time, Huang got up and started to do his morning exercise. But in the forest, he felt that something was moving fast. Such agility and that inner energy, he immediately gripped his sword and calmed down in a moment. He said it was Seo. He certainly thought it was him, but that terrifying aura. Seo shouted to his brother and said that it looked like Chunhua was very sick. Huang immediately told him to take her inside quickly. He would get a doctor to come and see them. Seo saw this and said that, as expected, his martial art is very unusual. They fraternized, but they still don't know each other. And then Seo came to his senses and scolded, for he had been standing outside all this time, and here the sick Chunhua was lying on his back. The doctor immediately ran to them and checking Chunhua's pulse said that they had let her get so sick. Seo asked how she was. The doctor replied that her condition was critical. Seo asked if she could be cured, right? Huang said, couldn't the doctor save Xiao from dying? There must be a way to cure her. The doctor replied that for people with such weak bodies, frostbite is incredibly dangerous to their health. Xiao said it annoyed him, and asked the doctor what he says he can't do anything about. The doctor replied that right now he could only maintain her condition, everything else was not up to him. Xiao asked if she was really that weak. The doctor replied that looking at her pulse, he couldn't help but wonder how she was still alive. She looks like she hasn't slept in days. Xiao thought at that moment what kind of man he was. He couldn't even notice her condition. He immediately started hitting himself on the head, because he knew it was his fault. The doctor said that if the body was weak, the disease wouldn't go away so easily. Xiao asked if she could get worse. The doctor told them to get a wet towel and control her fever. Also have them undress her so her clothes don't block the heat from escaping. And while she was resting, he would make the medicine and give them to Xiao. He immediately told Xiao to start undressing her. Xiao was confused at this point, for he didn't assume it would go to him and said he would do it now. Huang stopped Xiao and said Chunghua is a girl. Wouldn't it be better if other women took care of it? Even with everything that's happened to them, he still needs to respect the boundaries of what's allowed. Xiao said, what difference does it make? If it helps Chunghua get better, then no boundaries are important. All this time she'd taken care of him, so why couldn't he do the same? Now was not the time to think about boundaries. If something happens he will take responsibility. Huang asked, responsibility? And if Chunghua wants to, will he marry her? Xiao asks, is there a reason not to? He's willing to marry her because that's what he wants too. Xiao says that it hurts him a lot to see her in pain. It seems that he has fallen in love with Chunghua. And now he has to share her pain. Huang said he would prepare the medicine then and wished Xiao good luck. Xiao cried and said it was nothing compared to what she had done for him. Xiao tells Chunghua that as he said before, he is going to strip her to cure her. If he didn't want to, he could call the women from the village. Xiao said one last time that he hoped she would understand his feelings. Chunghua cried too and realized that she loved him too. Those days with him were hard, but some of the best. She wants to tell him that, but she can't move. After undressing her socket for a few minutes and immediately punched himself. Saying he loved her, but seeing her body almost made him lose control. Xiao started undressing her further and thought, could he love a girl like that? He had no chance, why he could never accept his feelings. Xiao in the moment didn't realize why he was shaking so much right now. And then he squeezed her hand and began to feel very hot. After a while, Huang walked home and yelled to Chunghua that she wasn't allowed to stand in the cold yet. Chunghua replied that she was fine. The doctor said she shouldn't stay home all day. Huang said she looked. Xiao and he bet who would catch the biggest fish and he won. Chunghua was surprised and asked where did he find such a big fish. Huang started laughing and said it was nothing to an expert like him. Xiao was telling him to stop. I knew he was planning something when he came here in such a hurry. Huang asked him what he was talking about. Xiao replied that he scared away all the fish and took the first fish he saw, didn't he? That's what he thinks fishing is. Huang asked, what's the big deal? Any catching of fish is fishing. Xiao asked Chunghua is she okay? Didn't freeze outside? Chunghua replied that everything was fine. Xiao asked her, would she then be able to give him an answer today? Immediately Chunghua blushed and lowered her head. Huang asked them what they were talking about that made Chunghua blush so much. He was curious, too. And he noticed that she even suddenly became sad. Xiao replied to him that he had asked for her hand in marriage. Huang said in surprise, hearts. So that's why. And then Huang realized and freaked out and asked what Xiao had just said about the wedding. Xiao replied that he did it yesterday. Huang asked, why so suddenly? Of course, Chunghua must be surprised. Chunghua thanks him for the offer, and apologizes because she's turning him down. Xiao was also upset at this point and asked why. What is the reason for her refusal? Does she not like him? Chunghua replied that it's not like that. Xiao asked, then why is she refusing his offer? Chunghua replied that she could not marry for love alone. She has no right to become his wife. Seo was surprised and asked her what she was talking about. Isn't love enough? What is the point of money and respect? And then Chunghwa said she was a courtesan. And then she cried. Seo asked, what's the big deal? He's not an idiot. It's been 4 months since they met. Does she think he didn't say anything because he didn't know? Does she think he would criticize her if he found out? No, he wouldn't. On the contrary, he was worried that she had a very difficult past. On the contrary, he wondered what had put her on this path. And how much she had endured as a courtesan. And all his life, he's felt nothing but pain. And he is grateful to heaven for the chance to meet such a bright and beautiful soul. And being a courtesan is not a crime or a reason why she is forbidden to marry. Chunghwa said she had to take such a job because of her family circumstances. But that is no excuse for her sins. She loves him very much too, after all, and she wants to get married and live a normal life like everyone else. He may dislike her after the wedding, and then he will hate her. She was so scared, and she cried again. She turned to one side and said she really wanted to be with him, but the thought of the hardship he would have to endure. Seo couldn't stand it and let out a tear too, saying, Chunghwa. He put his arm around her and held her tightly against him. Seo said that the past stays in the past. The future and the present, that's what really matters. Let her just trust him, and he would make sure she never suffered again. And immediately they looked at each other like people in love. And in the moment, Seo decided to kiss her. At dinner that evening, Seo told Huang that he was asking him to be a witness. Huang immediately questioned him. Seo replied that the boy had heard correctly. Huang started to get indignant and asked why would he agree. Seo asked, is it really that hard for him? Huang replied that it's not hard, but he asks him to stand and opposite them and watch. Seo replied that is correct and it will go very quickly. Huang said that he still didn't want to. Seo was surprised and asked why. Doesn't he want to bless them and their future? Huang replied whether Seo knew how lonely he felt here. He's just jealous of them. Seo asked, then why doesn't he just meet a girl? Huang got angry and said that Seo thought it was all happening overnight. Immediately, Seo sighed. Just then Chunghwa turned to Huang and the guy asked what's wrong. She smiled a little and repeated his name. Huang couldn't refuse her and told her that he would do anything, just stop looking at him like that. Seo got excited and said that Huang was in agreement. The next day, she got up early in the morning and they started the wedding. Huang tells the bride and groom to bow to each other. As a witness, he proclaims them husband and wife. Seo thanked Chunghwa for marrying him. Chunghwa blushed at that moment and said his name. In the evening, Huang stood outside and drank while the guys had fun and spent their wedding night. Huang immediately realized that he hadn't even tried. What a pathetic semblance of a human being. He said for them to live happily ever after. Seo didn't put things off and headed to the lake to train his skills for future battles. He used his energy to raise waves several meters high and fought the water. Huang came to see Seo but saw him practicing and was surprised, saying he was incredible. Seo was underwater at this time, training his incomparable sword of triple unity, third form. And the immortal sword followed him. He didn't give up and continued to improve his skills and techniques so that it wouldn't happen again like last time. Huang saw everything and just marveled, saying it was something outside their world. And then he realized that there was more to it. Seo released his energy through the stick and directed it straight into the water, causing it to rise above him. He went beyond his limits, and such energy was so strong that his eyes began to glow. He aimed all the rocks nearby and sent them into the water. Huang looked at all this and did not realize who he was. Huang said that his aura is so strong. Is there anyone on earth who can withstand it? Just then Seo came out of the water and asked Huang what he was doing. Huang replied that he was amazed at his martial arts. He had not seen anything like it. He knew his skills as an archer were amazing, but his sword, it was just impossible. Seo asked, how did he know his brother was skilled with a bow? Huang asked surprised, what was Seo talking about? Didn't he tell them himself? Seo replied that he didn't remember telling them anything. Huang asked how he could not remember what he himself had done. Seo replied that it was hard for him to think in those days. Huang said to Seo, can he tell him about this martial art? Seo replied that it is called endless battle. It is the only sword art of his family that has not been lost. Before, he was unable to use it, due to its weakness. Now he can use it multiple times. Huang said that usually martial arts improve with experience, isn't that the point? Anyway, may brother accept his congratulations. They immediately headed home. Huang said that his body seemed to have fully recovered, so what was he planning to do? Seo replied that he had to go somewhere. Huang asked Seo if there would be someone at Dan Palace. After all, it had been a long time since they had traveled to the coalition province. Seo said he knew, but he needed to show up there anyway. Huang listened to him and said he understood. They all left together and Chunghua looked and turned around at their home where they had spent several years. In front of the family gate, Dan Seo felt some hatred and realized that he was back here again. He realized that he had initially come here being excited, but now with a heaviness on his soul. He stood in front of the door and told his boys not to come in and to wait for him here. Seo walked into the room where he was being tortured. He saw all the implements he had encountered then. He leaned against the wall and sighed. He cried at that moment and remembered Fatty's skin. He realized that she might be gone, but in his heart she would live forever. And then Seo finished everything and told Huang's brother that it was time for them to go. Huang asked him where he was going now. Seo replied menacingly and confidently that they were going to the righteous coalition. Huang said they were saying that, it was up to the one who tied the knot to untie it. And that's why he now felt that he should meet them in person. Seo thought to Dan Seo that she should wait for him. He'll never forgive them for Fat Man's death. On the Hua Mountains, at the great military training camp, Namgong told the boys that from today he would train them in the art of the sword, Jin. The children of the Namgong family said they were ready to be trained. The girl asked her grandfather to train her too. She also wants to learn the imperial sword art. The father told his daughter that he understood her, but it would be too difficult for her. Elder Namgong said that you can't just start learning martial arts like that. Immediately the girl drew her sword. The boy asked his sister why she pointed her sword at him. The girl replied that maybe they could decide if she could train in martial arts if they let them watch her battle with her brother first. Her father told her to put her sword away in its scabbard. Does she think she can take responsibility for it later? Senior Namgong smiled and said that he was willing to see what she was even capable of. The girl realized in her head that she didn't want to show off her skills, but today she had no choice. They immediately went at each other, and fought like a war. And no one was ready to retreat. The guy felt that his sister wasn't that weak, he was just trying to fend off all her attacks. Elder Namgong said that how unexpected. Father was also supportive and replied that he didn't think he had such skills. The guy got tired and told that he lost. He bowed after the battle and apologized to her brother. Senior Namgong said unbelievably. If only he could have learned about her skills earlier. However, her internal energy was too low to learn the imperial sword arts. Just then, a servant ran up and addressed the head of the family. The boy immediately turned around and asked Chun what was wrong. Chun couldn't breathe and said something to the effect that the palace had fallen. Younger Namgong asked, what does that mean? Chun replied that the supporting sword master and the people defending the palace tried to retreat, but ended up being killed by the Peihan Palace group. Also the reinforcements of the Peihan Palace that were behind destroyed everything else. Namgong said that it finally happened. He asked what about her parents. Chun replied that he didn't know all the details. At this time, Guak Gom Men looked at the clan and told his brother that it looks like a return is impossible. Hen asked Gom, what happened? Why? Gom replied that judging by those pigeons, something big was starting to happen. All the senior management has already gathered. Did Hen say they wanted to tell everyone and cause a commotion? The third alcoholic brother shouted to the others that it was finally starting. Hen asked him what. Dan Zhen replied that a full-scale war between the dark path and the light path. Hen was surprised and said that as expected, but it was still hard to believe. Gom asked, what does the leadership say? Dan replied that War Commander Jug would lead the forces of light to the Yangtze River. Gom said that he thought the order to depart would come soon. Immediately, all the clan wars gathered all together. A master Buddhist named Yong said that the future of China is in their hands, Buddha will look out for them, at Mataba. The warriors began to cheer and shout, long live the righteous coalition. Let's protect China. To victory on the Yan's River, they set off at once. Guak Mu said he wondered how many of them would come back alive. Would they even be able to win? Huang Bo replied that it would be a hard battle. The column of warriors headed toward the river not knowing what would happen next. The enemies were not standing still either and were also on their way. Guak asked the counselor how much further to Mutin. Gwi answered that they would arrive in half a day, and it won't be long before the Jug Palace troops catch up with them. Guak said it looks like the light rail is ready to attack. However, would they have the strength to concentrate on them? They need to protect Mount Hua and Shaolin after all. Gwi replied that they could not defend Mtihua and this place at the same time. Guak said that they would definitely have to retreat to avoid losing their land. Gwi said that if there was someone there who understood their intentions, they would only give up the Yangtze River, but if they hesitated, they would take both the river and Mount Huang. Guak laughed and said they shouldn't be greedy. Light Path has many talents. Mount Hua and Mutin would be enough for him. At this time, Yunga Yong daughter Gong received the letter and squeezed it and said she knew it. It's Mtihua. After all, since last night, there had been a huge number of reports of moving groups. So they were the elite forces of the Peihan Palace. Yong told Lieutenant Yan that everyone gathered here, and she could tell them the situation. Yan said that the elite units of the Peihan Palace are heading north, with John and Mtihua on their way. It seems to her that the mountain is their target. They have gathered on the border of Sichuan and Hunan, built a formation, and are rapidly heading north. They reach Zhang in 2 days, to Mount Hua in 4. She had expected such action, but they had gathered 50% of the force, not 30. Nam Gongwu asked her, what did she think about gathering all their forces and attacking their main base? Yong replied that they would have no chance of winning. While they are busy with her, they will take away Mtihua, Shaolin and other significant points. Wu asked her, then what does she want? They can't let them take over China. Yan said they know the answer. The Shining Path can't hold all the seats, they will have to sacrifice something. A John Nam faction named Mok asked what exactly. Yong replied that it was impossible for them to give them Mount Hua. It is hard to admit, but they will have to sacrifice the Yangtze River. Mok said that she is saying that they should keep the mutant faction. Yan replied that they are also giving up the palace to Juga as well. Yong asked, then, what should they do now? Yong replied that the way the troops sent on the Yangtze River are moving towards Mount Hua, and those who are left here should do the same. Let them not forget the Shaolin. Yong bowed and said, Amitba. He said that they should not delay if they did not want to indulge their desires. Let them withdraw their forces from the south and send them to Mount Hua. Also let them prioritize the dispatched forces of the righteous coalition to Mtihua. The Shaolin Palace received a letter and upon reading it, Master Buddhist Yong Mu said it was terrible. He ordered the Hmong warriors to gather together and prepare to go to Mount Hua. Let them take all the disciples and leave a small number of people here. Wu asked Mu what? Gather all the warriors. Mu replied that Peihan Palace is moving towards Mount Hua. If Mount Hua falls, then the Shaolin will be next. And Brother TSRG wants to prevent it before their blood is spilled. The head monk was playing backgammon at this time and said that he lost this time. And the opponent's skills were getting better every day. And then the servant told the headmaster that a letter had arrived from the coalition province. He opened it and asked, is something wrong? Immediately his eyes rose to his forehead. He told Mumu to come over to him. Mumu immediately came over. Monk said that his time as heir to the protectors of Dithi has come to an end. He is going to step down from that position, and the Peihan Palace is going to attack Mount Hua. They're asking the Shaolin for help. He wants Mumu to stay behind to defend the Shaolin. How does he think he can handle it? Mumu replied that as a Shaolin disciple, he could only follow the teachings of the Buddha and had no opinion of his own. The monk thanked him and told the mummy to sit down. And then the old man saw it and realized what it was. The monk began to hand his disciple the government. Mumu was becoming painful and turned to the master. The monk told him not to move. It is his destiny, as the heir of the protector of the Dithi, to receive ki. let him not resist and try to accept it. The monk said that Mumu was now the protector of the Vithi, that he would go to Mount Hua to fight the palace of Peihan. And he reached the end of his life. A very long life. He plans to follow Mumu on his way to the mountain. The old man will also go with him. The old man was surprised and asked, him too. The monk replied that this battle has to happen and they can't just stand by and watch. If there is a way to stop them, it is their responsibility to try. The old man said he didn't know how it would end, but he would follow them to the end. That night, Seo snuck into his tent and immediately gagged her. She was surprised to see him. Seo asked, "Is it strange that he's alive?" He said she definitely stabbed him and threw him off the cliff. Seo replied that he had fallen. However, the king of hell sent him back, asking him to send her to him. Seo said he'd kill her right now, but it wouldn't be enough to make up for the loss of the fat man. Seo started choking her and with blows saying he begged her but Na still killed him. Seo immediately slapped her stomach and slowly choked her with his other hand. Seo asked her, "It hurt, didn't it?" After all, it was nothing compared to his injuries. He told the guy to kill her. Seo replies that she shouldn't try to talk him into it. His goal is not her death. Even if she didn't even dream of an easy death, he would repay her for everything she had done. Seo immediately pulled out a knife. He said killing the fat man wasn't enough, so she cut off his legs and took out every possible insides. And he would do the same to her. He wondered what it would feel like to be skinned alive. He asked him not to do that. Seo told her to think about the thick skin. Or does she not want to die with a disfigured face? Seo lost his temper and turned into a monster and said he'd cut off her hands. And then he set the knife down, and then he shouted with all her might. The guards heard it and immediately started running towards her. Dan Seo also heard the scream and realized it was Seo he. Dan Seo walked up to her and asked what was wrong. Is she having a nightmare? He answered yes, and it was sleep paralysis. Dan said it looked like she was very tired from traveling to Mtihua. He realized that the bastard was now appearing in her dreams. She knew it had been 6 months, but he was still pestering her. It was very hard for her to be around all these families, especially Namgung. Because of the palace, Dan can't calm down. And she really tried to apologize to them, but they still stare at her the same way. He thought, what should she do? She'll probably lose sleep this way. At this time, the people of the Peihan clan arrived at the southern faction of Shangxi Jiannam. They took a long look around and looked around for a long time. The guy said there was no one here. They seemed to have given up and retreated to Mtihua. The general said they didn't even try to fight them. Chen Su said that he thought the Zhan faction would fight them to the death. Gong replied that they were just trying to protect the pride of the light path by neglecting their own. Zhan said the retreat is frightening. They realize their humiliation, but they endure it. And then a servant came and told the head. That news had come that the Shaolin disciples were heading for Mount Hua. Gong asked when would they arrive there. The servant replied that the support moving from the Yangjie River, Shaolin and Peihan Palace was 1 day away from Mount Hua. Gong told Chenu to call out to Ndan. Chenu was surprised and asked, what? Is it really that Ndan? At this time, the man at the head of his warriors realized that the experts of the righteous coalition were moving towards Mount Hua. The leaders of all the factions must be destroyed. And Dan arrived at the head and asked what they were asking him to kill them. Head Gun replied that it was to minimize the damage that would be done by their forces. Would he be able to do it? And replied that he would do it no matter what. At this time, the enemies in the Mtihua faction approached and immediately pounced on the clan. The guards saw them and said that the assassins had come. And they would have to capture them all immediately. The battle began, which killed people at once. The forces were so great that all the walls collapsed from their blows. On came to take them out himself. The head asked, did he dare to target him? His pressure is commendable. An said nothing and immediately attacked the head of the clan. But then the guards came and helped the head, and An immediately stepped aside. Yong asked Yong, the assassins. Yong replied that the senior of the Mtihua faction, the 2 senior of the Jiangnam faction and the senior of the beggar sect had already parted with their lives. And they are pursuing their assassins. Yong told her to tell them not to go too far away. Yong bowed and replied that she had heard. Chen told the others that they should strike first, before the Shaolin arrived. We need to do things quickly while the Shadow Blood clan distracts them. The guy said that their strength was exhausted. Chen asked, couldn't the same be said of them? Gum asked on what he thought. On replied that their spirit was unshakable, they should go forward and attack. Gum said to Nain, have a company of shadow assassins take up positions in the front. Attack stealthily and return quickly. Nain heard the orders and replied that it would be done. He wondered on the way, had the time already come for the Great War to begin at Mount Hua? This battle would decide the fate of China. The scouts were sitting in the trees at this time and told them to look around. This is the pitchfork of the palace of Peihan. The Trinity immediately jumped out in front of them and said that they were waiting for them. And immediately pointed their weapons at them. They feared nothing against their mob, and immediately set out to destroy them, leaving nothing but blood in their wake. Gom said they are bastards, and no matter how many they kill there are only more of them. And then Gom felt someone coming at him. He turned back and saw that the sword was close to him. GWI immediately helped him and asked Gom why he was slowing down. Let him not relax during the battle. Gom saw someone attacking GWI and holding out his sword told him to bend down. And immediately killed the enemy. GWI said that he knew they belonged to the evil faction, but today they were particularly frightening. Gom replied that they didn't have a second to breathe. Dan told his brothers that the light path seemed to be winning the war so far. GWI also replied that the morale of the Pajian palace was down. At this time, the squad leader saw that his men started spitting blood. He asked, what's going on here? The warrior replied that they were using poison. The squad leader immediately ran to them and told them to be careful. They are very dangerous. The head immediately used his devastating attack, and in a moment, his sword simply didn't pierce the enemy. He asked, what is this? He didn't dwell on it, and launched a couple more attacks at the enemy. But his sword didn't even leave a scratch on him. The head realized that they were probably indestructible bodies. Immediately, the enemy tried to attack with its claws and grazed the head's arm. The head immediately lowered his sword and grabbed his wounded arm. He realized that because of the poison, he couldn't use his internal energy. The head immediately shouted to his men that they were retreating. Yong got the information and asked, could they have won but retreated? Beggared sect Lord Huang Chun said that Meng Dok Moon used the poison art, also 2 other experts came with him. This turned the tide of the battle. Yong asked, didn't Leader Guak and the lords of the 5 great families fight them? Chung replied that Leader Mok and Guak could not contain them and retreated. Master Guak said they say they overpowered the leader of the Guak. And then Mok came in and said it was true. And may the master forgive him. Everyone was surprised to see it. Mok said that he thought it was the poisonous zombies that Senior AM1 had talked about. Elder Dan said that couldn't be. He heard that they had all been destroyed by Co Mun. Mok replied that they spewed poison and were invulnerable to swords. Only poisonous zombies could do that. Dan asked what should they do now. Namgong told Dan that it looked like he would have to go on stage with him. Dan told his son to extract their poison and create an antidote. Since they use poisons, they must have enough antidote. On the way, Huang asked Co, does he really want to climb Mount Hua? Co replied, yes. Didn't he say that the righteous coalition was gathering there? And that means their destination is already known. Huang tried to say what he was thinking, but Co interrupted him and told Brother Huang that Mount Hua was not that far away. We should hurry up. Huang turns to Chunghua and tells her to try and stop him. She's here too, so they don't need to go to the battlefield. Chunghua started laughing and said to her older brother, doesn't he know about Co Mun's persistence? Huang said that a man shouldn't lead a girl into the battlefield. Chunghua replied that he knew the 2 of them would protect him, so don't let him worry. Co asked, why are they taking so long? Let them move faster. Huang yelled that he was coming and told him to stop grumbling. At this time, the trio looked at the zombies and assessed the situation. GWI asked that Co was fighting these monsters. Dan answered yes, and didn't they say he destroyed them? Gom said that just looking at them makes you scared. He fought them and reached the Dan Palace. No wonder he was killed so easily, that idiot. GWI said that's right. He must have been in critical condition then. Doc asked if Elders AM1 and Gem Song would be able to fight them. GWI replied that if they couldn't, they were finished. Dokmun's leader Dokwan thought that the lost art of Ki Men Dokmun, capable of creating poisonous zombies, was in Beijing Palace. Dokwan said that with him, they got the poisonous zombies again. Heaven is definitely helping them. Poison expert Meng Jiai-su said that they were even stronger than the ones that Seo Mun had destroyed. Dokwan said that they are the perfect poisonous zombies. Can't he see that Guak Myun and Mok from the light path are retreating? Jiai-su said that as long as they can control these zombies, they have no fear of Beijing Palace. Dok Wai said not to reveal all their intentions in front of everyone. Doc ordered his zombies to destroy all the factions of Mtihua right now. The zombies obeyed him immediately and started heading out, while the other clans gathered their troops, and began to wait for the enemy in hopes that they would defeat them. Gong told his men that the time had come. The warriors immediately raised their swords and began to shout. Gong told his men, let the poisonous zombies do what they want. And then with his firm voice, he shouted to attack. The Light Path commander also ordered his men to attack, and suggested that they gather in formation. Senior Namgong said he could take on one of the zombies, who would deal with the other one. Dan replied to leave it up to him. The faction commander tells AM1 that he must be prepared for the Mandokman's poisonous attack. His disciples once lost to them, so he wants revenge. He will fight him. Dan listened to him and agreed, saying that their poisons were dangerous, so let him be careful. Namgong and the commander advanced with slow steps towards the crowd of the army. When Gong saw this, he asked, are Gom Song and Gom Song going to fight too? And then Namgong told his troops to all stand back. They approached the zombies and were ready to kill them. The commander asked, are these the guys who injured his students? Namgong said they needed to see what these zombies could do. The zombies saw the two of them and started roaring loudly. The light clans energized their weapons and began to attack. After unleashing several attacks on the zombies, they couldn't even leave a scratch. Namgong didn't understand how that was so. Namgong said he had heard about their indestructible bodies. They are really strong. Namgong realized that they couldn't drag out the battle, they needed to finish it as quickly as possible. After all, the Emperor's sword art, first stand, undeniable Emperor. And immediately releasing an attack hit right on target. And zombie got a good jolt. And then dust rose up because of this, but the zombie was not killed and was able to stand up. When Namgong saw this, he was surprised and thought, how is this possible? Namgong felt that he had used 90% of his strength in this attack, but he was still standing. Chen said that it was a great elder. Master Buddhist Yong of the Righteous Coalition and the experts of the Bright Path have arrived. Goon said the Righteous Coalition was getting into action, and decided it looked like they were going to have to work with him. His subordinates bowed and said that everything would be carried out. Every instruction of the head of the gong. At this time, Monk Yong and his men were advancing to the main ones and were willing to lay down their lives to defend China. Several swords like spears were released, which were headed straight at the enemy. The enemies were smarter and were able to dodge. Gong stopped and told the coalition leader that he was honored to fight him. Yan replied that he was already old. Wouldn't he disappoint him? Gong took his stance and told him to get ready, for he was about to be attacked. Gong immediately released his attack from afar and aimed at the monk. Yan saw this and attacked in return and stood to the last. And then everyone else ran up and the light faction warriors were saying that it was the Shaolin monks who had come. The monks immediately rose to their defense and were ready to take the battle immediately. The guys were saying that this was a great group of 108 arhats. They didn't think they would ever get to see them in action. Some artist is bound to capture this picture. The monks immediately adopted their stances and with their sticks in hand, let loose an attack from a distance with air. The forces were so great that the enemies couldn't stand still, and because of the strong wind, they were simply torn apart. The zombies saw the monks coming and attacked them. They immediately turned on them and started fighting. Just then, Mumu came in and shouted to his men to all retreat. He immediately attacked the zombies with his sword. Mumu was so strong that he didn't play with them and took 2 of them down in a few of his attacks. And then Gong saw this and raised his hand and stopped his troops, saying that they were retreating to Peihan Palace. Goon tells Yan that they lost today. Now they are admitting defeat and going back in. Gong said that he didn't think such a warrior Shaolin monk would come here. Yan replied that of them, he was the only one who used a sword. Yan said that he was the protector of the Shaolin Nithi. When Gong heard this, he replied that he thought so at once. GWI said he thought he was the preacher from Legends. And then everyone shouted hooray for the defenders of the Didi. Yong said the next day that the Bakma group had lost 150 men, the Yikul about 250, and the Hakon nearly 100. The Mtihua and Zhangnan faction lost 250 men each, totaling about 1,000 casualties. Yong bowed and said so many casualties. Yong said that the number of dead at Peihan Palace was 700, more than half of the 1,300 warriors they had at the beginning. Yan said that their main military force didn't participate, so they need to prepare carefully. At this time in the military base of Peihan Palace, the leader Guan said that the great Shaolin group 108 Passions and the protector of Vithi. The counselor said that everything was right, and if it wasn't for them, Mount Hua would have fallen. Guan said that he was worried about the whole light path gathering, but the elders showed a good battle. The counselor replied that the decision to give the lost art to Qi Mandokman was the right one. It was the poisonous zombies that had helped them push back the light path to the wall. Guan asked surprised, really? Weren't they destroyed? The counselor replied that these zombies were on a completely different level compared to the previous ones. Guak said, then should I order them to make more poison zombies? A few days later there was a second clash. The man said that Mankamun used so much poison that they don't have time to make an antidote. Even small amounts of medical herbs are important, so let them collect as many as they can. The man also reminded them that there might be spies here, so have them keep an eye on their surroundings. The commander told the leader that he thought they had gone too far. The man replied that Peihan Palace was far from this place, so there was nothing to worry about. Then someone asked from behind, what are the heroes of the righteous coalition doing here? The commander immediately drew his sword and asked loudly, who is this? Let him show himself immediately if he is not a coward. And then a hooded man came out behind a tree and said he was so scared of them and started laughing. Immediately, an army of people stepped out in front of them. The man saw them and realized it was a pillar of dark energy. And they only had 5 people, 3 of whom were farmers. The stranger said that if they would just surrender, they would keep them alive. The commander told him to shut up and asked him what he thought, that they would obey him so easily. The stranger was surprised and asked, is that so? Well, if he wants to die, they'll definitely help him. The commander told his men not to separate and to stand together. The man suggested to him that it was better to surrender. The commander replied firmly no. They can't. The man said their lives didn't matter, but what about those farmers? The commander realized that there was no other way and threw away their swords. The stranger started laughing and asked where their courage had gone. He immediately said that if they wanted to live, they should kneel down. Before he could speak, someone shot him with a bow and killed him. Everyone was surprised and could not understand where the arrow had come from. They began to ask, who is here? And then Seo came out in front of them and said that the predator does not forget those who tried to attack him. When the man saw Seo, he was very surprised and immediately pointed at him. Seo smiled and replied that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The enemies asked Seo who he was. Seo replied that if they wanted to survive, they should leave this place right now. The enemy asked Seo, did he think he was the strongest here? They immediately all attacked together and told him to die. Seo flew into the air and immediately released several arrows from his energy, said he was telling them to leave. The arrows all hit right on target. Seo frowned and said that this bow wasn't made of steel, so shapeless shooting might break it. The enemies immediately realized and said he was a ghost archer. And they were told he was dead. Seo replied that he had, but he had risen from the dead. And they should have left while they had the chance. But then Huang appeared and put his hand on his and told him to stop. Seo didn't understand why he did that at first and intervened. Huang asked, haven't they already lost the will to fight? Seo said he was giving them a final warning. Let them disappear. But then the commander drew his sword and asked them where they were going. Warrior Seo might have let them go, but he hadn't yet. But at the moment of the attack, Huang came up and stopped it with his sword, saying he'd had enough too. The commander said they are the dogs of the dreaded Beijing palace. Let the kid stay out of his way. Huang said that Peihan is a common place that has a certain power. Does he call them violent just because they have different standards? The commander replied that he would be in trouble if he defended them. He realizes that they are the enemy of all Murim. Huang said that he says he is the ultimate good and the others are ultimate evil. He's from Peihan Palace too, so he has to kill him. Huang immediately went down under his sword and told him to give it a try. The commander raised his sword and said that if he was really from there, he would gladly take his life. Huang used his strength to attack, and directly found himself behind him, and looked at him very angrily. Huang didn't feel sorry for him, and with one hand he punched him so that he flew several meters away and started spitting blood. Huang asked him what he said about justice with his skills. Immediately he took up his sword. Seo saw Huang lose his temper and told him to stop. After all, he had done the same thing to him. Huang told the guy to consider himself lucky. No need to talk nonsense, saying that Peihan Palace is a mean and evil group. Peihan Palace and the Light Path fight over having different paths, but she's not as bad as he thinks she is. Seo asked him if he was from Peihan Palace. Huang apologized and replied that he had not told him. Seo said it was to be expected. He wondered where a fighter like him might have consisted. Huang choked up and said that's how it is. And apologized to him again. Seo said it didn't matter, why should he even pay attention to it? Huang smiled and thanked Seo. Seo looked back and saw his enemy and said they needed to talk. Seo asked why they were silent, that they were not happy to see him. He couldn't wait to see them again. The man told Seo to leave the others alone. Seo said he should worry about himself first. The man said he was the one who hurt him, so just let him take his life. Seo immediately attacked him with his foot without even speaking to him. Seo told him to stop talking nonsense. That makes him want to kill him even more. Il got to his feet and said he was begging. He's the only one to blame. Let him spare the others and take him. Seo replied, so that Il would then give him a reason why he should do it. Or they would all die. Il replied that these people had done nothing to him. Seo said that, like his bird, Tolstakaz im. Il said they were just ordinary people with no knowledge of martial arts. Seo said the thick-skinned man was a simple bird. Does he think the bird knew how to fight? Il said they had families, children. Let him just take his life instead of theirs. Seo agreed and said that on one condition only. Il bowed to him and asked him what it was. Seo replied to close his eyes and stay awake until he was done. If he opened his eyes or passed out, they would all die. Seo immediately sent his fist straight at his head. He asked Il what it was like to beat him with a bag over his head. To be honest, he was very scared at the time. Not because of the pain, because he didn't know at what moment and who would hit him. Let Il feel what he felt back then. How does it feel to have his own methods used against him? If he's scared, let him open his eyes. It'll make it easier to bear the pain. But they'll all have to die. Seo beat him the way he wanted. Il tolerated the whole time as Seo told him to. He told Il to get up, because he wasn't done with him yet. Seo took the stick in his hands and said he was getting hit until all the bones in his arms were broken. Right now, he would do the same to him. Seo immediately began to strike mercilessly with the stick. He was so angry with him that he couldn't stop. Chunghua saw all this and covered her mouth with her hands and realized that she was very scared. She immediately turned to Huang. Huang said they need to understand his feelings. She understands very well what he has experienced. Seo beat him so badly that even Il couldn't move. And lastly, he took off his sword. The people shouted at him to stop and called him a devil. They asked Seo if he had not kept his promise. Did Seo ask for a promise? What promise? Didn't they hear him say to take his life? The commander asked warrior Seo, wasn't what he had done enough? Seo immediately looked at him. The commander seeing his eyes thought, what was that aura? He had never felt such killing intent before. Co asked him, "Is that enough?" The commander couldn't say a word, but thought it was simple to imagine that a disciple of Manhwa couldn't say a word just because of the pressure of the aura. The commander replied that he didn't know what he had been through, but he thought he had done Co enough already. Co asked enough. It didn't give him back 1/100th of the pain he himself had felt in those moments. The commander wondered what the hell had happened to him in the Dan Palace. And that didn't mean he should kill him. Co asked, "Who said he was going to kill him?" He ripped out all his fingernails and put salt in it, "He'll do the same to him." And then Co said that unfortunately he didn't have any salt. Chunghwa ran up to him and hugged him. Chunghwa cried and begged Co to stop. Co immediately felt her warmth and did not know how to proceed. Co looked at her angrily and told her to back off. Chunghwa couldn't say anything and said his name. Co said, "She's well aware of that, didn't she? About what he went through." Chunghwa replied that she knows, but it's wrong. Right now, he didn't look like the Co she had come to love. Co immediately realized that Chunghwa, the precious lover, was crying. The girl who saved him. Co came to his senses and said that he had gotten too carried away. Chunghwa hugged him tightly and thanked him for listening to her. Co said that Il was lucky. He should try to keep him out of his sight. Il tried to say something and could only say thank you. Immediately the farmers ran up to him to examine him. Huang told Co that his aura was intimidating, but Chunghwa stopped him so easily. Co asked, shouldn't he listen to someone who was important to him? Huang sighed and replied that what had happened had impressed him. Now it seemed like it was time for them to part ways. They were both surprised and asked why. Huang immediately laughed and replied that their surprised faces made him smile. Co asked why he was taking his clothes off. Huang replied that he didn't want to either, but did they have a choice? Huang replied that the Light Path and Peihan Palace are fighting right now, and he is going to Manhwa. All the forces of the Light Path are there and he has a problem staying close to them. They will definitely meet again in the future. Co said that if they split up like this, then when? Huang replied that as soon as the time was right he would find them. He'd still have time to bore them, so just let him go. Chunghwa was crying the whole time and couldn't calm down. Huang told her to stop crying as if he was going to die. Exactly, it's a narcissistic man who doesn't realize that his wife needs help sometimes too, so let her try to remind him of that. Co said he knows he's here too, right? Huang asked if he couldn't tell the truth anymore. Huang asked the boys where they would go after Manhwa. Co replied that back to his hometown. Huang said that this was how and told them to be careful on the road. And he told the others to follow him. And then the guy came to Peihan's court and told the head elder that they had a problem. Gun asked surprised, "Problems?" The guy replied that he had been informed that Co was still alive. Gong was just surprised and asked, "What? How was that possible? Wasn't he killed in the Dan Palace?" The guy replied that it seemed to be false information. A member of the Dark Energy Hall sent a carrier pigeon. Che laughed and asked if they weren't too worried about one person. The boy asked Goon, did he think he was panicking too? Gun replied that if he was alive, they should retreat. Che asked the elder what he meant. The Goon replied that if he ever met him one-on-one, let him run away immediately. Che was surprised and asked why they were saying that. Gun replied that he was strong. Don't play daredevil. He doesn't want to lose it either. Namgung he got the news and asked her brother, is it true? Jean replied to his sister that he turned out to be alive. Yan said that it looked like the walls of the Dan Palace gathering medicinal herbs had been saved by him from the Dark Energy Hall. He cried and said that she thought he couldn't have died, but Jean said that everyone had read him dead, but he and she believed it wouldn't end like this. He asked where he was now. Yong replied that based on the report, he had reached the entrance to Manhwa. He'll be here soon, but she's worried. He asked, what? Everyone should be excited for his arrival, but she's worried? Jean said that Co almost beat Dang Il to death. He replied let's say and asked what's the problem. Yong said that the Dan family has a lot of influence in the Righteous Coalition, and Dan Il came back barely alive. Is it possible to imagine something worse than that? He asked if he was in critical condition. Yan replied that even if he's cured, he'll live like an invalid. Right now, they can't guarantee that he'll stay alive. He said he should be thankful he didn't die there. Let Jean think about it. If it was her, she would not only kill him, but also destroy the entire Dan Palace. It would be a just retribution for their actions. Jean told her to stop. It was a mistake and the Dan Palace are not their enemies. He said that if the Dan Palace decides to pursue Seo, she won't hold back. Jean says that Seo saved his father and is considered a hero in Namgung Palace. As long as the Namgung family is here, they will protect him. Leaving Yan told Jean that it's not as easy as he thinks. Unlike Dan Il, the biggest problem is that Bakma's group was injured. Jean said that Seo probably didn't do it intentionally and people trying to stop him. Yan said that the one who injured Bakma's group was from Peihan Palace. Jean asked what that meant. Yan replied that the members of Warrior Seo's group killed a member of Bakma's group and injured several others. He said that he is a member of the Peihan Palace. Jean said that he understands. Yan said that if the warrior Seo is on the side of Peihan Palace, then. And then Jean said that it's impossible. Yong thought and replied that she said only if. Jean said that it won't change the fact that he is the hero of the Namgung family. They will do everything in their power to help him. Even if he turns away from the bright path, they will continue to support him. Yan realized that was why she admired Jean. Yan asked the guy what he was like. Jean replied that he is a hero who brings justice. He is also quite witty. Yan said that she had only heard of him, but is he really that incredible? Jean replied that if he did not return to his hometown and stayed in China, the history of Murim would be rewritten. However, Yong wants Jean to become a hero of China. If the Namgung family in her side with him, no one can stand in their way. She's sure of that. The boy asked his brother what they should do. The brother sighed and replied that he didn't know what to say. The guy said that Dan Il had been injured. Brother asked, wouldn't everyone who went through this decide to take revenge? The guy replied that if he wanted to go up against the entire Dan Palace, this was just the beginning. The brother says there's nothing they can do if he goes against him and so he. The guy says he's offering to send an assassin to him. The brother asked the guy what he was talking about. This was his payback for their actions. How could he stoop to such thoughts? The guy replied that he knew he was an amazing expert, but they had poisons. The brother said they can't, and even if they could, they shouldn't do it. The guy said that when he arrives, no one knows what they will face. The brother replied that right now they are fighting against Peihan Palace, so the leaders of the righteous coalition will help them avoid the worst-case scenario. The brother asked the guy how is So-hee doing. The guy replied that she was at home, spending time in her room. Junior Dan said that she was probably the most worried about it. At this time, Seo and Chunghwa were the paths. Seo told Chunghwa that they were almost there. Over there is Mount Hua. He suggested that she rest for a while before moving on. Sitting down for a breather, Seo asked her if she was tired. Maybe they should buy a horse and ride it. Chunghwa smiled and replied that it was fine. She was happy to watch the scenery with him. Seo immediately sensed something in the bushes and immediately turned around. He shouted loudly and asked who was here. And then they asked him with a thought, was he LG So-moon? Seo began to sense them and realized that there were only 3 of them. Seo said they thought he wouldn't notice them if they were hiding. Seo drew the bowstring and said left first. He immediately released an arrow and it hit the target. The enemy immediately jumped out of the tree. Seo said he dodged his arrow pretty well. It won't be so easy this time. He immediately fired a second arrow. And then Dan raised his hands and shouted to Seo that it was him. And at the last moment he fell to the ground, and the arrow passed beside him. Seo yelled for him to be careful. After all, it was an arrow controlled by Ki. Dan turned around and saw that it was already behind him. Dan managed to hide and asked Seo how he could shoot with such force. He was almost hit. Seo laughed and said that he had dared such a dangerous joke on his own. Dan asked him how he had immediately realized it was him. Seo replied that isn't that easy. He could smell alcohol from hundreds of meters away, and then all 3 boys came out in front of him. Seo was so happy to see them that he shouted to his brothers. They all ran to each other and the guys said he was alive. They even thought he had died in that place. Seo asked, "Is he dead?" After all, Eligi Seo Moon himself is standing in front of them. The guys said that really, there was no one who could defeat him. Gom asked who the beautiful girl was. Seo replied that it was his wife. Immediately all the boys opened their mouths in surprise. They immediately ran to her and surrounded her. The girl said her name was Chumwa. And she had heard about them from Seo. Seo said she saved him. And they were already married. And then the guys replied that they understood him and congratulations to them. Dan asked brother Seo what about Namgung. When the guys heard about Namgung, they immediately shut his mouth with their hands. Dan started to get indignant and asked his brothers why they were gagging him. Gom replied that he had forgotten that June was his wife. And then Dan realized he shouldn't have said that, and immediately covered his mouth with his hands. Along the way, GWI said that Seo had no idea how surprised he was when he heard of his death. Brother Joe Moon had gone through a lot to talk him out of attacking the Dan Palace. Seo said that he had caused him so much suffering. Gom thought for a moment and replied that he was the only one who had really suffered. GWI said that he had heard that Seo had taken cruel revenge on Dan Il. What will he do now? Seo replied, "Don't debts exist to be paid?" GWI asked, "Then does that mean he is going to fight the entire Dan Palace?" Seo replied that if he had to. Dan said it was a dangerous time. Let the Light doesn't want to lose an entire clan before the battle against Peihan Palace. And he certainly won't sit idly by. Gom asked what he wanted from the Dan Palace. Whose life does he want to take? Seo replied that one life must be paid for by another. Seo said it's Dan Seo he only wants her life. The guys said the leader of the Dan Palace won't stand by and watch him kill his daughter. Seo replied that he understood. Gom said that if the elders get scared and take action, a very bad battle could break out. A battle within the light path, and even if it's Dan Palace's fault, he should be above it. Even though the path of light understands his situation, they will take Dan Palace's side if it comes to a battle. And Seo did a lot of things. And saved a lot of people. But in this battle, no one will save him. The dudes of the Mtihua clan, the Huang Bo family, and the Namgung family will have a hard time choosing sides. He will not avoid battle if it comes to that. Gom said he thinks he can handle the entire righteous coalition alone, but even so, what would he get in return? Seo replied that he didn't need anything. Gom said that he would have to kill countless martial artists, people who have nothing to do with the Dan Palace. Will his revenge bring him peace to his soul? And what about the people who hold him dear but have to fight against him? Will he fight the disciples of the Mtihua faction and the beggar sets? Gom asked if he could kill everyone but them. And if he dies, how does he think the people who bear their swords against him will feel? And what about his wife? Did he even think about his wife, who would be alone if he died? Gom saw the look in Seo's eyes and said he understood what he was going through. They all do. But mindlessly going to kill will only bring him more suffering. GWI said that all this time, Dan Palace was in a very uncomfortable position. The leader of Dan Palace and Ms. Dan so he were suffering mentally. Elder Wang told them to commit suicide to atone for what they had done. Go said that when Elder Wang heard that So had lost his life because of the Dan Palace, in a rage he tried to execute his son and granddaughter. Elder Gom Song stopped him, but even now, Elder Wang did not speak to them. And then Seo remembered Wang saying he was glad to meet him. He's his father-in-law's father, oops, her future bride's grandfather. Seo asked, then what should he do? Is Gom asking him to retreat peacefully? And then Seo replied menacingly that he would meet with them first. Gom asked Seo how his first wedding night went. He's not that experienced at it, right? And then Seo sighed and said how he wasn't ashamed to say that out loud. Gom asked what's wrong. Everyone knows what they are talking about. Dan asked Seo what was wrong with that flimsy bow. Seo replied that he bought it at a gun store along the way, before he used the shapeless shooting, looked but decent enough. Dan said, Dan Palace sold his old bow that he used. Seo menacingly asked, Palace Dan. Dan's head snapped up again, thinking he'd said too much. Gong had said that the Namgung family owned him right now. The Namgung family tried to replace the bowstring because it was badly worn out, but when they removed it, the curved steel bow straightened into a steel rod. Seo told Gong not to joke around with him like that. Does he have any idea how old that bow is? It's at least a couple hundred years old. Who would believe that a steel bow that had been bent for so long had straightened into a steel rod? GWI also confirmed and said it was true. Seo shouted at him to stop too. There's a limit to every joke. His heart ached at this kind of talk. Dan tells his brother that he may not believe it, but it's true. Seo asked him, and he goes there. Is it so much fun to tease him or something? Gom replied that he didn't believe it at first either. But the whole righteous coalition was amazed. It was rumored that his spirit had entered the steel bow. Even the master gunsmith, who had been making weapons all his life, couldn't explain it. He said it was a rare type of steel that doesn't exist in China. Seo asked surprised, seriously? GWI replied, yes. It was so strange as soon as the string was put back in place, the steel bow became curved again. Dan said that after that, his bow became a legend. The legend of the bow and its immortal owner. Seo said it sounds like a curse. Well, since the three of them are saying it, he has no choice but to believe them. Here they had reached the Hua faction. Wanbo Yang was surprised and said that it was really warrior So Mun. Head Namgung hugged him and said how happy he was. He thought he would never see him again. Jean bowed and greeted the LG warrior. Seo smiled and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. Head Namgung asked Seo how his body was. Seo replied that he had fully recovered. He can even walk by himself now. The head said that's good to hear. He's really glad Seo is back. Just then they crossed paths with Dan's men on the way to the room. Seo smiled and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Dan Seo Gi couldn't say anything. Seo looked at him and said they would talk later. The warriors told Seo that they were glad to see him again. Seo greeted them and asked how they were doing. Namgung He saw this and couldn't believe that the same So Moon had returned to them. She wondered who the girl beside him was. She didn't remember Seo having a sister. And then Seo told Namgung family that he heard that they kept his iron bow. And then he was confused and replied that they had. After all, the bow was in her hands. He said that the iron bow was now back in the hands of its owner. Seo thanked her for keeping it safe all this time. He said she was so glad he was back. Head Namgung suggested that they should go inside. There are still a lot of people there waiting for him. Seo walked in and immediately bowed, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Senior Namgung directly shook his hand and greeted him. Yan bowed and said it was the blessing of the Buddha. Thank God he was still alive. Sitting down at the table, Mok and Nen said that now that they were done with the greetings, it would be best to tell Seo what they were discussing. Seo said that if there was something they wanted to tell him, he would listen to them. Yan said to counter Man Dok's poison, Dan family members are collecting the necessary detoxification medicine from the nearby mountains. On the same day that they were shawling the medicine, a member of Dan court returned wounded, and they heard that Seo had a hand in it. Seo replied that is correct and he did that. Master Haichin said could they put that aside, he wished to ask them something else. Seo replied so he would ask. Haichin said to protect Judge Dan and the others that day, Warrior John went with them and was also seriously injured. He heard that the man from Peihan Palace that came along with Seo had tried his best here. They are puzzled. Seo replied that he too had only learned that day that this guy was from Peihan Palace. Haichin said, what kind of nonsense is that? Who would believe such a thing? What's his relationship with the Peihan Palace? Has he joined them? What's his relationship with that young man from the palace? Seo said, how dare he raise his voice at him and disrespect him? The guy said he's Ma Kinun, the master of the Zhongnam faction. And that injured man is his disciple. Seo said that if they wanted to hear the truth, let them take his word for it. He would explain everything to them in detail. Mok said he didn't need his explanation. He asked what his relationship was with that warrior from Peihan Palace. Seo replied that they were brothers. Mok immediately jumped up and asked in surprise, "What other brothers with the boy from Peihan?" And then Elder Namgung slapped his hand and told him to stop. And asked him what he thought, that he was alone here. Mok replied that it's not like that. Yan said that they are fighting with Peihan Palace, his brother wounded a young soldier, so please let Seo explain it. Seo replied that he had only recently learned that his brother was a member of the Peihan Palace. He told him this after defeating the soldier John Du. Mok said that was ridiculous. Young asked how can they be brothers without knowing each other's identities. Seo replied that when a strong brotherly relationship is formed, status and identity don't matter. They just need to realize that. And he's also the one who saved his life. Yan said that when Seo discovered the soldier Zhang Du, he had to help him, after all, at least he has the power to do that, right? Seo replied that at that moment, he was only focused on one person. And then Mok started laughing. The doors behind Seo immediately opened and the Dan family elder stood on the threshold. Seo immediately sensed him. Dan was kind enough to tell Seo that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Seo asked how he was feeling. Dan told me how it happened. It's time for them to go. The people from his family are already waiting outside. As they went outside, Dan apologized to Seo for what they had done. Namgung Sr. said that he had no right to say that, but let him carefully consider his words. They had hard times too. Seo looked at head Dan and said that they haven't seen each other in a long time. And he was happy to see Dan. He too. Seo said those 6 months seemed like an eternity to him. He can't imagine how much he was looking forward to meeting him. Head Dan replied, what can they tell him when they made the mistake of not recognizing people properly? He only asks for his forgiveness. Seo laughed and said mistake. Really? Just a misunderstanding. All people make mistakes. He made a mistake today and put his left shoe on his right foot, and they made a mistake and almost killed a man. The head Dan said he had nothing more to say, he only asked for his forgiveness. And the second son said he had nothing more to say to him about what the Dan family had done to him. All the family members discussed it several times. They suffered all day long. Because they wanted to atone for their sins in front of him. He knows how Seo feels, but he hopes that he will forgive them. Said to suffer. What kind of pain made them suffer? Is he saying that people who endure torture then sleep peacefully with the thought that thank God his life is finally safe? Do the tormentors converge in moral agony? Does he say his torment ended with his fall into the river? Seo immediately ripped open his shirt and shouted at him to look at it. And then everyone was surprised and asked how it was possible. Seo said he should be thankful his face hadn't gotten the same. The doctor treating him assured him that it was impossible for him to use martial arts any further. He had been completely devoted to martial arts almost since he was born. But back then, he couldn't even clench his fist. He couldn't do anything. He could only think. So every night, as he fell asleep, he saw his perfect revenge. Seo sighed and said it was unforgettable despair. Every time he was on the verge of committing suicide, the only thing that stopped him was the image of a living and smiling Seo he with his friend's claw bracelet. He's still alive, but what about the ironclad? What about the iron claw that died helping him? Is it just a bird? He was his friend, he grew up with him. He was the only living thing that accompanied him through all his years of wandering until he reached China. He saw the ironclad die right in front of him. He begged for his life, but they wouldn't even listen to him. Did he say pain? How dare he speak of pain in front of him? Chunhua realized at this time that she knew everything. What pain he had endured to get here. Head Dan fell to his knees and said to take his life. He hoped that with his death, his suffering would be lessened at least a little and the Dan family would be forgiven. And then he heard his words and immediately went up to him screaming. She told him to kill her. It was all her fault. Let him kill her and be done with it. Seo immediately said with his red eyes that he would kill her and without permission. Head Dan told her to back off. It's none of her business. He said that if she died, it would all be over. Dan got angry and said why doesn't she ever hear him? And then Chunhua came out to him and told him to stop. Everyone here understands his pain. Each of the perpetrators is truly sorry for what they have done. No child should see their parents killed. And no parent should see their children killed. It doesn't matter how right he is, CO. She doesn't want anyone to die. And she doesn't even want to think about living without him. But most of all, she couldn't stand the idea that a child could be born without a father. And then CO came to his senses and asked, what does she mean? CO remembered that Chunghwa had been looking so tired lately that they had decided to show her to the healer. So that's what he told her. The guys were surprised and told him through thoughts that they congratulated him and called him daddy. It took him a long time to get it. CO asked her why she hadn't told him earlier. Chunghwa replied that she wasn't sure. Chunghwa told him that she was asking him to end it now, and offered to leave in peace. CO realized that it was no problem for him to leave, but what about Steel Claw? He died trying to protect him. Dan fell to his knees and turned to CO. That it was his fault, that he had entrusted Dan's palace into the hands of such negligent men. CO immediately went to the elder and tried to calm him down. Dan cried and told him to accept his apology. CO replied that he didn't need to apologize. He told the others to take the elder inside. CO said so be it. He will leave this place without harm. Elder. Dan said he thanked him. Chunghwa told CO that he had done everything right. CO asked surprised, really? And suggested that she leave the place as soon as possible. GWI immediately brought clothes and told CO to put them on. CO apologized to Namgung for his temper. And from now on, he would try to keep his emotions under control. Namgung replied that he was glad and grateful for his decision. Elder Namgung asked CO where he was going now. CO replied that he was going back to his homeland. Gom asked, what did CO think they were going to let him get away with so easily? Does he even know how long it's been since their last meeting? GWI said that if he wanted to go, let him go alone. They would like to talk to Mrs. Chunghwa about many things. CO said that he wanted to spend time with them too before he left. Immediately, everyone went out drinking and relaxing together. CO heard the cry of a bird in the sky and thought that Steel Blood had accompanied him all the way to China. It was very sad to return without him. He remembered how he had ordered his men to rip out Fatty's claws. After all, they might still need them. And then CO realized that he should have thought of that. And then CO asked the Dan family what they said about having a memorial stone. The son of the Dan family replied that it was correct. CO said that the paws are steel claws. He said that he only wanted the claws. Therefore, he would like to get them back for himself. Immediately, CO saw that his hand was wearing a bracelet with the claws of the thick claw. They immediately all froze for a few moments. At this time Monk and the old man were sitting and playing games. The monk said that he had been very troubled lately. The old man asked what he meant. The monk replied that he had heard that CO Mun had returned alive. The old man said, that's what it means. The monk said, not seeing the surprise on his face. Was he so used to receiving news of the risen dead? The old man replied that he just believed in CO a little more than the others. The monk replied that this was correct. This young man is not like those who die young. That's not the problem though. The old man asked, what is the monk saying that the problem is just that he came back? The monk replied that Dan Palace had done terrible things to CO. It was unlikely that he could just pretend that nothing had happened. The old man said he understood. Since he had been declared dead, he could only imagine the state they had reduced him to. Nevertheless, a young man with a purer heart is still to be found. He believes in his goodness more than ever. The monk said that CO's martial art isn't really ordinary, right? If you make him angry, a lot of people will die. The old man told the monk to send monk Mumu to them. No matter how strong CO was, he could not defeat the guardian warrior. The monk thought, like everyone else, mistakenly assumes that the monk guardian is omnipotent. They forget what a CO warrior is really capable of. The old man said to the monk, stop filling your head with nonsense and let him watch the board. The monk looked at the board and asked, how did this happen? And then the old man started laughing and replied that now they had a tie. And in a moment they turned to the side and froze. The old man asked the monk, did he feel it? The monk looked at him and asked, did he too? The monk looked into the distance and said, there seems to be trouble on Mount Hua. What a powerful release of energy. The monk said that he should go and check it out. Seo immediately started saying that Ms. Seo he was guilty. Didn't she say that they spent nights reflecting and regretting what they had done? And also put up a memorial stone and reflected on it all their transgressions? Seo asked if they'd had enough. There's no way they want to let him go in peace. They even made some nice jewelry to keep him here longer. But how much do they all think Steelblood is laughing at him for backing down after only a few apologies? What would he say to him? I bet he would have said, someone else would have the last laugh. The head said it was a misunderstanding. Seo asked, then why is there a steel claw on this woman's wrist? Immediately, he began to make his moves towards the Dan family, and then Chunghua stepped in front of him and stopped him with her body. Seo asked her if she loved him. If she loves him, let her go. He doesn't want to lose her too. She immediately walked away to the boy's side. He didn't fight them, and his aura spoke for itself. He thoughts were destroying them all. Senior Namgong realized that this was the worst possible outcome. What should they do now? Mok asked, what kind of ridiculous selfishness is this? He wants to ruin an entire family because of some bird. He told Seo to get out of here. He would never be welcome here again. Seo heard those words and sent his gaze straight at Mok. Mok immediately told his warriors to stop standing there. And tell them to stop him immediately. A disciple of faction leader Zhang Nam, O-san said that if he doesn't stop now, his pleas for help won't be accepted. O-san thought that it is said that warrior Seo's martial arts are incredibly powerful. But that's just a rumor. If he stops him here, his name will spread all over China. Besides, he's famous for his archery. He can't stand up to his sword in close combat. And then he shouted for Seo to taste hell. Seo told him to get out of the way. O-san said for Seo to make him. Immediately Seo reached him with his speed. O-sang realized that Seo didn't want to fight him. Just trying to get around at speed. In a moment of taking his sword, Seo immediately grabbed him by the throat. Seo asked him if he wanted to die. Mok saw that he didn't want that to happen, and immediately told him to let Seo go. Seo immediately jumped into the sky with O-san in his arms. The moment the others tried to kill him, Mok yelled for Seo to let his apprentice go. Seo looked at him and asked, did he want to fight him too? Let it be as he wishes. Seo immediately took the sword away from him and threw O-san at Mok's feet. The force was so great that Mok couldn't hold on to his disciple. Mok realized that Seo was about 10 years younger than his apprentice, but his strength. He needs to be careful. If he gets distracted, there won't be a trace of the Zhongnam faction's reputation. He couldn't withstand these humiliations and went out to fight Seo. The others realized that he had an amazing sword skill. Zhongnam faction sword art, refracted light form. Seo asked, what's the joke? You can't defeat him with these techniques. Immediately, he raised his sword and used the pressure of Mount Tai. Mok was immediately surprised and in a moment stopped when he wanted to use the attack. Immediately Seo swooped in and said here. Namgung did not wish such a death on his acquaintances and shouted to Seo to stop. Seo did not hear him and did what he wanted to do. The men immediately shouted to their head, but it was too late. Senior Namgung realized that he had crossed a line he should not have crossed. 9 great factions. In the entire history of China, you can count on your fingers the armies that were capable of defeating one of the 9 strongest. And there wasn't a single army capable of withstanding the onslaught of all 9. When faced with an enemy like Peihan Palace, or when one faction is threatened, the factions unite. The same was true of the 5 great families. The Peng and Wanbo families, who had previously remained neutral regarding the conflict between the Dan and So palaces, did not enter into disputes only on the orders of the Namgung family. Gom realized that the followers of the Shaolin Temple, Chong Nam, and the warriors of Mount Hua were exposing their blades. Now all 9 factions were affected by this problem. Seo looked at the Dan family and asked, didn't they say they had thought it over and accepted the apology? And then the warrior told Seo that he couldn't get to the head of the Dan family and his daughter. If he dared to make a move, all 9 factions would cross his path. And Guak Hua Wool of Mount Hua spoke to him. Guak said that as a member of the United Nine Caucus, he would make him pay for his crime. Co says he doesn't want to fight him. Let him step aside. Guak asked where did his attitude go. The boys begged Co not to kill him. Co answered them all not to worry. Guak immediately swooped in himself and used a 36-stand plum blossom attack. Co didn't attack him and just dodged. The boys wondered what kind of art teaches the ability to appear and disappear from the enemy's sight again. Guak Hua is an incredibly talented swordsman, but even so, he can't even leave a scratch on Co Mun's clothes. Guak realized that he lacked speed. However, he couldn't just give up so easily. Even though he was only at the 15th stage, it was worth a try. The head saw that this was a sword art. 18 falling petals. If the sword art of the Mudong faction shows dignity and strength, the sword art of the Mtihua faction shows splendor. Unlike Mount Hua, the 18 falling petals sword art has an opposite ability that allows you to deceive your opponent's eyes and has exceptional speed. The others shouted that it was amazing. He uses a 9-step maneuver to block his path. Co has only one chance to save himself. Co asked, impetuosity. In that, he is as good as anything. And speed is his epitome. Guak said that if Co wanted to compete in sword speed, the warriors asked. Why did they both lower their swords? A battle of sword speed would ensue. Immediately, Co was even faster, and pointed his sword at him. Guak took it all in and said that he had lost. Co said it was good sword art. Guak replied yes. It was. If he had mastered it to the end, Co would have seen the full splendor of it. What is the name of Co's art? Co replied that it was the unrivaled sword of triple unity. Standing first carefree blade. Guak said unrivaled sword of triple unity. That title suits his art. One day he will surpass it. Co said that if he got out of here alive, he would wait for that moment. And then he stopped the others in one fell swoop. Disciple Mok didn't want to accept defeat and ordered his troops to attack immediately. Co saw the others coming at him. He had no choice but to fight them. Co said that the Dan family was also attacking. The elder Dan didn't understand what was happening and asked his family what they were doing. Co was fighting everyone around him and in a moment he saw he fighting him too. He immediately looked at her. He nudged her blade and said that she couldn't let the hero of the Namgong family die so easily. Elder Namgong said that if anything threatened this child's life, he and his family would engage in battle. Yan said don't they need to work together to fight against the Peihan Palace. The head of the other clan said they can't just stand by and watch. And Co won't get out of here alive. The head of the second clan said that it was a shame to fight against an immature youngster. But now he must support his teacher. Ilgag Chinin said he would support both of them. Immediately, everyone attacked Co with their own forces, and light flashed in the moment. Wanbo said it was unbelievable. He didn't think there were still people who could withstand their triple attacks. He told his men to watch closely. It's a once-in-a-million chance to see a battle of this caliber. It can teach them much, and he decided that he could no longer stand by and watch. And immediately with his attack, he pounced on Co as well. Co immediately jumped to the side and dodged his attack. Wanbo kept on attacking and kept trying to get closer. Co was in a puff of smoke and in a moment he felt that someone had injured his body. He immediately grabbed the wound and pulled out a claw of thick claw. Co looked at it and said it was her. He thanked her for reminding him of himself. He was getting carried away. The head of the clansmen asked Co what he was doing. Co immediately drew the bowstring and said that he would definitely kill her this time. Releasing several arrows at once, Head Dan shouted to his men to dodge. But it was too late. Co lost his temper at this moment and told everyone to move out of his way. Unrivaled triple unity sword, stand free, endless blade. By directing this energy at his enemies, he didn't leave them even a chance to escape. The energy straight up ripped them apart. But that wasn't all, it was so strong that all nearby structures collapsed. The old man asked the monk what kind of martial art is this. The monk replied that this was the true strength of So Mun. Mumu stood up and thought, Co is actually strong. Just catastrophic destruction from a single blow. Seo looked around and saw that everyone who had attacked him was dead. Namgung said that this power could not belong to a human being. Still, the rumors of Seo's victory were not exaggerated. Seo immediately rose into the air and saw the very girl from the Dan family named Seo He standing in front of him. Seo smiled and said that nothing could stop him now. He realized that she was definitely finished and everything was about to end. Seo says that he can see that his gaze is begging for mercy. He definitely knows that feeling. When you're screaming with all your heart for salvation. But you realize there's no salvation. Seo said he would break all of her legs like she did to the steel-blooded man. He immediately stepped on her foot. He felt that she was in a lot of pain, but she didn't let out a squeak. Then Seo immediately punched her in the face. He immediately fell to the ground, and behind that Seo began to act tougher, and with his heavy feet stepped on her arm. Seo saw her suffering and said he would chip off her arms like she did to his friend's wings. And then Yan came up and said that he was asking Seo to stop. In the name of Buddha. No more deaths. He's become obsessed with revenge. They have to stop him. Immediately, all the monks came up with their sticks, and directly surrounded Seo. He smiled and asked, "Nahan Jin? The one who was defeated by Gu Yang." Seo said, "Great. If Gu Yang Pun could defeat them, he wouldn't even have to sweat." Seo immediately applied his energy and thought that he wanted to see how strong they were. He did not attack them directly, but released his power and directed it at them. The monks immediately repelled his attack with their sticks. Seo was not surprised and realized that he had guessed. The monk stopped messing with him and prepared to attack. The monk asked the old man who he thought would win. The old man replied that if Seo was in good shape, Nahan would have no chance of winning. However, in Seo Moon's current state, he wouldn't be able to handle them. If this continues, warrior Seo will die. They need to stop this fight. Monk backed up and said he was thinking the same thing. He ordered Mumu to tell the elders to stop this battle. And then Seo heard Elder Dan say that this all started because of the Dan family's mistake. They were the ones to blame for what was happening now. He walked up to Seo and said that he had to say a few words to So-hee. He walked up to her as if nothing had happened. And then Dan told So-hee to forgive him. May she forgive his grandfather. Immediately, Dan snapped his granddaughter's neck. Dan took her in his arms and told her that it had all started because of their family. And since he was the head of the family, he had to solve all the problems himself. Dan approached his son and said that now he could see what his mistake could lead to. The father immediately apologized to So-hee. Dan said that this was the end of all their mistakes related to Seo Mun. Everything that happened here was his fault. So don't let them fill their heads with the thought of another revenge. Dan said that he had already gotten too comfortable with being a grandfather to him, Seo Moon. If everything went as planned, the Dan family would be the strongest among the 9. He let that opportunity go. And he is ashamed of the ancestors of their families. Extremely unfortunate about what happened. He's so sorry. Dan asked Seo if he could now consider the problem solved. Seo replied that he certainly did, and then one of the warriors said that he couldn't. Everyone was surprised and immediately looked at him strangely. The warriors said they want to turn a blind eye to all these murders. What a load of crap. Dan asked, hasn't he had enough? Does he want more deaths? If he tries to make a move, today will be the last day for the Zhongnam faction. Senior Namgung also said he agreed. If this vicious circle is not interrupted, many generations will be dragged into unwarranted slaughter. Each successive death will bring them no gain. And he trusts in his discretion. Chunghwa tells Seo that it's over. Seo said that he wished to leave this place. Chunghwa was glad and said it was resolved. And then Mumu came in and told Seo that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And then Seo turned around and was surprised to see Mumu. Mumu told Yan that the great monk Sung Jae had ordered the battle between Seo and Nahan Jin to stop. Yan was surprised and asked, Monk Song? Seo asked, is the great monk here? Mumu replied yes, he didn't give him orders to join the battle due to him not being strong enough to fight against Seo. Yong was surprised and said that the divine guardian was incapable of defeating Seo Mun. The clan heads asked, what did he say that Seo was stronger than a divine Shaolin guardian? Mumu said that the great monk wants to meet him, so Mun, let him follow him immediately. Gom heard this and said that he too would like to go with them and greet the great monk. At this time in the Dragon Temple, Monk asked Seo how he was feeling. Seo replied that he was just fine. They had spent such valuable medicine on him. The monk said that medicines are needed to save people. What is the point of keeping lots of useless pills? The old man asked, how could such medicines be called useless? Shaolin monks from the great mountains would fall from such words. The monk replied that certainly the medicine was very effective. But now he would feel much better. Seo replied that everything was correct and his wounds were already healing. The monk said that was a relief for him, and asked that this girl was his wife. The girl bowed and said that she welcomed the monk, and introduced herself that her name was Chunha. The old man said his name was Gu and complimented that she was very beautiful. The monk was supportive and said that Buddha would bless them. The boy introduced and said his name was Gom. He was honored to see the great monk. The monk replied that it was nice to meet him too. Gu asked Seo what kind of martial arts he had used before. Seo replied that it was an unrivaled triple unity sword. Gu said that it was amazing. He now understood why Seo had given up on his martial art. The monk said he understood. Seo could overpower Mumu, and he who lost to the divine guardian wanted to train him. Gu said he has no idea how much effort he has put in to pay for that disgrace. And soon he will be able to see the result of his labors. The monk said he was so excited. So when is he going to show his efforts? Gu replied that it would be sooner or later. Monk told Gu that he's overconfident, but he doesn't think Mumu will lose. Go laughed and said that was enough. The two of them lit up like a flame. Isn't it time to stop arguing? The monk laughed too and said it's not an argument, he's just telling the man the truth. Gu said they would see later. Gom told Seo that it seems his grandfather was well acquainted with the great monk. Did he study the same martial art as him? Seo laughed and asked, do you know each other well? Gom was surprised and asked, what's so funny about that? What was wrong with his question? Seo replied that he didn't. Actually, he met this old man by chance when he was in Changwon. And then Gom was surprised and asked, what? Seo said that his brother must be familiar with him. Gom asked the boy what he even meant by that. Seo said, didn't he just say his name? Gom said it was Gu Yongpun. He had heard that name before. And then Gomu realized and said that this old man was the leader of Peihan Palace. Seo didn't hide it and replied that that was correct. Gom said that he had heard that the palace leader Peihan was dead. Seo replied that after the news of his death, he should have stopped believing the rumors. And he saved the old man, and the one who saved him was Chunghwa. Gom was surprised and said, what a coincidence. Seo started laughing and said that no one knows what the future holds for them. Gom asked what he would do now. Seo replied that he was going to return to his homeland as he had planned. The monk asked him to postpone it for a while. Seo didn't understand and apologized. The monk said that the path of light needed his help. Seo replied that he no longer did. The monk did not let him speak and told him that some of the strongest warriors had been wounded by him in that battle. He asks him to participate in the war, but asks him to stay here and defend this place until their forces are restored. Seo asked his brother how Guak Gom and Dan Zhen were doing. Gom replied that he came here right away, so he wasn't sure. However, the affected people are their masters and leaders, so they are most likely on their side. Seo said that he bets that they are angry with him. Gom replied yes, but they understand the situation. They will probably be grateful that he stopped and did not go all the way. Seo said that he had caused people so much pain. He apologized to Chunghwa and said that they would delay their plans a little longer. Many people here are in danger now because of him. They are staying. Chunghwa replied that she was very happy that he had made such a decision. At that time the counselor came to the head to report the information. The counselor said that if So Moon came to Mount Hua, their situation might worsen, but he is sure that there are reasonable people among the path of light, they will stop the battle. The head has said exactly that. But they have Huang. I remember the counselor telling him that he had already returned from his journey. The counselor replied that he had returned. Nevertheless, he was informed that the great leader Huang had bound himself in brotherhood to Xiao. The chapter was surprised and asked what fraternity. Immediately he started laughing and said that was ridiculous. Did the two heroes really recognize each other? The counselor replied that even if they had bound themselves by the bonds of brotherhood, they had no choice but to be enemies on the battlefield. And truth be told, he's concerned whether great leader Huang is able to handle Xiao Moon. The head asked how much he knew about Huang. The counselor apologized and asked what he meant by that. The head replied that Huang has been practicing one-rose martial arts from an early age. No one in the Peihan courtyard knows how truly strong Huang is. Even he doesn't know. Perhaps he is capable of surpassing himself. The counselor said, "Is he really that strong?" The head started laughing and replied that it might be hard to believe. And asked the counselor, had he informed Elder One Ro, Sam Hu, that Huang had returned? The counselor replied that he had notified them. He must be on his way to the palace. The head said he was wrong. He will head north, straight to Mount Hua. Counselor asked if he shouldn't talk to him about a plan of action. The head said that he did not yet know the character of the man. The head said that he himself is really curious about what happens next. The counselor asked what is that supposed to mean. The head replied that who is Elder Sama Hu. He is the one who made a name for himself by comprehending only the art of bow and arrow. And 20 years after his retirement, he returns. And now they've found another outstanding martial artist who shakes the heavens, also using only a bow. In fact, he is willing to walk to Mount Hu just to see what happens. The confrontation between this guy and Elder Sama Hu will be the greatest event of this century. Now does he realize how upset the head is that he won't be able to see it? The counselor thought that the battle between the Bao King and the Ghost Archer. Various rumors about Gang Ho will appear. The head said that he believes that Elder Hu's victory is predetermined, but why is he so eager to help that guy? The counselor immediately turned to the leader. The leader began to laugh. He asked, isn't it the nature of humans to want to help the underdog? The advisor realized that Xiao was not a loser. He had destroyed a group of blood Bao. If he had only seen his skill, he wouldn't have said that. The Zhongnam faction was absorbed into the Peihan Palace. At this time, Huang was practicing his techniques. And then someone asked Huang how he was doing. Huang turned around and bowed and told the head elder that they had not seen each other for a long time. The elder said he heard that Huang had bonded with a guy named Xiao Moon. What do they mean by that? Huang replied that he had once saved his life. The elder was surprised and asked how fate could have played such a bad joke. And then Chen came and told the supreme elder. The warriors watching Mount Hua have sent a message. The elder read the letter and said that this Xiao is really amazing. Let Huang just look at it. Huang was surprised too, and said that he wondered what would happen if he fought the Arhat formation. The elder replied, who knows? The great Shaolin monk foresaw that no one would win, so they should be roughly equal in strength. Chen said that they should use this opportunity to infiltrate Mtihua again. Half of the experts of the Path of Light are injured, they have the advantage. The elder thought and asked Huang what he thought. Huang replied that he agreed with them. The elder said that he hadn't even said anything yet. Huang replied that they thought they should target that weak spot. The elder got excited and asked, is he reading his mind? Chen said that this was a great chance to achieve victory by minimizing their losses. If the elder gives the order, he will lead their forces. Huang said that if Xiao participates in the battle, victory is not guaranteed. If the decision was his, he would attack as soon as Xiao Mun went to his homeland. Elder said he agreed, if he joined the battle, there was no guarantee they would win. Chen laughed and said it was a pity. But if they both feel that way, he has no choice. At this time, Elder Sama Hu was strolling in the forest, and couldn't even think that he was already being followed. The soldier saw him and thought what a strange old man. Doesn't look like he's from around here. Trying to hunt in those clothes, Sama Hu told the guy to go up to him and see for himself. He asked why the man was trembling with fear. The guy replied that he wasn't shaking. He dropped something and decided to pick it up. Hu asked, is the young man named Seo still on Mount Hua? If not, where did he go? The guy replied that as far as he knew, he was still on Mt. Hua. Who said okay, now he can go. The boy thought, what was it now? He realized that he had given out the secret information about Mount Hua to a stranger. We need to warn the elders, who arrived at the palace and was immediately stopped by the guards. They told him to give his name and the purpose of his arrival, who replied that he had come to meet the Supreme Elder. And then the guardian said if he could find out who he was. And then who walked beside him with speed and said that there were too many questions. The guard immediately ordered his men to immediately capture him. Immediately, all the warriors came running and shouted that there was an intruder in the clan. The head was told that a man unknown to them had sneaked into the territory. And then who asked if he was Nianak. It's been a long time. Nain turned around and immediately said with surprised eyes, Elder. He said, the leader of the Blood Terror Alliance, Nain, greeted Elder Sama Hu. And then the head came and greeted Hu, and said he had heard from the soldiers that he had finally arrived. Who said that they hadn't seen the Supreme Elder for a long time either. Who asked Gong, does he not know the reason why he is here now? Chen said that Elder Hu came here to meet with the one called Ghost Archer, right? Gong said he would be traveling to his homeland very soon. Hu turned to Huang and said that he had been informed that he had bound himself in brotherhood to that young man. Huang replied that was correct. By coincidence. Hu asked him what he thought. Would Seo's archer skills be able to match his? Huang replied that with all due respect, if he remained at the same level as 20 years ago, Seo would surpass him. Hu was surprised and asked, will he? It turns out this Seo is a very interesting young man. Huang said he would be in big trouble if he wasn't careful when he met him. Hu laughed and wondered if he might be the one who needed to be careful with him. At this time, a warrior arrived at Mount Hua to give information to the elders. Yong said that if what the warrior was saying was true, then they had gotten an unusual martial artist. It was likely that his will had been captured by the man's mind. The warrior said that a man with such powers should be known throughout the world. And this is the first time he's seen him. Negan asked that the warrior said that there was a bow behind his back. The warrior replied that was correct. A red-shaped bow as well. Namgung said a martial artist with the ability to capture consciousness and a red bow behind his back. Only one person comes to his mind. It's the Bao King Sama Hu. And then everyone immediately wondered and thought, why did he choose to show up now? Gom came to the others and said that Mount Hua was in a state of turmoil because of the news of Sam Hu's return. But they're in a zone of calm here. The monk asked who Sama Hu was. The elder asked him, had he not even heard his name? The monk replied that that was not the kind of thing they talked about in their temple on the mountain. The old man asked Seo if he even knew about the Onion King. Seo replied that he was a foreigner, how could he know about their past masters? The old man said it was foolish to ask. The old man asked, so what is known about the Bao King? Gom replied that, like Seo, he is the one who gained fame in China using only a bao. The old man said that among the Muram masters, some were truly brilliant, they were called the Five Kings. One of them is the leader of Dan Palace, the King of Stones. The other, the leader of Mandok Moon, King of Poison. And there was one among them who despised swords and poisons with all his heart. And defeated everyone with only a red-shaped bow. His name was Sama Hu. He entered the Muram world at the age of 40. And people found out about him too late. Therefore, he was unable to gain widespread fame. Seo asked, who were the other five? The old man replied that it was the King of the Fist, Yun Chong, who had mastered everything related to hand-to-hand combat, and the King of the Blade, by Sa Joel, who was unrivaled in wielding a sword. The old man asked Mumu what he thought of Gom's son's skills. Mumu replied that when they fought Jiangshi, his sword skills were truly exceptional. The old man said, and why does he think that despite having such outstanding sword skills, Gom's name is hardly known to anyone? Because he couldn't surpass the King of Blades. Dan Chen received the title of King of Stones, but when Gom started to grow in his art, Bai Sa had already taken a firm stance. Objectively speaking, there was no way Gom could defeat the King of Blade. The guy said that as far as he knew, Elder Gom and the Blade King had never fought before, right? They can't know who's stronger. The old man said there was a duel between Gam and the king of the blade. Exactly 10 years ago. It was a marvelous duel. But Gam still lost. And the people took that defeat very coldly. Gam could not believe it and said that there was no way that could be. The old man said that except for the king of stones and the king of Cda, the other kings, the king of bow, the king of fist and the king of blade, are the elders of Peihan Palace. Gam said that if that was true, the power of the Peihan Palace should be much greater than the Path of Light. Seo said that as far as he can remember, Wang and Gam are superior to the Poison King. The old man said that Seo is right, the difference in skill among the 5 kings is significant. There's just no one who can match them in their specialties. Gam is probably stronger than Wang. Which also means that the king of blade is probably stronger than Wang and the king of poison. They don't know which one is the strongest. King of the fist, king of the bow, or king of the blade. They are just trying to show that their specialty stands above the rest. Their battle is pointless since they know all of each other's strengths and weaknesses. The old man asked Goma if he found it strange that there was no title for a sword master. Gam answered yes, since he mentioned it. The old man said that because there was no corresponding sword master at that time. Seo asked him, what about him? The old man replied that the Bao King had challenged him earlier. It was terrifying. At the time he proved stronger than him, but he thinks the Bao King was giving in to him. And after that, they bound themselves in brotherly bonds. Seo asked, what if I fight him now? The old man replied that he wouldn't lose. If only because he was younger than him. The old man told Seo if he was interested, let him fight him himself. Seo was surprised and asked what. The old man asked why someone who would never leave one row would show up here. Gam was surprised and asked what, how. The old man replied that it was most likely to see a ghost archer. Seo said it looked like it would be fun. In the morning, Seo told the great monk that they would go their separate ways. The monk replied that he was praying for their safe return to their homeland. The old man told Seo that since the Bao King was here, wouldn't he want to meet him before he left? Seo replied, no. He doesn't want any more trouble or battles. He just wishes to leave quietly. The old man said that this archer is a real stubborn man, not leading him to his homeland. Seo replied that his plans are his plans. It was none of his business. Immediately they set off on their journey. On the path, the old man followed them, and Seo realized he was up to something. Seo said he'd better go back. The old man said he wasn't here to see them off. Let them ignore him. The old man said that he just didn't want to let Chun Ha go so soon. How can he refuse the company of such a beauty? And besides, with his decrepit body, it's dangerous to travel alone. Seo asked him what the excuse was. Seo immediately felt someone walking towards them. And he got a bad feeling. He realized that everything that had happened, up to this point, was because he had met this old man. He had gotten into a conflict with the Peihan Palace for trying to save him. He's actually been through a lot since he willingly decided to join him. The more he thinks about it, the more he starts to hate it. The old man said that it was hard for Chunghua to walk, so they should rest periodically. The old man realized that no matter what Seo did, he would not be able to avoid a battle with the Bao King. And as he knows, he will follow him to hell and back. The Bao King will definitely want a martial arts challenge, he won't miss it. What a fight it will be. And then Seo saw the boys on the way. Dan immediately shouted to them and told them that they had been waiting for them for ages. Seo bowed and immediately apologized to Dan and GWI. GWI smiled and replied that they would put it behind them. Dan suggested that they go back to the village. After all, he had made a reservation at a restaurant. The old man also said that was right. They should have a farewell dinner. GWI told the old man that they had heard about it from Joe Moon's brother. The old man said he shouldn't have. Let them treat him like an ordinary old man. They don't live at his age anymore. And then in Master Man Dok Moon's village, Ji Su said he thought so. They may be working together, but you can't hide your envy. And no rat will dare escape from his ship. What he did to him, to his friends. Their begging faces still haunt him when he closes his eyes. Gi told the ally to get ready to chase them. Bong Chen's poison hand said that he wanted him dead too. But to tell the truth, it's impossible. Gi said that if his skills were 1,000 times amazing, they had clear instructions. If they follow them, they can kill him. Chen asked, what if it was a trap? Guy started laughing and told him not to worry. It's not possible. But even if it's a trap, it's worth a try. Chen told him not to make any hasty decisions. They could get seriously hurt because of this blunder. Guy laughed again and told him not to worry. Let him think he's already dead. Seo, let him just wait for him, for he's already coming after him to get his head. Chen said that he didn't know if it was a good idea. On the way out, Seo immediately stopped. GWI asked him what was wrong. Immediately, the old man felt it too and said he was here. Seo saw the same old man and Bart Huang standing on the horizon. Seo immediately looked at the old man. The old man asked him why he was looking at him like that. He hadn't sent him a message with his address, but like he said, the archer would find him wherever he went. Immediately, Huang ran to them and said hello. Seo replied to his brother that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Chunghua asked him too, how he was doing. Huang replied that he was doing fine and immediately laughed. And then Hu told the old man that they had not seen each other for a long time and called him the leader of the palace. The old man asked Hu how he was doing. Hu replied that after hearing about his death, he had been laughing all day. Even the Blade King, who never smiles, bared his old teeth in a smile. The old man said that if it wasn't for Seo, he would definitely be dead by now. Hu said that Huang had told him everything. Even that he followed him to protect him in case of trouble. Does he understand that? The old man replied that he could have kept quiet about that. If anyone found out, his father would be in trouble. Huang said he hadn't said anything. Sam Ha already knew everything. Hu said that Guan Pe came to him and gave him the details. No matter how ambitious Guan was, even he wouldn't kill his master, right? They didn't know the subordinates had so many grievances. But those are minor. He could have handled it, so why didn't he? Hu asked, why was it worth it to turn his student into the most evil creature in all of Asia? Was it because Huang Ye was Guan Pe's son? The old man said that the conflicts between the path of light and the path of darkness had not been seen for about 40 years, but they were doomed to engage in battle again. However, he didn't want to become famous. He just wanted to see the Shaolin martial art that had once defeated him. And thus, he devised a plan for his student to betray him. He wanted to disappear, but he did not at all expect to lose his hand. GWI Gok's plan was no joke. Because of that, he lost an arm and 2 of his prized subordinates. Wai told Seo that he might not have known about him then, but he had had his eye on him for a long time. Seo now understood and said he shouldn't have interfered then. The old man said he was telling them all this because he trusted them. Let them not say anything. Gong said that so many people had died. The old man said there's nothing they can do about it. Even he can't fix it. It was bound to happen. I'm sure they're mad that Peihan Palace started the battle, but they succeeded because they became powerful. If the path of light was strong, it would attack first, for to eradicate evil, it is their duty. This means that the side that cannot control its power will attack first. With this in mind, the path of light and the path of darkness think alike. GWI said that his words made sense, but he had forgotten one thing. The old man was surprised and asked what. GWI replied that neither side had ever truly won. The path of darkness had challenged the path of light many times, but the path of light had stood firm. Peihan Palace might be strong, but he believes the outcome will be the same. Let the path of light might be inferior, but there are many unknown experts in Gango. There is no chance that the path of light will be defeated. The old man replied that it was something they should wait and see with their own eyes. Hu asked Seo that he was the one being called a phantom archer. Seo immediately introduced himself to him. Hu said that he had excellent eyesight. He came all this way to meet him. Let Seo give him some time. Seo immediately agreed and told his boys that he would be back soon. Seo ordered Chunghua not to worry and to stay with his brothers, who told Seo that he found this place while they were waiting for him. How was it? Seo replied that it was a great place to use a bow, who said that more than 50% of the warriors in Gango use blades. If you add mes, that would be about 80%. The remaining 20% includes a variety of weapons. When he was younger, he didn't like it. That's why he chose the bow. There is nothing more useful on the battlefield than a bow. However, warriors who have dedicated their lives to martial arts underestimate the bow. Does he know why? Seo replied that because a bow is a ranged weapon. A bow is just a bow. Who started laughing and replied that's right. A bow is a bow. Any other description just doesn't make sense. Who immediately took out a couple of arrows and told Seo to take them. He asked Seo how many arrows he could shoot at a time. Seo replied that he doesn't have that talent. He can only release 3 arrows at a time. Who said that's great? Some people say they can release 6 or 7 arrows per shot, but they don't understand what the art of the bow means. He, too, could only shoot 3 arrows at a time. And now they had arrows, so suggested that Seo combine them with bows. Seo immediately agreed. After moving a distance away, Who asked Seo what he thought was most important for an archer. Seo replied that on the battlefield an archer must do everything quickly. But when it came to martial arts, it would be movement and maneuverability techniques. Who laughed and replied that he thought so. Who said that by meeting them in person, he can say that he is a force to be reckoned with. He could be humiliated today. The old man told Who that he would soon find out that his maneuverability technique was 2 steps lower than his. Who said that he was already feeling it. It makes you nervous. Huang asked why maneuverability technique is so important. Isn't it a priority for an archer to have good eyesight to quickly analyze the enemy and quick hands? The old man replied that exceptional maneuverability technique, the archer does not allow his enemies to get close to him, keeping a distance between them. Huang said that this way, they avoid danger and attack whenever they want. The old man said that recently, Huang got to see Seo face off against the Blood Terror Corporation. Then no one could approach Seo and they were defeated. And immediately they drew their arrows and waited for the moment to shoot. Firing both arrows straight at the target, they stood still until the last, and at the point Seo simply ducked his head and dodged. Who didn't bother to leave either, and with his movement too, he simply stepped aside, away from the arrow. And that wasn't all, Whose arrow turned back to Seo in a moment. The others were surprised and couldn't believe it. Seo felt it again, and again crouched on the ground and the arrow passed the target. Who did the same and also managed to dodge. Their arrows collided in the middle of the field and immediately there was an explosion. The energy was so great that everyone couldn't understand how it happened. Seo saw Who and realized that his title seemed to actually fit him. Who laughed and said that he would play a good game with Seo today. Who immediately pulled out a few more arrows and sent them straight into the sky. Seo didn't hesitate and immediately sent several arrows straight at Who dodged and anticipated the attack. Seo dodged several arrows and caught one of them. Seo realized and saw that it was amazing. Even though it's a shapeless shot, there's so much power in it. Who told Seo that he was really impressive. But now his arrows will run out. Seo immediately drew 3 more arrows. Releasing its arrows, Seo was hit back, and started jumping in different directions to dodge them. Who didn't take any chances either, and ran off in different directions. He realized that he still had those last arrows. The old man looked and asked, could the battle really look like this too? Huang said she is such an aggressive and savage force. And when you use the sword, guided by ki, and stops focusing on it, but changes its direction. Seo had anticipated all this, and in a moment smashed several arrows with his feet. But Who immediately found an arrow and released it. Who said that Seo was exactly as he was described. He certainly didn't disappoint him. Seo thanked him. And said that his field of vision had increased. Who said that now it was time for the real battle. Then when there were no more arrows left, Seo immediately confirmed his words. Huang asked, what is the time for the final battle between the Bao King and the Ghost Archer? Chunghua asked if everything was going to be okay. Dan replied not to worry. She knows how skilled he is. How could that old man compete with him? GWI immediately punched him. Dan asked him why he hit him. GWI replied that Murim warriors shudder at the mere mention of the Bao King's name. Dan asked, who said he didn't know that? Mrs. Chunghwa is worried, so he said that. Gom punched him too. Dan got angry and said his head is what, a community drum? Why do they keep hitting him? Gom asked, what does Mrs. Chunghwa mean? To him she is a half-sister, and to him she is an older half-sister. Also, his head sounds really good. Besides, his head sounds really good. Turns out it's completely empty. Dan asked, what was he talking about? He might look like this, but the members of the beggars sect called him a genius born once every 12 years. Govi asked, so that means there are no outstanding personalities in the beggars sect at all, right? Gom replied that GWI is right, if they call him a genius, then the members of the beggars sect must be out of their minds. And then Dan stepped forward and said that he might be the youngest among them, but he would tolerate insults towards his sect. He is officially challenging him. Gom asked GWI why he had angered him by belittling the beggar sect. GWI answered his brother that he had not belittled it. He was devaluing it. And then Seo proceeded to fire a shot with his energy. Who saw that this formless shot was amazing. Who immediately released his arrow straight into the smoke so that Seo wouldn't see it. Who saw the arrow flying at him and used the flight of the heron. Who saw in a moment that another arrow was flying at him. He realized he had made a mistake. He had taken the easy way out. But that's not all. Who didn't bother to think of anything, and was dodging all of his attacks. Seo didn't stop stopping and let them out time after time. Who was very strong, and could resist and cope. But when he saw a few more arrows, he realized it was already a problem. Huang looked at the battle and saw that the Bao King had no way of avoiding the blow. Who immediately used his heavy descent. Who dodged all the arrows and realized it was a bit humiliating. But it was necessary in order to stay alive. Huang and the old man were both surprised and saw the Bao King use the lazy donkey's somersault. The lazy donkey somersault in a dangerous situation is a useful movement to save oneself, but the position of the body in doing so is so humiliating that martial artists would rather choose death rather than use it. Seo saw that he couldn't make a single accurate hit. He also humiliated himself by crawling on the ground. There's nothing scarier than a wounded beast. Who patted himself down and showed his finger to Seo, which was great. And said that Seo was the best of all his opponents. He never thought he would be in such a bad position. Seo replied that he thought Who had been soft on him. Who sighed and asked, has he been soft? That hurt even more. However, if it ends this way, he won't be able to look into the eyes of the Murim people who call him the king of the Bao. Who immediately shot back. Seo saw this, and drew his bowstring and attacked directly at the arrow, but with his own energy. Seo saw that his attack didn't work and the arrow pierced through like paper and was headed for him. Seo saw that he didn't have time to reflect it. And he had to step back to avoid being hit by the arrow. Seo saw and realized that he had no time to dodge at all. If he hesitated for even a second, he would turn into a sieve. Seo realized he had to do something, but the only thing that came to mind was. And then Seo said he had no choice. Seo immediately retaliated with a lazy donkey somersault. He knew it was humiliating, but the important thing was to save a life. The others were also surprised and saw that even the ghost archer used a lazy donkey somersault. Seo didn't hesitate, and sent several arrows straight back. The force was so great that rays of energy brightened the entire field. Hu and Seo are exhausted. Hu said he couldn't contain his excitement. Now that he has repaid his debt, are they even? Seo said he thought it got more interesting. The old man said that it's just unbelievable. It's the first time he's seen such an amazing and fierce fight. Huang said the same thing, that all the trees around were broken. Huang wondered what they would do if someone moved into melee range. If Seo used the wolf step, would the Bao King have time to react? If they shorten the distance, it will be impossible to use the Bao. And then So will win with his swordsmanship. Who said that he couldn't stop admiring his shapeless shooting. He had once tried to study formless shooting. But it took too much energy. It doesn't suit him. He likes to enjoy shooting. That's why he found his own way, but if you think about it, it's more of a technique for preserving life rather than the art of shooting. Co asked, and what is it? Who replied, he called it illusory shooting. Co was surprised and replied, illusory shooting. Who said that someone might think that his formless shooting was very similar to a sword dance. Indeed, as if mastering the art of the sword, he divides his focus into virtual and real focus. Co didn't pay attention to his virtual focus and almost lost it, didn't he? Before, there was no art of shooting comparable to the illusionary blade. He took this into consideration and created illusionary shooting. Co replied that he would like to watch. Who said of course, who else would be able to appreciate his illusionary shooting? Co replied that he hasn't perfected it fully yet, but he has the ultimate technique too. Who asked, is that how it is? He is curious and scared at the same time. He will put everything into those 3 arrows. Co replied that so did he. Who said he has high expectations, let him be careful. Co said he is the one who needs to be careful, elder. At that moment, everyone froze at what was happening. And the warriors released their arrows and waited for the outcome. The old man asked, how is this possible? Co saw the arrows and knew it was unbelievable. Which one is real? Of all these arrows, only 3 are real. Co told himself not to believe his eyes. His feelings. Only his feelings would get him out of this. In a moment, Co opened his eyes and dodged several arrows, but one was down and hit him in the leg. Who couldn't dodge his attack either and had to take on his body. But he was hurt very badly right in the side. Everyone was surprised and the old man asked what was going on here. Huang also looked on with surprised eyes and replied that he didn't know. Who fell to his knees and said that he had lost and the victory went to Co. He never thought he would lose, of course. He was confident of his victory as he dodged a shapeless arrow aimed at his head, and he completely ignored the remaining 2 arrows. He doesn't understand why they came back. Co pulled out an arrow and replied that during the battle in the Namgung family palace, when the Blood Bao group attacked the warriors of the Path of Light, the formless arrows were completely blocked by Palace Master Peihan. At that time, he was capable of distracting them with a few shots, of which the last one could take the lives of about 10 people of the Blood Bao group. The old man asked, how was that different from now? Co replied that all the shots of shapeless gunfire back then were aimed above the masters and the Blood Bao group. Who asked, what does that mean, with the formless shooting, did he use arrows aimed by Ci? The old man said that it was amazing. It's hard to believe that he shot 3 arrows using formless shooting, but to think that you can combine formless shooting with Ki's directional arrows. Co replied that luck was on his side. He fired the usual formless arrow and controlled the other 2. Who said that Co should have been busy dodging his attack, but he succeeded. Co replied that he was truly fortunate. His illusory shooting was truly incomparable to anything. Who asked Co what was the name of his art? Co replied that he hadn't decided yet. Who said to repay the battle against his martial art, he would try to give it a name. Co said he would be honored. Who said the attack releasing 3 formless arrows and using Ki to guide them? It really is absolute power. What about calling it the consummate art of shooting? What does he think? Co replied that he thought that was an exaggeration. Who said no? It's an appropriate name for his technique. Huang said didn't Co say that his family's sword art is called the Unrivaled Triple Unity Blade? Co laughed and replied that it was true. His abilities are rated too high. But he would accept it. Who laughed too and said that he had never felt so refreshed after defeat in his life. Co replied that he too had realized something amazing for himself. The old man said he was glad there were no deaths in today's battle. Who asked him how can he say there were no deaths if his self-esteem is lying still somewhere on the level of hell? The old man asked who else he would blame for his stupidity. He was the one asking for the battle, wasn't he? Who said that on the contrary, he should be consoling the losers, not causing them more pain? Dan asked his brother if he thought it was worth stopping this fight. GWI replied that neither the Bao King nor Co would back down that easily. Dan said that with the strength that brother Co showed on Mount Hua, no king could compare. Gom told Dan not to say that. Both masters are truly scary. He doesn't even bother to speculate who will win. GWI also said that's exactly what it is. It's a legendary duel, and he's sorry he can't see it. Gom also said he thought it was sad that they were missing it. And then someone laughed and told them to stop with this idle chatter and better worry about their own lives. Immediately, they turned around and saw that an army of Peihan clan soldiers were standing in front of them, ready to kill them. Dan asked who they were. And then the boy said he couldn't forget them. Make him think twice. A couple days ago, and then the guy said to let them escort him to hell, and called them girls. After all, their man Dokmun's Shinigami. GWI immediately took up his sword and said that they would see which one of them would go to the scorcher. And then the guy asked them, isn't that Chunha? They suddenly had a choice. They could get out of here alive if they gave him the girl. Immediately the guys called him a bastard and said it wasn't going to happen. The guy said what idiots. He gave them a chance to save themselves and they're being stubborn. The guy ordered his men to have the woman captured and their throats slit. Immediately they went to carry out the order. Gom realized that they needed to hold the position for as long as possible. Seo Mun should be coming soon. GWI told his brother not to worry. For they would not defeat them so easily. And so the battle began. And he's not going to die at the hands of their kind. GWI saw that he could handle them at once and shouted that he was the first. Gom stopped him and said that if he joined the fight, he would reveal Chunha to the enemies. Dan said these guys are just using poisons, their martial arts are mediocre. So they just need to hold their ground. GWI confirmed and said that with the Dan family's antidotes, it won't be a problem for them. Now, those who want to die first, let them come. The enemies immediately attacked them and began to fight. But GWI didn't feel them and was able to deal with them easily. Who said that if a rumor spread that he had lost to Seo, the King of Blade and the King of Fist would start hunting for him. Seo said that he was going to return to his homeland. They met by chance. Who said that his friends sacrificed a lot to achieve excellence in their style. The old man also said that they would hunt him, with the least enthusiasm than the Bao King. And then Seo was surprised and asked, really? Huang answered him not to worry. Their skills are no better than the old man of the Bao King. And in truth, he wishes to stop them. Who asked Huang, what is he talking about? The King of the Fist and the King of the Blade had long surpassed him. Let not this young man entertain hopes that he will be able to defeat one of the remaining kings. Huang asked who. He didn't think that after the enemy, Seo would change his weapons, did he? Who asked, what does that mean? The old man replied that Seo's sword art was much more powerful and refined than the art of shooting. Who was surprised and asked, and what was he like in comparison? The old man realized that the sword art that Seo had shown on Mount Hua was not ordinary. The old man replied that he hadn't tested it on himself, so he wasn't sure. Who asked, any guesses? The old man replied that he could not guarantee his victory. And here everyone was surprised by his answer. Who asked him, is he serious now? The old man didn't answer anything, and just gave a nodding reply. Who said that he was asking Seo to fight him again? And then Seo was surprised and asked, what does that even mean? Who replied that he could test his sword art? And then Seo could not refuse and replied that so be it. Who started to cheer and thanked him for being so kind. Seo thought, how much does he like martial arts? Who said that the Blade King and the Bao King could barely parry the attacks of his illusionary shooting? He will use it again. Let Seo show what he can do as a swordsman. Then Huang gave Seo his sword and told him to take it. Seo accepted his offer and drew his sword. Seo saw the inscriptions and examined the sword and said it was a very good sword. Huang said it wasn't just a sword, it was his friend. He's always been with him. Who took a stand and told the ghost archer that he was starting. Seo realized that after seeing this attack again, he could tell how incredible it was. Seo didn't move and directly sent his arrows into the ashes. Hu was surprised and couldn't believe how this was possible. Seo began to attack again and Hu saw this and moved away, and at the right moment he fired several more arrows. With his strength, he passed through them and wasn't even afraid of them hitting him. When Hu saw Seo's silhouette, he realized that he was very fast. Seo raised his sword above his head in the moment, and realized he didn't need to go over the edge and holstered his sword. Seo said that Hu was injured and he had the advantage. Seo told Huang that it was a magnificent sword. Through it, he was able to feel the spirit of the wind. The old man said that this was not the skill he had seen on Mount Hua. Seo replied that of his family's 3 sword art skills, he had performed a combination of the first and second. The old man said, and again he marveled at his techniques, he used the key of the blade itself to create a blade shield. However, the blade shield looks and forms differently. What is the name of his view? Seo replied that it was a blade devoid of love. When Hu heard the answer, he said it was marvelous. Now he could see why Huang wanted to stop the remaining kings. At this time the stranger was telling the boys that it wasn't bad. But how much longer could they hold out? He said that this is the foolish nobility of the warriors of the path of light. No matter how long they fight, the outcome is still the same. GWI said that if he was so sure, why didn't he go into battle himself? And now he's challenging him to a duel. The stranger said he's Mu GWI, isn't he right? You can't fight a nut like him. But he has a worthy opponent for him. The stranger immediately told him to come out. Immediately, a green man with a very huge build came out of the bushes. At this moment, the guys were surprised to see Jiangshi in front of them. The stranger laughed and asked where had all his arrogance gone. He was so eager to fight. The guys realized that this was the worst possible enemy. But if they surrendered now, none of them, including Chun, would survive. But if he fights to the death, they can stop him. Elder Gom stopped one of them before, didn't he? GWI said that was right, if they attacked together, they could hold out until Seo Mun returned. Jiangshi went straight for the attack. GWI tried to dodge and retaliate with his sword. Jiangshi was very strong, and he could handle them in a 1-2 punch. He couldn't even feel their sword strikes. Jiangshi caught one of the guys. He hit Go so hard that he didn't even have time to dodge and flew backwards. Dan was angry and said that every blow made his arm go numb. GWI also said that he could not be defeated by ordinary martial arts. GWI started attacking and said that even though it was imperfect, it should help. And used the rising dragon flight attack. The stranger looked and saw that it was a sword-charging whale. But Jiangshi just raised his hands above his face and waited. GWI knew he had to kill him, because soon it would be the other way around. And they wouldn't be able to defend themselves. Jiangshi was even stronger, and the sword stuck in his chest didn't prevent him from attacking GWI. Gom was also surprised and asked what was it. Was the blade stuck in his body? Jiangshi headed for GWI, but then Dan ran up and pushed him aside. Jiangshi did not leave them and began to pursue them. Dan tried with all his strength to escape and not fall under his hands. But then Gom came and directly attacked him with 2 feet in the face. And in return, he got the strongest fist. The boys saw this and shouted to him. The stranger put his foot on Gom and told them to be quiet. He told them to go away and leave the girl behind. The stranger asked, are they risking their lives for a girl of easy virtue? Dan shouted at him to get his dirty foot off him. The stranger ordered Jiangshi to kill him, and then Chunghua told him not to do that. The stranger told her to shut up, because he would be next. Jiangshi lifted Gom's body into the air. Seo stopped on the way, because he felt something. Huang asked him what was wrong. Seo immediately ran and said he would go first. Huang was surprised and asked him why. Seo immediately ran towards them because of all his strength, and in a moment he saw that he was too far away and asked for it to hit the target. He immediately released his arrow, and it hit Jiangshi right in the back, that he didn't even manage it and threw the Goma aside. Seo managed to save him, and grabbed Gom in flight. He ordered Dan to take care of his brother. The stranger laughed and asked, who is it? If it wasn't a phantom using a bow, it was only a ghost archer. Seo turned around and asked who he was.